right. Hello, everyone. Sound. All right. You guys saw me probably messing with the chat box there a little bit. I'll turn on the sound a little bit. I don't think we need it that fine. Okay. So, hi everyone. I'm just doing an impromptu stream. I've been wanting to stream a little bit more, and I figured, you know, as I have more time throughout my days or whatever, I'm gonna try to stream as I can. I don't have a proper schedule right now. I don't have any like specific times that I'm live, but again, if you guys want to know when I go live or whatever, make sure to, you know, subscribe and follow or whatever, you know, follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and of course on the Discord we do have a channel that does notify everyone when I go live, so if you guys want to join that as well. But yeah, I figured I'll just hang out for a little. Yeah, so many character slots, way too many. This is only like, you know, there's a lot. I have too many. I don't play half of these characters, but it's just nice having them. All of these are kind of themed in a certain way or whatever. This is my, so originally this was my only engineer that I had. And he was supposed to be the opposite of what, there's actually like a little story behind this specific character. So, this character was designed to be kind of the opposite of what the Jade Tech, like, people were supposed to be from Kansas. I mean, it doesn't have to be like specific to the Jade Brotherhood, but you know, the Jade technology. This guy was supposed to be using the amber from the Echowild Forest as his like energy source. So that's where all of this came from, and I think he came out really, really well. But he was my only engineer that I had. So I actually created a new engineer for the new expansion. This nerdy little teenager. I created him, just making him look super normal. But I wanted something new. So hey, I do find a step to acquire my sky scale. Nice. Well, congrats on getting that. Hopefully tonight. But yeah, all of these characters have like different stories. This is my Rurik character. This is my Super Jump Arali. This is my Super Adventure Box character that I have. This is my Water Elementalist. This character is kind of in limbo right now. I need to get specific armor pieces for this guy to be relevant again, and I don't know what happened. He had like different arm pieces. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on there. This is my tamer, Char. She's all about taming animals and stuff. This was my poison ranger. This is my air elementalist, my Surin air elementalist. This is a character from Guild Wars 1 that I carried over. My very first character that I ever made, my Water Elementalist in Guild Wars 1. This is my Norn Earth Elementalist. This is my Nyos inspired character. This is my other water element. I have 3 water elementalists. Don't judge me, okay? I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what happened there. It's like he has a stain on the back, and I don't know where that came from, but that's there. This was my ranger from a long time ago. He was my World vs. World ranger. I haven't really played him. I don't know. This is my owl themed character. So I made him all owl themed. With the things here. Like, I know these are supposed to be like ravens, but they're still bird themed. So, and then this has like wings on it with the guild emblem that I have. So that's my owl character. This was my necromancer. He's like raven themed in this sense, but he actually has a different setup on a different armor or whatever. This is my dragon. My fire dragon. I have a guardian. Random. I don't know. I got this. I had this unlocked. That's the new hood, and I was trying to make like some kind of evil guardian with this, but I don't know. This is my blade dancer. You guys can't see the name, but she's a virtuoso. This is my like Dark Knight themed revenant. This is my thief that I don't know what I'm doing with right now. We'll have to see with the new expansion. I might make him an antiquary. This was my new revenant that I just made. I haven't, again, nothing done with it. This was for the new expansion as well, I guess. Like, I didn't want to really do anything with this guy, so I kind of made a new one. This is my World vs. World Guardian. This is my Evenia lookalike character. Yeah, I'm always happy with 9 character slots as I get there. Yeah, having 3 roller just makes your point about water and focus in general. For at least Junkrat. Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, it's I wish water was like a, like in Guild Wars 1 you could make like a really good damaging water elementalist, like what is it called, Shardstone or Shatterstone or whatever, is like a really good elite skill to take. I really like Water Trident and stuff. There's like a really good, like, it's decent. You can make like a decent water elementalist, and you can like build it off of having other water elementalists in your group and stuff. And it's unfortunate because a lot of them in Guild Wars 1, a lot of the water spells were like hexes, meaning that there was a lot of water spells that would, if the enemy already has a water hex on them, then it would do another effect, right? So it was actually like really good to build off of one another. So that's my Evenia lookalike. This is my Bloodstone themed Mesmer. This is our survivor. We're gonna play this guy in a second. This is my OG character. He's just kind of an elementalist, random elementalist or whatever. His look is a little bit inspired by the guy from Log Horizon, a little bit inspired. It's not a lookalike or anything, but a little bit inspired. This is my main warrior. You guys have seen that guy plenty of times. This is my necromancer. He's like a vampire themed necromancer. I'm kind of thinking like the collar thing is kind of really bothering me. I really like the shoulders though, but I really like the chest piece, so I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing with that. But this is probably the character that I'm gonna make into the ritualist. Yeah, and then this guy. So these are all my characters. Hey Jacob, how are you? That's why I like pistol. It allows water to do DPS. Yeah, but I don't like pistol as a, like, the thing is that I want a water mage, and a pistol to me isn't a mage weapon. Like, I have this weird, you know, the idea, the fantasy of having like a water mage with a pistol kind of is gone there. You know what I mean? I just have this. Enemy has to do more with that idea and actually maybe switch earth and water, make earth protection, poison, water, healing, bleeding. They could do something. I mean, they could have something like build off of it too. They could have like a freezer burn, for example. Like they could have a trait that anytime you chill an enemy, you inflict burning, and they could have that as a grandmaster in the water somewhere. You know, like something like that. And then you could have the trait where if you go into fire and you do power DPS, and you can have your burning skills off of power, right? So you have the option of doing like a water elementalist that you can do as a Condi or a power, but as a DPS if you choose both of those grandmaster traits, right? And like that solidifies that as like a DPS thing or whatever, you know? I don't know. That's like a idea just on the top of my head. I feel like that we've talked about that before. I probably didn't just come up with that. All right, but we're gonna do more of the challenge, because I think the I understand it would be nice if they remove staff or scepter to do ice bleed, something like that, right? Like I think the scepter would be really nice to do that. I always wanted, one thing that I always wanted was I wanted to have I wanted to have water trident on the staff, and that be the new auto attack on the staff, water trident, and then replace water trident, which is this like random healing ability on the scepter, with something like more damaging. Because other than that, the scepter skills on the water elementalist, like on the water attunement, actually, like, they're all like damage focused, both of them, right? Like the auto is like damage, and then you have the Shatterstone one, which is okay. Shatterstone, I mean, it does like a lot of damage, just kind of, you gotta like constantly use it or whatever. But the thing is like that I feel like the water trident feels very odd. Oops, that's not the one I wanted to do. The water trident feels really odd on that. So a long time ago, I made a video a long time ago for redoing the staff skills on the elementalist, and I think that was one of the things that I had on there, is like take the water trident skill that you have on the scepter 3 and put that on the staff, right? Like that was kind of my thought. Put it somewhere on the staff, because the staff is so water focused, or healing focused, I mean, that you could see that being the skill there. And the water trident, I love that on land. The ice dodge on water trident, like underwater, you mean? Where you like evade backwards? Or maybe give Ellie mace as a new weapon, but it's range and does bleed in water. That would be interesting. I would like to see a long range mace. I think mace is one of those, you know, it goes in the same category of like torch and like many of the offhand ones that are kind of like not that relevant. But it's weird because mace is a offhand and a main hand weapon, right? And I think mace as a one-handed main hand weapon is probably the least used, but not necessarily least used. Like I'm sure there's like healing rangers, you know, there's a lot of like healing I think on the mace or whatever for the ranger. I haven't played that, but I feel like it's just not utilized the most. I feel like it doesn't really see, like, I don't think there's any like mainstream builds that use that. Maybe like there's probably like a Condi build of a Revenant somewhere that does it. So you know, maybe, but I feel like even, you know, on Warrior there's better things to take. Who all uses mace? I don't even think there's that many. Mechanist? I mean, I guess Mechanist uses it, right? But I don't know. So, but yeah, so we're gonna do our Survivor Challenge here today. It's nothing crazy. I'm just gonna continue. I haven't put up the rules, so the reason why I haven't put up the rules is because I'm kind of changing the rules as we go along. And so this was a new setup. So if people are interested to know, I'll keep explaining it throughout the stream as people come in or people ask about it or whatever. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find a way to make the core game of Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2, not Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2 challenging. Okay, I want to create a challenge that everyone can tackle, that everyone can do, that actually has some challenge to it, and that there is a way to actually track your rate of success or your times or whatever, right? So the idea is I want to find a proper setup of this where I can make it challenging, everyone can access it, everyone can do it, and we can have different categories with different like, and then time it, right? And you time it, and that way you can kind of say, okay, well, I pick this class on, or I pick this profession with this race. So that's the way there would be technically, in a sense, if this ever goes through, right? Like I don't think this is ever gonna become mainstream or anything, but if this goes through, there would be 45 categories, which would be every race with every class profession crossed, and the challenge is to get through the game to level 80 as quickly as possible. I'm not timing it, like I said, I'm trying to find the setup. The idea was originally that I wouldn't use any weapons, that I wouldn't use you know, the idea is no armor. As you guys can see, I'm completely naked. I have no equipment. You can harvesting. I think I'm gonna take the harvesting out because we just changed the other day. We're gonna use our starter weapon. So the way that this is gonna work, because the problem was up until recently, I was doing no weapons, no armors, no traits, no skills beside my healing skill, like none of it. Okay, you do nothing and you level to 80, but it's also was a hardcore challenge, meaning that if you died, you would have to reset and recreate your character from 0 and go all the way through the game, and get to level 80. And be in level appropriate zones, no waypointing, no mounts, gliding is allowed, and that stuff. And I'm still thinking about the gliding thing. I don't know. I might take that off, because it's an easy escape route and it's an easy way now that we've kind of changed. So the idea was someone said in stream the other day, because we're having such issues getting to the point where once I reach like level 20 on many of the races, all of a sudden it becomes incredibly hard to even gain any experience. So it made the whole challenge just hard in the sense that you didn't know where to go, right? Because you have to be in level appropriate zones for this challenge. So it's like, okay, where do I go? Do I just teleport to a lower level area? Because if I do that, then the challenge, there's no challenge to it anymore, right? Because I'm a level 20 character, and if I go to like Wayfarer Foothills, right, and I'm doing the level 2 area there, that's not a challenge. That's not hard. We want to be in level appropriate things because we want it to be hard. Okay, so if as soon as I'm level 15, I have to go to map number 2. Okay, or like as I'm in level 15, right? As I'm level 25, I have to leave the second map and go to level 35 to 45 or whatever, right? And so on and so forth, and stay in level appropriate. So someone said, well, why don't you use just the starter weapon that you're given? And that already helped because that accelerated the whole idea of what we're trying to do, on top of kind of alleviating some of these issues that we've had, right? You don't play Rev, but the maze is beautiful for Condi. No, I have been. Like, my new Rev that I played, it's a Condi Rev. And so that's exactly what I've been playing, is actually, like, Condi. So I've been using a mace on it. It actually feels really good. Once you kind of, like, trade for all of it, it actually comes out really, really, really good. So, here's a coyote. Oh my god, I gotta run. There's a coyote. So coyotes are only around this area, by the way. Just so you guys know, that's the only place you'll find them. Hello. But yeah, so I want to find, as you guys can see, this challenge is already pretty tough. We're only level, what level are we? Level 13 right now. I think warrior is the best choice right now for this. But yeah, so I would like to. I'm worried about having 2 different weapons while dueling. I was like that too. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was like that as well. That was one of the reasons that really turned me off using mace and axe on Revenant. But I've kind of gotten over it over the years. I realized as I made my new Revenant, I was like, I don't even care that this is like 2 different weapons. Because I like the symmetry of having like dual axes or dual maces or dual swords or any like that. But yeah, I've kind of gotten over that now. I'm just like, you know what? This doesn't bother me as much anymore as it used to. So I don't know. I actually like this now. Yeah, I got, we all have our little things, and that's okay. But yeah, so we're slowly getting to the point where I'm already, like, I haven't even finished the rest of this map, and I'm already super high level. So this is great. This means that accelerates the whole process. That means that as soon as I hit level 15, before I hit level 16, I have to go to the next map. So that actually kind of accelerates the whole process, and it's good. Because the idea also is behind the challenge is that it's technically supposed to be... it's supposed to be quick. The adventure guide, obviously, I wish there was a way to have the adventure guide be turned off for a more harder challenge. The thing is, many of these I can't do. Like waypoints, I'm not allowed. Defeating enemies, obviously, that's gonna happen. So adventure guide 2, I don't think you even get through it, but you can dodge, you can defeat enemies, you can level up. Gather crafting materials, I think I'm gonna take that out. So gathering crafting materials is not gonna be part of that anymore. Applying a die, I mean, we don't want that. Using utility skills is not gonna be a thing. viewing vistas, for example, like that is going to be something that is going to happen. So you know, I don't know. I'm gonna put a little worm in ArenaNet's ear and kind of say like, hey, is there any way that we could have this be an optional thing? Have it be. I don't think that there is, but I don't know. I'm gonna kind of see what they say. Does that look like Maces, ironically? Yeah, I really like using the I like using the Vasago skin because that's like a demon, right? So I do like using that axe skin. It's still one of my favorite axe skins to this day. So I think it's really good. Yeah, so and this technically would be timed as well. So there's probably like better strategies that you could do it. Like defeating these random enemies, for example, is probably like really good XP or whatever. But what it's gonna come down to, and one thing that is unfortunately just part of it is that, again, I have the experience gain here, but it's only 45%, so it's not that much. I don't think that makes like a huge difference on killing enemies. So ideally this challenge would be best on a brand new account. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm gonna let ArenaNet know, kind of like, hey, is this something that you guys could look into? Maybe, I mean, now that I'm a partner, I kind of have access to that, like I have the ability of doing something like that. So maybe we'll see what they say. I'm just gonna kind of drop that in there and see. They could do the opposite and somehow make the core game harder through the adventure guide somehow. Oh, that would be interesting, right? Like have you gain less experience on something. Less experience, or like a way to block experience gain. Hey, how are you? How are you? I don't want to deal with those guys. Tell them to give Paragon wings. Well, I think that is I think that has been shouted into the echo chamber as a billion times now. So I'm not going to waste my privilege on something that I think is very apparent to ArenaNet. So I'm not going to do that, you know. Because I feel like if I was at the receiving end of that, I think I would just roll my eyes, because it's like, yeah, we know, dude. We've heard, like, you know, if I were to read that message from like, oh look, Arali messaged us about we should give more wings to Paragon. Yeah, we know, we heard all the other complaints. You know what I mean? Like that's how I would be, at least. I'd be like, oh my god, that was me at work today. I was like rolling my eyes so hard at work today, guys. Man, I was sassy. I was giving everyone sass. Sass was happening today. Alright, I gotta level up. I'm still on my challenge. Yeah, so I'm still trying to find a proper setup for it. The actual challenge, I will tell you guys, the actual challenge is going to include a timer. I actually have a timer that I could pull up right now if I wanted to, but I'm kind of taking my time to find a proper setup. So it's going to be a timer, and there's going to be a death counter as well. And then I'm going to make my own leaderboards. The Discord will eventually, once I have found a proper setup. I'm so determined to find a proper setup for this. So the Discord will have a channel at some point that will have, there's actually a suggestion for challenge runs already in the Discord, but I want to do, there's going to be a server, or a channel for leaderboards, where I kind of specific setups. Like I said, there's going to be 45 separate categories to this, and I'm just gonna, I don't know, I'm just gonna keep doing this as fun. Like I want something that's gonna be a challenge that people can do years down the road, right? Like and again, I want it to be something that's easily accessible, that anyone has access to, that anyone can do. If they're feeling bored, if ArenaNet decides to stop production on Guild Wars 2 and just leave the oh my god, I gotta get out of here. Leave production on, or stop production, not leave production, stop production on Guild Wars 2, and just leaving the servers open. I want there to be a way to still enjoy the game and do something that's still, that you can do all the time. That you can, that has, oh god, okay. Well, I can fight you now, so this time around that's different. You know? A timer to get you was a sassy bitch. I was a sassy bitch today to my boss as well. I kind of, because my boss is so tone deaf on everything. He has no idea what's going on in his restaurant, and it was driving me crazy. So I was being a sassy little twat today. A timer to get to 80? Yes. So it's going to be a timer to get to level 80. It's going to be a timer on the Survivor Challenge. No armor, no traits, first person, waypoints, no mounts, no waypoints, no mounts, probably no gliding. I think I'm going to take the gliding part of that out. Like I said, the rules will be eventually, I will have those posted when I actually do the challenge, the different challenge runs. I think I even named the stream wrong too. I'm gonna have to look at that because this probably says, oh yeah, no, I didn't number this one again, I think is what it was. This is just an impromptu stream. So this would be number 8 on the challenge run, but that's okay. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, so it's gonna be a time thing. There's gonna be like, it's gonna be a race eventually, pretty much, to get to level 80. Be the fastest that you can be. Did I even dodge properly here? So that's the idea. I think that'll happen when you go to release, or it's supposed to release. Yeah, oh, it will. That's the thing. Like I said, that's why I said eventually. I mean, I'm not expecting Guild Wars 2 to stop production in the next probably at least 5 years. I'm thinking at least 5 years they're gonna actively develop Guild Wars 2. After that, I don't know, but yeah, I just want it to be something that anyone can do, and that I can, even on my time off, I can go in and do this and deal with this and have fun with it, you know? Again, I mean, you know, you don't have to take it too serious, but it'd be just, you know, it's not like anyone wins a fucking prize for it, but it'll just be kind of cool to see what people come up with, right? Like, I see so many speed runs of other games, and I see so many you know, different ways of people approaching other games, and I was like, man, you know what, Guild Wars 2 is a perfect game for that, right? That's where that came from. That's where the whole thought came from. It's like, man, Guild Wars 2 is the perfect game to sit down and figure out a really interesting and fun challenge to come up with, right? Like, I think there is potential in the core game to have that happen. So obviously this all goes down the drain if they ever decide to revisit core, because they'll probably make it harder again, you know? But that's the fun part about it. Like, Guild Wars or ArenaNet hasn't really done anything with the core game. Okay, so I'm leveled up. So now it's time for me to go to the next area. I kind of want to finish this hard. But if I would listen, if that is the day, that I get like, or is that, if that's the year that I get completely correct, that would be hysterical. That would be really funny. That would be really funny. 5 more expansions, or do you think they'll slow down a bit? They'll probably slow down at some point. At least Raza voice is good. I want to hear it like up close. I know everyone was saying that. I couldn't really hear it during the stream. I guess my audio was like too low when I was... I heard some parts of it and it sounded really good, but I'm kind of waiting to see during the beta how it feels. I have some ideas with the beta, like different builds that I want to try out with that as well. Because the game's already like 12 years old. It's about to be 13. At the end of this month will be 13. 2012. It was August 2012 that it came out. Like August, what? August 28th, I think is the day. 26th, 28th, something like that. 2012 was the OG release. 5 more. Yeah, well, the problem is, here's the thing. There's something. What's going on right now in the MMO space is very fortunate for ArenaNet. And that is the idea that there are no, like, so most of the MMO projects that have come out in the last decade have been total flops, okay? They haven't been very good. I think the only one that's kind of survived, not that it's been a huge success, but one of the ones that's kind of survived is New World. There's been some like Lost Ark and stuff. They've kind of survived, but you know, they've kind of found their niche and they haven't taken over the space. The thing is that most MMOs that people are playing are the ones that are over a decade old, right? It's WoW, it's ESO, it's Final Fantasy 14, right? It's all these ones that are like actually kind of old now, right? And nothing new has come into the space. And unless that changes, unless they find a game that comes in and kind of starts taking down some of these other ones, and takes some of the spots and stuff, I don't think that's gonna change. So I think ArenaNet is in a good spot right now because I think that we're not really gonna see like necessarily a new game or whatever coming out that's gonna take that spot. That's really gonna take to I'm having a feeling there will be only one more expansion after Visions of Eternity. Okay, what gives you that impression? Not that I'm disagreeing with you, but I'm just kind of trying to see like where everyone kind of stands, because I feel like I've seen that sentiment before, but the problem is I can't find a concrete way, because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, over the last couple of years, because I thought when Secrets of the Obscure came out, if you asked me like 2 years ago when we had the announcement of Secrets of the Obscure and then Secrets of the Obscure came out and I saw how the new expansion model was like much smaller scale, and they were trying to, you know, I talked about this in my review, right? How they were trying to like finish up all these like different plot points, and they're just trying to like squeeze as many of these old plot points and kind of give them resolutions so that they have like, for Guild Wars 2, that they have like a blank slate, right? Like there was this, it almost seemed like this movement in ArenaNet where they were like, okay, we got it, like we got to bring all these old subjects back to the front page and talk about them and finish them up and just kind of end all of these things, right? Like talk about the Wizard's Tower, talk about Isgarin, talk about the Wizard's Folly Tower, talk about, you know, all of these different things, like close them up. The Scepter of Ore, you know, the Remnants of the White Mantle, the Elder Races. Like we want to close all these chapters so that Guild Wars 3 has this blank slate and we can get into that. That's the feeling that I got as we went into like Secrets of the Obscure, GNT Wilds. The problem is, as of the announcement of Visions of Eternity, and with the way that they're trying to include, like, they're really kind of like listening to the player base, and they're trying to really like, they're doing, we haven't even talked about this, they're gonna be redoing the looking for group tool. I was just thinking about that the other day because I actually jumped into Fractals the other day with my engineer because I really wanted to try it out. I've been playing Hollowsmith, and I really enjoy it, actually. It's really fun. And I was in Fractals and I was like, man, you know, they're gonna be redoing the looking for group tool, which is like, you know, if they were like stopping production of Guild Wars 2, like they could just leave it. They could just leave it. Like I feel like that's all like wasted effort and wasted time. But the more I think about it, and the more I feel like I'm going into Visions of Eternity, I'm like, they're really trying to like stick with Guild Wars 2. That's why they're trying to make it like the best game they can right now, and trying to untangle all the old code, because for the next like half a decade they're going to be stuck with this game. This is going to be their only money making game. You know, that's the kind of thought that I've been these are the kind of thoughts that I've been getting as we're going into Visions of Eternity. Like, it really feels like you guys haven't seen the other side of the the inside of the partner program, right? Like, there was, as far as I understand it, there was changes in management for the partner program. There was changes, like, not just like who manages, but the way that they're managing it, right? They had a huge bulk of new people added to the partner program, including Guild Wars 1 people. There's apparently people that like exclusively do Guild Wars 1 content that have been added to the partner program. Like, there's so different things that really make me think like, nah, they're like trying to double down on just like sticking with Guild Wars 2 for now. Like, that's the feeling that I get, at least, you know. I think the feedback from Visions of Eternity is gonna make make them give us another big expansion. So 2 to 3 year wait after that, or 2 years is probably already in the works. So my prediction, I don't know. So another new expansion 2020, and then we won't get another one until 2030, but it'll be big. That's interesting. I don't know. It really depends. I don't know. It really depends. I feel like they're trying to hammer down. I think they're trying to stick. The feeling that I'm getting is that they're like, no, you know what? We like this annual expansion release, but we want it to get to the point where we want to make it the best way that we can release the annual expansions. I think they like that way, because the issue is, if they do, again, big expansions every 2 to 3 years or whatever, then they have to make a Living World season in between, and that again is like not making the money, because they can't, you know, I guess they can sell it, but you know, we've had these issues, right, where like you buy an expansion but the Living World isn't attached, and then they had to like figure that out, and I think they want to get rid of that. I don't think they like that old expansion model, and I don't think they like having a content drought for 2 to 3 years. I think they really enjoy this annual expansion thing, where they can say, well, we're gonna do one big release, but then we're going to do smaller releases throughout the year that are going to be attached to that annual price, and just do that every year. I think they like that, the flow of that. New World is already 5 years old. Yeah, New World is old. All the recent MMOs are flops, indeed. I'm feeling like Guild Wars are pretty much saturated in terms of new content, new subclasses. It is very saturated. I think ArenaNet is doing the right thing here. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to like catch up to what everyone has been saying, but I think ArenaNet is doing the right thing of looking at old systems and revitalizing them. I think that is honestly the best way that they can do it. I'm surprised they're even adding new elite specializations. I'm so surprised, because I really feel like the 3 elite specializations, they really like, there's certain elite specializations that still need a lot of work, and that still need a lot of balance work. And I was really thinking, okay, well, they're going to be adding weapons in, right? But as time goes on, they're going to be working on these elite specializations, which, you know, they have been now detached from their weapons since Secrets of the Obscure, right? And so that kind of gives them the ability of just focusing, not even on the weapons, but just on the elite specializations by themselves, and kind of figuring those out as time goes on. The thing, though, is that, like, now they're adding another set of elite specializations. I'm like, oh my god, now you have, like, even more work. But, it seems like they're not afraid to add more work to their plate, because that's adding a whole new set of elite specializations is a whole slew of new balancing that they have to do. But it seems like they're like, nope, we can do it. Like, they seem confident in being able to do it. So, I don't know. I kind of, like I said, I wish they would, you know, we talk about saturated in content, you know, new content. So again, it's kind of nice that they're combining the strikes and the raids in a way, right? That kind of streamlining that. I mean, bringing to or making, you know, I think one of the steps that's going to come up in the next couple of expansions is definitely going to be the part of they want to go back and look at the core experience again. I think that's something that's going to come up once again, because as they work on these little systems one by one, it's going to become more apparent that the core game is going to need some kind of revitalization. Because it's fine, you can work on the looking for group, you can work on these different things, right? But that's all like towards the later part of it. But there is such a flock of new people still coming in every single day, every day, every hour of every day. There's new people, and ArenaNet eventually is going to have to address the elephant in the room, where they need to look at the core game, the core experience of the 1 through 80, the core maps, right? There is something there that they need to do. I almost thought you were talking to me, converting into Twitch chat as well. Yes, so there's also Twitch chat, and there's viewers here as well. My viewer count is not updated. I mean, I don't know why it's not. It's telling me that there's more people viewing than what's being displayed right now on... It's saying 0, as you guys can see, it says 0 on Twitch, but there's clearly at least one person on Twitch. So, it won't let me display the Kick viewers, but there's no one there anyways, so I don't even know why I am on Kick. But anyways, so there's people coming and going all the time, and I will tell you guys, over the years, as just a side note from, you know, this has nothing to do with what we were just talking about, as a side note, I've had a lot of people over the years that have, they're silently watching in the back. I know that there have been people for a long time that have been long-time watchers, because there have been people that have sent me mails, and that have sent me that have commented on videos and stuff like that over the years, where they're like, you know, I always watch your live streams, I don't chat in your live streams, but I always watch your live streams and I always enjoy it. So there are people that are just silently watching that don't like to talk, which is totally fine. Like, there's lurkers, which I love because it supports my channel. You don't have to talk, it's totally fine. I'm totally okay with that, but there are other people that are listening, you know? Twitch just thinks I'm not important. Well, no, I was saying the view counter, for specifically... Oh, you are on Twitch. I guess Twitch does not think you are important. You're correct on that, because as you guys can see, like, as I pop this viewer in and out, it changes the numbers, so I don't even know if this viewer is correct. The viewer count. So I don't know. Even in terms of new weapons, what kind of weapon can they really bring for warrior? Maybe shortbow? Yeah, shortbow. They can do the trident on land still. That's still something, we talked about that in the Discord. I still think that's something that's on the table. I have a feeling that maybe the next weapon set will be that. So if they are doing what we said, so in Discord we kind of talked about this a little bit. So we were saying, you know, ArenaNet isn't going to do a new elite specialization every year, right? Like, we know this, right? I think what they're going to do is, like, every 2 to 3 annual expansions, they're going to be doing new elite specializations, but they're going to be doing new weapons. I have a feeling the next expansion is going to have the trident on land, like the spear. I think the spear was like a great success. I think having the trident come on land would be really, really cool. Or, you know, it could be like a weapon that just hasn't, you know, like shortbow on warrior. Warrior's running low. Warrior's the one that has like a couple that they don't have. Like, they don't have focus. They don't have focus. What is a focus and shortbow? Is that it? But then ArenaNet could kind of move towards doing the offhand on main hand. So we, you know, as you guys know, that was one of the things that I looked at Visions of Eternity when I saw the trailer, where the pirate was wielding the scepter in the offhand, or whatever that person that looked like a pirate, or bandit or whatever that was wielding a scepter in the offhand, right? I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. There's a scepter offhand going on. Like, what's going on there? You know, I pointed that out, but that might become a reality, right? Where at least the offhand weapons, like torch, which is torch focus, the torch focus shield, right, are the 3 that are exclusively offhand that have never come to main hand. That might be something that might happen. They might come to main hand. We might see main hand, you know, foci shields, torches. I could see that, right? Like I could totally see a main hand torch. Imagine a dual wielding torch guardian where you just burn everything. Honestly, I think the newly specializing kind of make sense for some classes where you didn't really have anything supportive. Berserker can do a quick heal. Just use where staff and core things have support. Yeah, I think the new elite specializations, they really did try to find like specific niches that needed to be filled for classes, for professions, right? Like I think they really tried to find like, okay, what's something that we can add to this? And the ones that already have a lot of things, like Necromancer, I think has like, and I could be wrong on this. I don't know, but I feel like Necromancer kind of has most of the roles filled. So they kind of went with, well, what's an idea that people have been asking for that they want in the game, right? They've kind of been looking at like, what are the things that we can fill out, right? So really think Arena just isn't worried about balance as much as we do, or they worry about it differently. It's easier. Well, the thing that kind of bugs me about that when it comes to balance is the thing with balance is like they have specific people that are there that work at ArenaNet just to deal with the balance part of it. But then the balance part is so lackluster for certain elite specializations and certain professions that it kind of like, I sit there and I'm like, you have people that work in your building that their main goal, I mean, obviously they probably do a plethora of different jobs, right? Like I feel like it's kind of one of those businesses where it's like, okay, you do this, and this, right? But you know, there are certain people that are like their main job is probably like worrying about balance, right? And it's like, okay, so what do you do all day? Like, do you just look at Virtuoso and see how you can buff Virtuoso? Like, make that the best thing since fucking sliced bread or cheese fries? I heard someone say that the other day, and I was like, I'm gonna start using that. Best thing since cheese fries. I'm like, cheese fries are really fucking good. Not gonna lie. But yeah, I don't know sometimes. Like I said, we talked about Bladesworn. Bladesworn is incredibly clunky. And the concept of it is great. The execution is just shit. And I feel like that applies to so many different, like, elite specializations now. I think there's so many, like, that really need some look at, where they, like, really take a deep look at it and really say, okay, we're gonna try to figure this out and make this, like, really, really good. Where people want to play it, right? Like, that's the thing that I want to get to. I want to get to the point where every elite specialization is something where you get like almost like FOMO, right? You're like, oh my god, do I want to play Paragon? Do I want to play Bladesworn? Do I want to play Spellbreaker? Do I want to play Berserker? Like, I can't decide. They're all so cool. I don't want to be at the point where right now most people are gonna say, well, Berserker or Spellbreaker. Forget about Bladesworn. You don't want to deal with that. Like, obviously people play it, and obviously there might be some kind of niche role somewhere or whatever, right? Like, I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that compared to the others, it just doesn't have that, you know, factor. Like, I don't know, that's what I'm kind of looking for. Yeah, I talk too much. I do too, as you can see. Main hand pistol for warrior. Oh yeah, there you go. Main hand pistol. I forgot about that. That's actually a main hand weapon. Focus, scepter, and short bow. Oh, and pistol. Oh, scepter, yeah, as well. Okay, so there's plenty of weapons they could do. Main hand focus for everyone, please. Oh my god, that would be crazy. Everyone just start punching each other. There's a trailer where everyone, like, the next expansion is gonna be everyone gets main hand focus and offhand focus or something. I don't know. Main hand focus, and it's all like brawler types, and it's just it's just Punch Out. It's just Punch Out Guild Wars 2 edition. Warhorn main hand would be interesting, weird, and would work specifically for Troubadour. Necro pretty much has everything. Yeah, I kind of use it. Wish focus was more viable. Wish focus on what? Focus on just in general, or like on a specific on warrior? It's pretty decent in World vs. World, I want to say. I've been playing World vs. World. That's pretty decent on there. I feel like there aren't many people responsible for balance in the game though. Could be just one person. Well, it's at least two, because we know that at least the two people that do the streams, what is it, Taylor and Cal, are, as far as I know, those are. I don't know everyone's like job. I'm thinking like Roy maybe is part of that as well, because he used to kind of be there as well. I don't know if he's. I feel like he has like a different job there. I don't know, but focus in general. Yeah, I mean, focus on some classes could definitely use some work. I think focus on Necromancer is pretty decent, right? Like, I think that's pretty good. Focus on Guardian is pretty good. Dual wield Warhorn Warrior, just shout an enemy to death. I mean, that would be really cool, wouldn't it be? Like, imagine having a damage dealing Warhorn main hand, where you know how like the big thing. Do you guys remember Heart of Thorns? And when they introduced like Heart of Thorns, elite specializations, we're like, oh, elite specializations, what is that, right? And it was like, oh, the new thing, right? And we're all like crazy excited for it, right? And then they're like, the Reaper is like the horror movie villain. And we're like, oh my god. And they're like, yeah. And the shouts, damage enemies. And we're like, oh my god. Like, that was everyone's reaction, okay? So, for those of you that weren't there, I just gave you a rundown of it. You're welcome. So, imagine having Warhorn that does, like, damage. Where it's just, like, it's like a shout, but it does, like, damage around you, you know? It's just, like, you know? I don't know. I'm feeling the, I scrolled up for no reason. I mean, some classes could... Warren Mayhem, Necro yelling to raise the dead. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. They could have like little skeleton minions. I still feel like there needs to be something with skeletons. Do you guys remember when like season 3 came out and they kind of did... Season 3 was really interesting because they did something with enemies during season 3 that was really like... They tried to go different ways with it during season 3 specifically. You know, so in the story, one of my favorite story chapters is the one at the very end, Head of the Snake, where you go to Codicus's Manor and you kind of make your way through like backwards, you know, like backwards, the dungeon path going backwards into the mansion, right? And you go to get Canuck out of the like little cave area or whatever, and there's the necromancer that has like the skeleton minions. I remember back then I was like, oh my god, maybe this is a hint as to like we're gonna get like skeleton minions on the necromancer. I feel like that's still something that kind of is missing, right? Like we have like these undead amalgamation, you know, of bones and flesh and whatever, right? And you know, now we're getting spirits, but what about the like skeleton part of it, right? Like necromancers kind of deal with that too, and I think that's like, if we go with like the OG like D&D, I feel like that's more what they really like necromancers were about, was like raising the dead, but it was like skeletons, it wasn't mummies, right? Like I feel like that was kind of the thing. So I don't know, maybe there's something there. I mean, some classes could be main hand focus punchy, but I can see some classes using them as focus to cast magic, like Ellie and Necromancer. Oh yeah, I could see that too. I mean, there's still this like weird fantasy that I have. So if you guys go back to my elite specialization speculation that I had, where I talked about like the warrior, for example, and I said the warrior, this is obviously way before the staff came out. This was during this was before End of Dragons came out. I made all of these elite specializations, like speculations and stuff. And one of the things was that I wanted the warrior to get a staff at long range. And it was supposed to be like, you were supposed to be almost like a monk in a way, where you create these like, you know, you use your staff, you like kind of, you know, attack with your staff, but you create these like these energy slices, these like yellow energy slices that would go, and you'd kind of send out these projectiles and stuff. Like, I'm still thinking there's not necessarily like a magic part in the warrior, but I feel like there's something like a long range that isn't necessarily like, you know, something that leans into the more like primal energies, and you can kind of send those out as like to damage your enemies. So I'm thinking like, what if we get a scepter that's a long range on a warrior, and it's like the only magic that they get, but it's not necessarily magic, right? It's like it's something else where they like kind of focus their like adrenaline power in like this long range way. I still kind of feel like there could be something there, you know? I don't know. Like a battle mage in a weird way. Mesmer Focus is very good. Oh, but Mesmer Focus. Yeah, Mesmer Focus is pretty good. I like using that. They won't add skeletons because in China they can't show them. They'll have to censor them. That's fine. Let China worry about that. I don't care. They have skeletons in the... So, okay, so then let me ask you. They have skeletons in the game. How does China handle that? Are those actually censored in the Chinese client of the game? Warrior scepter would be used for bonk, but we already have mace. A scepter that's used to bonk enemies is a mace. Like, let's be real, we already have mace. Like, if you compare the two, like, even the skins look very similar to each other in a lot of ways when you compare them. So, I would hate that. Like, I would really hate that to be the thing. They must censor them? So, what do they look like? What do they look like? Are they just, like, black blobs? Or do they have different models for them? Did they create new models for the skeletons in there? I have no idea. I would love to see that. If anyone has like a picture of that, that'd be really cool of what they look like. So yeah, warriors use the scepter as a primal conduit, sending out psionic energy, closest thing to magic a warrior can manipulate. Yeah, something like that, right? Like I don't know. I'm still feeling like there is some kind of weird niche fantasy where we could have a warrior. You know, that's why I'm saying monk, because in a lot of different games, monks are these like melee like punchers and stuff like that, brawlers in a way. Like a lot of games use monks as like the brawler type. So there's kind of this connection because monks have this like spirituality to it, right? So I feel like if we kind of bridge all those together, we could find some kind of fantasy trope that fits that, and we could find a weapon that kind of fits that. So like a focus would be kind of cool. I don't know. No, I mean the issue with us player controlling or becoming skeleton. So it's not actually having skeletons in the game, but it's a player character controlling though is the issue. Okay. But warrior must bunk. Warrior bunks enough. We don't need any more bunks, okay? We have like greatsword, and we have sword, and we have spear doesn't bonk. What bonks? What else bonks? Sword and mace, dual mace, and axe, dual axe. We have enough bonk weapons. We don't need any more. Bonk, 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 bonk. You know what I need? You know what I want? Speaking of bonk, I want greatsword to be good on warrior, because it's really not anymore. It used to be like the top weapon, if you guys remember. Like the top weapon for warrior was like greatsword. But I want like a really I want like a club as like a greatsword skin, and just go in as like a big bonk weapon and just copy Rev Scepter, but yellow and less visually bloated. Yeah, I hate that it's just Revenant. As you guys can see, it gives me stress. Thinking about Revenant Scepter gives me stress. It raises my anxiety so much because I hate everything about it. I don't know what it is. It might functionally, like it might provide the things that it's supposed to do, but it's so clunky, and I hate that it's wielded as a freaking sword that looks like a giant laser beam. It's so dumb. I'm like, I don't know. I don't like being mean to someone that I'm sure someone worked very hard on creating that. But it's like, who comes up with this stuff? That is like the weirdest way. Like, it was like, the way that I imagine is like, they were like, the boss came into the room to the guy that created, right? He comes into the Solo, the guy that created the weapon for Revenant, and was like, "Yo, dude, your job for this next expansion, Seekers of the Obscure, is making the scepter on the Revenant." And they're like, "Hell yeah, but it has to be like a mid-range melee weapon." That was the job. So then the developer sits there and is like, "Oh god, the fuck am I supposed to do?" And they just like came up with that. Like it was just like they tried to make that work, and it was like they forced that the parameter was the parameter for that was you have to have it as like a melee mid-range like weapon. It has to be that. It's like, but why? Why? So I don't know. I hate Scepter's ally targeting. Ally targeting is bullshit. Ally targeting, and that is completely, so it's one of the things that I hate about the Scepter on Revenant, and I hate that about the Spectre on the, which is also the Scepter on the on the Thief, right? Like, I hate that, okay? Because it goes completely against what the original design philosophy was about the group play in Guild Wars 2. Where they specifically said, there is trailers out there where the developers said, we don't want, or interviews, trailers, whatever, right? Before Guild Wars 2 came out, we don't want people playing the UI, and we don't, you know, and we're creating the game so that you don't have to target allies to heal them, right? Like, and it's always been the design philosophy. It's always been like that. And then now all of a sudden, they're like doubling down on this like ally targeting bullshit to do supportive roles. I'm like, why? It's so clunky. It's so clunky. It's just, get rid of it. It's not a good, like, you try to make it work and it didn't work and it's fine. You don't you don't have to make something work. You can go back on it. It's like, you can still change this. It's not good. That's what she said. Bonk, 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 bonk. I hate Scepters. Yeah, the only fixed greatsword on Warrior needs is the allows to fucking move while using 100 blades. It's just, all the skills need to be updated. Again, it goes back to the other discussion that we've had. ArenaNet has taken certain weapons and their balancing and their rework of the balancing and all these things have been focused on a specific set of weapons where other weapons have been left behind, right? So what are some of these weapons that ArenaNet has focused on doing? So over the years, it's been Guardian Staff, Guardian Focus, Necro Focus, Elementalist Scepter, Revenant Hammer, Engineer Rifle, right? Like, there's been specific weapons that have seen way more updates and where they've constantly done something where they've done new animations or new whatever, right? Like a different way that right? But they focus on those same weapons. Like, they've done multiple times, redone these weapons multiple times where they've changed these skills multiple times. But there's others, like, again, the Greatsword hasn't really seen any updated on anything. Like, the Greatsword on Warrior hasn't really seen any updates. It needs like some TLC, right? Animation wise, it needs some TLC in like the numbers. It needs some TLC like overall. It just needs some TLC. It really does. The only fixed Greatsword on Warrior, it'd be good if ally targeted abilities only targeted allies. And I feel like there's something to be said. So if it only targets allies, and they could do something where it has, they could do the opposite of what, you know, if we do the ally targeting, which again, they've kind of doubled down, right? They've been doing it on like Elementalist, Water Elementalist, Staff 1, right? You can now target allies with it, which is just like, why? I hate that. Okay, I just hate the ally targeting like that if you change those skills. The thing is, they could do the opposite of what that used to do, right? That specific skill, which is Water Blast, right, is where you attack an enemy and it blasts healing around the enemy once you hit them. So they could do the opposite of doing ally targeting weapons, where you target an ally and it's only targeting allies, but it does damage to enemies around them. Do the opposite of that. And so then that way you kind of, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I still, like, when I think about it, it's like ally targeting is just so weird, because in like combat, it just doesn't feel, it feels so clunky. It feels so clunky because the visual noise and the, like, everything that's going on, all the damaging circles and all the things, like, it's just a nightmare. It's like, this could, like, I guess this could function in like a group of 5 people, but like, if I'm thinking of like a 10-man raid, like, I feel like that's really hard to deal with. You're just playing the UI, because you can't, the visual clutter is so extreme with like the armors and the infusions and the spell effects and the ground targeting and the circles everywhere, the red circles everywhere. Like, just look at the visual noise that we got through like Jantia Wilds. Like, it's so hard. Like, how do you pay attention to exactly like who has what health and whatever's going on, right? Like, it's just too much, and then it becomes like, I'm just gonna look at the UI because it's much cleaner and easier to see it there, and then I'm playing the UI, and then it's just not fun, and it's not plus. It just drives me crazy. I don't know. I just no mount, no tank, no healers, basically no Trinity. Well, they did go back on the no mounts, but the tank and healers, we don't really have tanks, we don't really have healers, but we have like these offset of the trilogy. We don't have specifically the Holy Trinity. Trilogy? I just call it trilogy. Trinity. So we have like offset Holy Trinity. We have like our own, Guild Wars has like its own Holy Trinity. So you're not, like, I don't disagree with you on it, right? But I feel like it's like a different way that they did it. Ally targeting is a good mechanic they've introduced, but it's good only when Otherwise, ally targeting is a good mechanic they've introduced, but it's good only when it's introduced as a quality of life feature. Example, Ranger Staff Skill 2. Did I hear raid? Yeah, I can talk about raids. Just because I don't raid doesn't mean that I can't talk about them. I've seen other people play raids. I have played raids myself. I'm sure there's streams on my channel that you guys can go back to where I was raiding. If you guys want my raiding experience, there's stream somewhere on my channel. They so badly want long-range hammer to work. Just make it a melee weapon already. It has a fun gaming. I think they could make it work. I actually gotta say that the increased or the decreased cast time on the Revenant hammer actually feels really good. It's starting to feel like, I was playing it the other day and I was like, oh, okay. I'm feeling we're going into the right direction. I feel like they could do something a little bit different. So the effect of, like, I don't know exactly how it functions. I think, does it bounce off of like enemies or whatever? I wish the bouncing would like work a little different. Like, it would have specific bounces around when it hits an enemy. Or is it just like a piercing thing that it just goes through the target or something? I don't remember how it works, but I feel like it should have like this bouncing effect where it like bounces like 3 times or twice or something. 3 times might be, but I'm starting to like it. I feel like they're kind of getting to somewhere with it. It just needs more work. But again, it's one of those things. Revenant Hammer has seen so much quality of life improvements. It's like, but there's other weapons. Like, look at Staff. How often has Staff has been updated, but it's been a few years. And Staff used to be the hammer of old. I remember, like, during, was it Path of Fire or before Path of Fire or something? I remember they would like constantly look at like the 5 skill. Like, they changed what that does, and they like changed how like you remember how it used to like create these orbs and stuff on the Staff, and they updated all of that, right? They looked at, but now they've kind of like, they've left it for you, and they're like, this is fine now, okay, bye. It's like, you need to look at all of them, you know? You kind of like, you know, pick every, in my opinion, if you're doing if you're doing quarterly balance updates, take one weapon every quarter and just update it. You don't necessarily need new animations and stuff, like, but really look at it and make it a good competitive weapon. You know, and bring them up to speed. Like, Warrior has, like I said, great sword, engineer pistols, I think, need to be looked at. Shield on so many different professions. Like, Warrior shield needs to be looked at. Revenant shield they've kind of worked on, and I think that's a good support weapon now. So I think that's fine, but like Warrior shield is like kind of crap. Engineer shield is crap, I think, right? Like, there's so many other weapons that are just so much better, you know? Revenant's stat problem is that not many people play healer Revenant. Well, that's the problem with Ventari. I think Ventari is just a weird healing spec. I think they need to look at that. I feel like they need to look at that. I think they need to look at Ventari. I think in my honest opinion, you guys, I think Ventari needs a complete rework. The way that the Ventari legend worked needs a complete rework, in my opinion. That might be too much work, but that's where I'm at right now with it. I want the auto attack on it to be melee at least. Everything else on it can be range. But what's the point of that? What's the point of having 4 skills that are ranged and 1 skill and the main skill they use all the time melee? Then there's no point in having all the other ones ranged. Second auto attack range, and first melee attack, like how the spear works underwater. I mean, nude animations, what? Same with Revenant Scepter as well. I mean, I guess, yeah. Well, yeah, so I guess the issue lies with Ventari. I don't know. I think Ventari as like the base, because when you're making a Revenant healer, you always take Ventari because that's where all like that's where a big chunk of healing comes from, right? So I just think it's a clunky way of using it. I've always said, here was my thought, okay, a long time ago. Did I make a video about that? No, I think we just talked about it on stream. A long time ago, I talked about how I wish one simple way that I could see Ventari tablet work a little bit better. And I don't know. This is just me. Again, I don't deal with numbers. I don't deal with all of this. Is a concept, okay? This is an idea / concept. Is that instead of having us move the tablet ourselves, it moves itself. That it almost becomes its own, like, entity. So it's almost like how in other MMOs they have, like, you know, when you look at some Final Fantasy 14, right? And you have the Scholar profession, which has the fairy that does the healing, right? Like, have it work like that. That's how I want it to be. I want it to be where it becomes its own little kind of entity and it kind of moves around on its own. And it kind of moves to, like, there could be like a way where it moves to, like, if there's an allied player that's under 50% health or something, like every 3 seconds it does like a check around it and it moves to that ally, and then, you know, you can just like pop your skills or whatever. Like, I don't know, Ventari tablet needs something. Ventari tablet is just kind of weird. Once upon a time, guys, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been streaming for 7 years, okay? 7 years. I was a different person back then. I was a different person. 26-year-old Arali was a different person. I'm so glad that my very first streams are not on YouTube anymore. You guys have no idea how awkward my very first streams were. They literally have the tech right now coming with Water Otter and a new way Ventari tablet could work. Something like that. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. I kind of like that idea of having something like that. I just, you know, I think there is something about that where, yeah, I don't know. Ventari as a familiar. No, the tablet. You can still have the tablet as a familiar, but just have it like be something that is its own like entity, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like that it, you know, I don't know, that it functioned a little differently. It doesn't have to be Ventari. I mean, you could do Ventari as a little like a spirit, okay? That like a little like the evoker has the little spirits that hang out. You know, that you could do that on Ventari, right? But I still think like you have the tablet, and the tablet is really cool. Like the concept of having the tablet be this own like thing that you can move around the battlefield, and it does like it has effects around it, I think is a really cool concept. But I just think the execution is iffy. I sit there and I'm like, it just doesn't quite hit what I wanted to go for. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's like something there, but it doesn't quite get to that. Helps with range healing or projectile destroying, and that's fine. So the concept was that like every 3 seconds it would like move to its own position, but you still had the ability, if you needed to, move it yourself. Okay, so you don't lose the ability to move the tablet yourself, but it does every 3 seconds kind of like move on its own to like to where it needs to go in a weird way, that it has like its own way, or maybe that it has its like, maybe there's a long range cast that it can do every interval, every 3 seconds or something, where it can kind of like heal or pump out some kind of boon, you know, regeneration boon or something, you know, and kind of, but you still have the ability of like saying, hey, I need you right here, right now, because I need to block projectiles. So you still have that ability where it cancels everything that it overrides whatever the tablet is doing, and it commands it to follow your immediate command. So you still have the immediate control over it if you need to, but that if you don't necessarily need to, and you need to focus on other things that are happening in combat, and you're like, you know, you're kind of working on DPS and everyone's kind of looking good on health right now, and you don't need to block anything right now or whatever, and boons are doing fine, that it kind of does its own thing. And you can kind of focus on, because I think Revenant has so many different things that it needs to focus on already, right? There's energy management, swapping between legends, cooldowns, weapon swapping, right? There's so many different things. Now we're adding like cosmic wisdom to it, right? Another resource that you kind of have to manage, right? There's so many different things that you have to manage, so many different types of like things you have to pay attention to. So it'd be, I think it would kind of alleviate the issue that some healers might have, where it's overwhelming, because there's like, okay, I got to make sure that the tablet is in the correct position, because it heals in an AoE, and I have to make sure that if a person is over here, or a backline person needs healing, you know, you have to send it to these areas yourself, on top of positioning yourself, because there's all this AoE happening on the ground, and you have to like block, and you have to make sure you're dodging at the right time, and all these things. And I think it just becomes like too much managing of all these different things, that it just becomes so hard. Like, it just becomes easier to pick something else, because other healers just have it so much easier to just kind of like, oh, you know, Firebrand can just like press all of the buttons, and all the boons are provided, and blah 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 blah, right? Whatever, right? Like, I'm again, I don't play raids or whatever, but that's what it feels like to me. You know, I feel like that's kind of so it's stuck to you, but you can send it somewhere else, and you can call it back, or it will teleport to you when too far away. Yes, that, and like I said, kind of see, like, if maybe, for example, you're not realizing that there's like 2 teammates that are really low on health, okay, and you're like in the middle of dodging, or there's a big attack coming your way, right? Other healers have the ability of like, just, they have an oh shit handle, right? Like, for example, like I said, like Firebrand, you can press like F2 and you do like an AoE heal, right? And it's just like, okay, I can do that if I need to right then and there. I can do this to not, you know, like to still pump out some healing, but I can still dodge out of the way, or I can still deal with this like ground targeting that's happening where I need to move out of the circle or whatever, right? But I want it to be that the tablet, it moves to those 2 people, or heals those 2 people, right? not necessarily all the time, like I said, at an interval of 3 seconds, so that maybe in that moment where you can't provide boons or you can't provide healing or whatever it is, that the tablet is like, nope, I'm gonna move there and I'm gonna do it on my own, so I don't necessarily have to manage it every single second. Like, that's the thing, the Revenant has to manage the tablet every single second. It's like, you have to, it's almost like playing two players at the same, you play two characters with the tablet, right? You play yourself and then you play the tablet, and you have to position both of them, and a big thing about Guild Wars 2 is the positioning, right? Like, healing is dealt in AoE, and like, you know, blah blah blah, like, we, you know, so you know, and there's so many things going on. Like, that's kind of where I'm going with that. Just have a cute little Ventari spirit, then reactivating tablet spends your energy to do a thing, so you can have control of the healing, but otherwise you don't have to do anything. Utilities make Ventari do stuff. I think Cosmic Wisdom is a lot simple. Something like that with the Ventari thing, right? Like, I feel like there is some kind of rework that they could do with the tablet where I don't need to have this weird turret that I move around. Like, just to put it in simple terms, the weird turret that I have to go move around the arena to make sure that it's positioned exactly where I need it to be at all times. I think it's just on top of all the other management that you have to do as the Revenant, like I said. Because once you swap legends, which happens a lot, the tablet resets to back to where you are. And then again, you got to think about, oh, I got to move the tablet where it needs to be. And that's just an extra step that the Revenant healer has to do in order to keep up with all the other healers and supporters. So, I think Cosmic Wisdom is a lot simpler than you realize. I think Arena made it specifically for people like you that feel overwhelmed by Rev's energy. You literally spend energy and then use Cosmic Wisdom, rinse, repeat. Yeah, I think they were trying to lean into the, you don't necessarily need to swap legends, because the whole thought, and you're right, like, I think it is very simple, and I think it kind of helps stay in one legend, because it kind of, it's one of those things where you can stay in one legend, because the longer you stay in that legend, the higher your wisdom the wisdom counter thing goes, or whatever, right? And you can reactivate it and blah blah blah, and you still, even if you don't swap legends, right? I think that's one of the core ideas, is even if you don't swap legends, you still get something out of your second legend. So based on the Cosmic Wisdom and the utility skills and stuff like that, so it is perfect for people like me that hate swapping legends and I hate managing energy and stuff like that. But I think to utilize it to its most, like, to really get to the meta build and stuff like that, and I'm thinking about like raiding and strikes and all that stuff, right? Like, there's still the idea of, you still have to manage that. It is still a thing that you have to, in the end, if you really go down to the, like, we're building for meta builds, right? If you're using that elite specialization, you still have to figure out a way to manage that, you know? So you're not, you know, I agree with you on that, but I just think there's a little bit more to it. So I'm wondering how much they'll change in new specs before they'll get released. Yeah, right. I don't know. I don't know how much they're gonna change them. You know, it's all about feedback, right? It's all about feedback and how much they're taking of the feedback. I think the more feedback in the same direction that we're giving them, the better, right? The more we see of people online saying that Paragon needs more of the golden wings and that they need to look at the ranges of the commands and all these different things, I think the more they would be inclined to change those, right? Like, I think it's really about, I think it's about both quality and quantity, right? It's about the quality feedback, but it's also about the quantity of the feedback that we're giving, right? Of the same feedback. You know, because here's the thing, if you get like 10 different feedbacks and they all say different things, Arena is gonna look at that and be like, yeah, we're not gonna like, all the feedback that we got is like completely all over the place, right? So it's like getting kind of a consensus on what the player base wants and kind of going with the same, like, I think if everyone has the same conclusion about a elite specialization, I think ArenaNet is more inclined to change whatever that specific criticism is, right? That complaint or whatever, right? So
I'm going to.
yeah, uh, yeah, I'm definitely swapping Legend with my build because that's just the way I like to play Rev, and that's the way it's supposed to be played. Like, let's be real, that is, it's a part of the function of the Rev. But I'm so stuck on like having a specific fantasy. So if I have like a Rev that's about demons, right? Like, I would hate to be like, you know, I made this demonic looking character and I now swap into something like Jalis. I'm like, that's a dwarf. Like, that doesn't fit my fantasy idea of this character. So it's just because I like the fantasy fluff and the all the bullshit around all that. So it's a personal issue and has nothing to do at all with the swapping of the swapping of the legends. The legend swap is like a part of the thing, and anyone that plays Rev should be doing that. I'm just being a stubborn fool, as they say, right? A stubborn fool in that sense. Right now, Evoker is pretty lame in terms of support. There's nothing to generate might and fury outside of one utility skill. And there's no stab for allies. I think this was a big consensus throughout some of the more supporty type, aside like maybe like ritualists and stuff. I saw a lot of people kind of say like, hey, it kind of feels weird that the boon distribution isn't what it really should be. So I think that's something, again, if enough people kind of mention that. I'm not a numbers guy. I'm not a like boon here and boon there person. Like, I don't know, right? But I think the idea still stands that like if most people give the same feedback, which I've seen across the board, that a lot of people have been talking about the boon distributions of some of these support type elite specializations, right? Like how the amalgam has like every boon in the book available at all times. It's I think it becomes more likely that Arena is going to change that. So like, it's just, you know, amalgam looks really good. I think so far right now. So there is a tier list. Do you guys want me to do tier list? I will tell you guys. So I looked on the tier maker or whatever that website is. There's actually like really fun tier lists for Guild Wars 2. And I pulled up a couple. Do you guys want me to do tier lists on like its elite specializations? Do you guys want to see how my opinion is, what my opinion is on specific on the elite specializations, like who won, like what is? As I've seen some people do tier lists and stuff. Someone posted it on the Discord, and I kind of like actually looked at it, and I was like, I didn't make a tier list, but I looked at it and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I looked on the website, I'm like, oh, there's cool like different tier lists. And I actually pulled up another, I know I pulled up one other one that they had on there for Guild Wars 2, which was, is there another person attacking me? No. Okay, it felt like, I think that was just a fire up. Spend energy swap for energy boost from the energy swap trade. Yeah, I know. I guess that's the way to play it, right? Like, I don't know, energy just... I feel like that's going to be really good with Conduit, which is funny because when Rev originally came out, it didn't have weapon swap. It was just... Yeah. Yes, I do remember that as well. Yeah, so the water otter, like I said, you guys know that I like to do water magic. We just talked about it. Water, like a DPS water mage. I don't know if the otter is really the way to go on it. We're gonna have to see how that really works out with the like specializing in one. I want to really see how it works out with specializing in one element. I really want to see how they can make that feel really good, and maybe there is a way to make a water mage DPS like setup that I can do something at least for PvE. Obviously, it's never going to be It's never gonna be meta. It's never gonna be something that is gonna be good for raids or fractals or strikes or anything like that. But just something fun to play around with in PvE. I really want to try that out for sure. So, and also you guys have to remember, as we give feedback, right? Like they're changing what some of these. We're getting new relics and stuff too, right? Like what are the new relics looking like? What are they gonna do, right? Like maybe there's some really good relics that interact with these new elite specializations and the new mechanics on the elite specializations, right? Like maybe there's something there that we didn't see before, which is a song from Beauty and the Beast, or part of a song.
Pathfinder will open them up. We will learn.
I don't remember how it goes, but I do remember that part. So, but yeah, if you guys want me to do some tier lists, I can do that as well. I don't know how interested people would be. There was a really cool tier list. Drathor, get out of here, please. Does he teleport out of there? Huh. What was the symbols that he cast? Did you guys see that? Those were translatable. Just so you guys know, those were translatable symbols. I don't know what those said. I can't believe that. I gotta look at that. That's gonna be a new episode. There you guys go. A new episode of Guild Wars 2 Translated right there.
Please, help. He's controlling me. I can't help. Please, help. He's
Yeah,
controlling
I
me.
know.
I can't help.
Why did that not? Why did the immobilize not work? Why is the cripple not working on these? What's going on here? Drathor's fiend. Kill that fiend. Your list sound fun? I'll do. There's only a couple. I mean, it's not gonna take a long time. I do want to look into that. Okay. Oh, I mounted. I shouldn't be doing that. Ooh, I did a taboo. Well, like I said, it's a trial run, but the idea is the reason for no mounts is the speed of the completion of this, and I'm not going for speed right now, so mounting doesn't really matter. Because I'm not working on that, so I'm not working on the actual time. The time will be, once I find an actual setup, it's going to be about the time. I want to look at that real quick.
We were attacked by a deranged centaur. We barely made it out alive.
No,
Oh,
use
you would
this.
take
Yeah.
a Drathor?
I want to
To
use this.
survive? Curious.
That's all you have to say? Curious?
Okay,
We almost
let me
died.
look at
I
something
mean, no
real
offense.
quick.
I was simply surprised. If it bothers you, perhaps we should speak in private. Looks as if I need to teach Drathor a lesson.
Siphon. Hmm. Yeah, I'm just looking at his abilities, and it just says. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't know what the skill is that he used there. That was very interesting. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna be right back, and then we're gonna do a tier list. Why not? Why not? I'll be right back, you guys.
May Melandru guide you.
Please, Quaggan wants to be far away from this awful place.
Don't worry, I haven't forgotten you. I just want to make sure to find you a nice, quiet new village where no crate will bother you again.
Thank you. Quaggan knows you are trying.
Greetings. I watch over this place and all visitors as if they were my own flesh and blood.
Well, a pleasure to meet you, young man. What delight.
In that case, buy me a pint?
I'll buy you coffee.
Yes, coffee. That would be great.
Welcome to Blackhaven. May I ask what your business is here?
You might, provided I had you sign a non-disclosure agreement before answering. Well, I'm afraid I neglected to bring one along with me. So, my answer is, I'm really not at liberty
Ever been to Lion's
say.
Arch?
I see.
But we're going there someday.
My loss,
Oh, you
I
should let me
suppose.
take you. I've been there. I know the streets. All the things I've seen. The glorious
You could
things.
always try guessing.
You should
Nope,
see them.
I'm good.
There's Asura and Char making strange contraptions and shooting them off at night. There's Norn fighting in arenas. And there's Silvari talking to anybody they can find. I've even seen a Quaggan chief, or whatever they are, waddling about.
No thanks.
Salutations, my rotund little friend. I'm new to your area. Could you tell me which way that tower in the lake fell when it came down?
Quaggan's family never returned from that tower.
Yes, tragic, I'm sure. Still, I imagine that means it must be fresh in your mind.
Let's see the color of your coin.
Are you trying to remember for me? There may be a tasty fish in it for you.
What's going on here? Is this person bothering you?
Oh, no bother at all. We were just having a nice chat, weren't we?
This person is bothering Quaggan. Yes.
Now, I was only...
Enough. You heard her. Move along.
Good thing about Inferno build is that I don't have to change my gear stats when I switch to try a air hair focus build, so I can try both builds. Yeah, well, I mean the beta is gonna let you try anything anyways, so that's kind of nice. All right, let's look at hey, let's go somewhere. This is a beautiful part of the sky. Oh, look at that. Oh, why does it turn green? Did you guys see how green that gets? Oh, there, this one. Yeah. With the moon there. Is it? It's nighttime? How's it nighttime? Welcome to Keswick Hill's night sky, you guys. Do you love it? Do you really think it's like really dark at night? And like this is really nighttime. Really dark nighttime going on there. The hell is that? Stupid as fuck. Move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it. I don't know what's wrong with me, okay? Don't judge. Okay. What are we looking at here? Okay. So I'm just gonna pull it up here. Oh, there we go. Let's see. All right, simple tier list. So I have to actually think about this. Okay, so from what we have seen so far, this is my impressions. Obviously, you guys can make your own. You know, like this is tier maker. Okay, you can just find it. Go on tier maker and just look for Guild Wars 2. You can find there's multiple of these. Okay, so let's kind of go through and let's look at all of them. I don't know the way that they were like revealed and like whatever. So, oh god, this is gonna be really tough for me because I'm not I'm not really like a. I'm just kind of go with like my opinion. Obviously, this is gonna be my opinion, and this might completely be different to other people. So Troubadour, the idea is interesting. I think the execution, from what I've seen, isn't that great. Like, it's not bad, but I think it's B tier for me. Do you have a rule set for it? Similar, just didn't have time. So let me pull up the rule set. Yes. So I do have a rule. Where's my rule set? There it is. So I have a rule set here. You can kind of see it. I'm going to be changing it. Oops. Let's take out the viewer count because no one gives a shit. I don't even know why I have that there. So you can kind of see the rule set here. I'm doing a tier set. So this is kind of the rule set. I'm going to be changing this a little bit. Because I've been kind of thinking of different ways. This was the initial setup in the challenge run, okay? This was the initial Survivor Challenge run rule set that I had. I'm going to be changing some of that, so don't take that. You know, that's the first iteration of it. I have some other ideas, so I'll go back in game later and we'll kind of look at that. But again, we'll play a little bit more, but I've been kind of trying out different things with it. The way that the initial rule set, it doesn't really work because of what I'm trying to achieve with it. But yeah, it's really fun. It's really fun if you want to play the game in a different way. So Teapot was mad lad and did a tier list of all of the specs, including the new ones. Is there? I was looking for that. I couldn't find it. Is there a tier list that has all of the elite specs? I found one that has all the old ones.
You could always try guessing.
Should I be adding all elite specs? Should I do all the elite specs? Is B or low A tier for me? I feel like Troubadour is kind of lazy in terms of design. All DPS trades are just damage modifiers. And it doesn't, it's just, to me, it's just, it almost feels like they have, like, from what I can really recall, it really feels like they just kind of have these instruments and they wanted to do something music-based, but doesn't feel like a new thing. Does that make sense? Like, it kind of doesn't really feel like a new, like, some of the abilities are a little arbitrary on it. Yeah, I don't know, maybe created it himself. He must have created it himself, right? Let me see. I gotta look. Do I have? Oh, I know I have them all somewhere. I know I have them all somewhere. There is a folder somewhere on my computer that's Guild Wars 2 files. Oh, this is it. Hello? Why do they look like this? I need to see what they look like. These are not... It's not showing me what they look like. Okay, can I type in, let's say, engineer? Engineer. No. Okay. I don't... Thought I had... Guild Wars 2 art? Oh my god, I have so many files. You guys do not understand how many files I have on this computer that are just Guild Wars 2 related. There's 10 billion files on here. So it's more strict than what I came up with and saying, though I gotta say, from inspiration. Oh. Hey, congrats. Congrats on getting your, Sky. Also generating a light force you to spam your healing song. You don't know, maybe he created it himself. Rule says, so I gotta say, no paragraph sounds fun, but it's something I haven't thought of. So let me give you a little background on where this idea came from. So on this channel, over the last couple of years, I've done different challenge runs. So I did the very first one that I did was a, what did I call it? A pacifist run. So it was a warrior that pretty much it was leveling from 1 to 80 using no weapons. You could equip armor and I could only use signet skills. So having like signets equipped, like I wasn't allowed to use them, but I could have signets. I was able to use traits. I was able to use all of that stuff. That wasn't really a challenge because the issue is just the issue that I had with it was that it was just a long time investment. I did a second run, okay, where I did the same thing where I didn't use a weapon, but I did it on a ranger, and I just had my pet. And instead of just leveling to 1 to 80, I actually did all of the maps in CORSAIR. It was about map completion. So I actually did the whole map. Like I said, those streams are on my channel. You guys can go on the live tab. They're on there. I think there's playlists as well that I created. But again, the thing was, it wasn't a challenge. It was more of a time investment because there was no stakes, right? The idea was there was no stakes to it. So it was like dying didn't mean anything. You know, none of it was really like, okay, so I took like a really deep look at like what could we create? What could I create? What would we as a community create that would really challenge us to go above and beyond? Okay. And so the idea is like hardcore rule set, meaning that if you die, you have to reset, right? There's already stakes right there. No armor, no weapon, right? That was kind of the idea. No waypointing, because the idea is that I do want to make it a timed challenge. So if I can teleport around and I can teleport to all of the starter maps, it makes it super fast, right? Because I can just go to the starter map. Makes it easy as well, because if I am in Queensdale and let's say I'm level 20 now and I've completely map completed Queensdale, I can now teleport to Wayfarer Foothills and start at the level 2 area, right? And just say, okay, well, you know, I'll just continue here. But there's no challenge, because that's not hard to do, right? Like, even if you're not using weapons, that's not a challenge. It's just a time investment. It's just you sit there and you do the things that you can do even without a weapon, and you try to do that, right? So the idea is to really get to a rule set that challenges you, that where you kind of have to come up with a specific route that you have to take. So being in level appropriate maps, not using waypoints, because we don't even if I'm on one side of the map and I need experience points and I can't go to the next map because I'm not that level yet, then I have to find another way to get that experience, right? And that's kind of where the time thing comes in, right? Because once we get to the point where we time this challenge, then it's like, ooh, okay, now I'm wasting time because I have to find that extra experience somewhere, right? So you have to kind of plan your route beforehand and make sure that you hit all of these little things and do the hearts that you can do and do the events that you know are gonna pop up and do them, right? So that you get enough experience as you venture through, so you don't have to backtrack and waste time. So by the end of it, the idea is to do it in a really low amount of time, but it's actually a challenge because you didn't die, right? You didn't, like, hardcore rules mean you know, once you die, you have to reset. You're not using any armor, you're not using any traits, you're not using any utility skills, you only have that one healing skill. And my new way that someone brought up was, because when you're not using weapons, it makes it incredibly hard. I've attempted it now numerous times, and not having a weapon at all is really, really hard to do, and it would just take forever to actually get to the point where you're level 80. So someone suggested, why don't you use just a starter weapon? So that's what I'm doing now on this new iteration of this rule set. We're using the starter weapon that you start the game with. Okay, so I started a warrior, you get a sword, and you're not allowed to exchange the sword, you're just using that starter sword that you got. So that's kind of the new idea. So I'm kind of running through that now. It's working a lot smoother and it's a lot easier for now, but we're only level, like, what, level 15 we just reached. So we're going to get into the difficult part because the experience starts really dropping off around like 30, 40, 50. Like, that's when it really starts, like, kind of the experience gain isn't as high anymore, and things become difficult as you don't have armors and trades and utility skills and these other things, right? So it becomes a really hard challenge towards that part of it, right? Because you're in level appropriate zones, meaning that all the enemies are around your level range. So that's kind of where I'm going with that. Just to give you guys a breakdown of the people that are interested. My rule set would look somewhat like that. No deaths, solo, and self-found items. So no level up rewards. Okay. No objectives like map completion, hearts, or events. I will slot. So how do you do that? Because you're bound to get waypoints. You're bound to get points of interest. You're bound to get, so what? You're doing event, like as you're doing events, you're gonna get hearts. Oh, you're not doing events. So how do you level up? Just defeating enemies? Right, because you're bound to get some kind of, you know, you're bound to maybe run into like a point of interest or a waypoint, or you know, as you're trying to like leave maps, for example, there's no way to leave certain maps without getting a waypoint because it's right in front of the gate. So you're gonna be getting that waypoint, right? So even if you're saying, well, no, I want to just get the 5 initial waypoints that are unlocked and no other ones, you're bound to get other ones unlocked. So I feel like that might be really tough, but that might be fun to kind of find a way around that, where you go to all the maps where you could go to a new map without triggering the waypoint, and you kind of have to find exactly those. So that's not a bad idea. I love that setup as well. That's a very interesting rule set too. Yeah, I have no mounts. I think I'm gonna take the gliding out as well. So there's gonna be no mounts, no gliding, because it's the idea is the time challenge, right? So we're timing this. So speed is also a factor. If I can't, you know, the thing is with my challenge that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to have it be accessible to everyone else. And someone that just jumps into the game or that starts a new account or that does whatever doesn't have access to mounts, right? So if speed is a factor, the idea is that we take that out, right? Like we want to take that out. We're doing first person to give it another challenging thing. It has to be first person, so it's another challenging thing because you don't have the viewpoint of you see what's going on around you, right? And you're doing mounts, right? No mounts, I mean. So it's kind of my rule set, but I like the idea of not doing events and stuff like that. It's just very hard to do that, it's, you know, because you're bound to get like random credit for enemies that you kill, and I feel like there might be like, you might run into issues of accidentally completing a heart because you like attacked an enemy somewhere or whatever, you know what I mean? Like I feel like that would be very tough to do, but that might be part of the challenge itself too, which actually might make it really interesting. Oh god, I don't know how to spell. Okay, I don't have any of the other. Okay, I guess I can't believe I don't have them. No, I don't. Oh, I can't believe I don't have any of them. I know I use them in videos. So I have all of these. Oh. I keep clicking the wrong button. So I have all of those. I had those lined up. Is that all the core ones? That's all the core ones. I had those. Ooh, I have a bunch more. That. Temp. That. I think there might be some duplicates, just so you guys know. So if you see duplicates in there, it's because I downloaded duplicates at some point. This is a mess, okay? This folder is a giant freaking mess. You guys have no idea all the pictures and icons and the things that I have. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I have all of these. There's some duplicates, so I got it. Can I take this? How do I take this out?
Salutations, my rotund little friend.
Is there a way to take these out? Whatever. I guess the duplicates I'm gonna put to the end. There's 2 revenants. I don't even know what I'm missing now, and why are some so small? Okay, I'm gonna move that to the end. I have 3 revenant. 3 revenant icons. Why? Yeah, that's definitely part of the challenge to play around certain objectives. Also, another unwritten rules that I may not camp in low-level areas, meaning things I should kill, match my level. Well, and that's part of it too, right? Because I can sit in Shaymore Fields and kill MOAs all day long, and I'll get to level 80 without dying. I won't die. I'll get to level 80, right? Like, I can find environmental weapons, or I can find whatever out there, even if I'm not doing a weapon, like no weapon challenge, right? And I can just sit there and do that, right? So I'm trying to find like this almost infallible set of rules. So what am I missing? See, I don't have all of them. I know I had them all at some point. Can't believe I don't. It's very maddening. Yeah, let's just talk about the new ones. Yeah, you're not wrong. Let me do something. Yeah, is there a way to... Okay, I didn't save it, so I didn't know if I could just reset it. Okay, I reset it. Okay, let's just talk about the new ones. You can always continue the rest of... Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create my own... I'm going to make my own tier maker thing where it has all elite specializations. I'm sure someone is going to be making that as well. But yeah, we're just going to do this. Let's just do this, and let's just do that, right? Okay, so Troubadour, B tier. I think the concept is interesting, right? We're doing music based, and we're doing you know, I like the instruments. I like the, you know, illusionary instruments. I like the idea of having like a little band that you do by the end. You have the crescendo, right? And all this stuff. And there's certain elements that bounce off of each other really well, but I don't think it changes the core of the spec enough for me that it really feels like fresh and exciting in a way. I was very like, at first I was like, oh cool, okay, music. Like, I'm not a bard type of player. Like, I'm not one that would go for a bard ever, but I was like, oh okay, like I could kind of see like there's been a lot of like song things, and I like the idea of having like music notes and stuff. Like, I think that's kind of cool, but as it stands right now, it doesn't really blow me away. So it's like a mid tier, right? It's like a middle of the road. I do need to find a way to add some more spice to it. I'm at a point where most things in game cannot really kill me, except I'm really going out of my way. Yeah, and so level appropriate zones will probably help you with that, right? So saying that, let's say you're in Queensdale and you hit level 15, that means at that point you now have to move to Kessex Hills, right? Like, I feel like that should be part of that rule, just because, like you said, it's like if you stick around Queensdale, you can stick around Queensdale all day long and level to level 80, and it's no challenge, right? There's no challenge. You're looking for a challenge, so it's like, you know, I think ArenaNet should change the mind-producing trait on Evoker into vulnerability instead. Okay, I'm not gonna think about that right now because that's a whole different thing. So, so to summarize my opinion on Troubadour, I really like the theme of the class, the aesthetics, but I'd like to see more in terms of the effects. Make the instruments play in the background and do pulsing something when you activate it. Also, just put Elik on crescendo, or however that skill is called, crescendo. Yeah. Again, that's like, you know, specific like boon applications and stuff. I'm not really, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really like, I'm not very articulate in that. I don't understand that in such a deep level that I could talk about those specific things, right? So I kind of go with like the flair and the idea and the concepts and that, right? Like I kind of deal with those more. So but I can't agree on the F1 to F3. I feel like they don't really blow me away. you know, I don't know. I feel like they did like a really cool thing with the Virtuoso, where they really changed what the you don't have clones anymore and you now have 5 blades instead. Like, I really love that idea, and I really wish they would go like deeper with it, right? And really like kind of do something more with the F abilities there. We know, I know everyone knows, but I'm sure there's people that don't know that. So I need them to know that I don't know what I'm talking about. I just need people to understand that I don't know what I'm talking about, so don't listen to anything I say. Okay? All right. So Paragon, in concept, it's not bad, right? The idea of having the Paragon be, you know, about the commands and having the refrains and the echoes and the things going on, right? Like, I like the idea, but having the delay on the commands to do the echo and pretty much it's so arbitrary. It's like they wanted to make this work somehow, and then they were like, oh, well, why don't we have like a delay? And then it's just like, it's weird. There's not enough golden wings. The range is really bad. So the idea is good. The execution is just really, really bad. But it's not bad enough that I would say that it's like the worst thing ever. But as it stands right now, it's a C tier for me. Which I want it to be an S tier because I love Paragon in Guild Wars 1 and I love the idea of Paragon, and I feel like it could work really well in Guild Wars 2, but just the way that it's set up right now, it doesn't really fly. I don't like how they just give you a buff to all attributes. I feel that Paragon's chance will be very spammy, but they should have some ranged element to it. Maybe a cone in front. It should be a ranged. I mean, if the shouts are all at the 600 range, why are my commands that are supposed to be like almost like a step up from shouts in a way, worse in their effect and smaller in their radius? Like, that doesn't make any sense. They should be at least 600 range, right? Like radius. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. The traits need some work. Some of the traits just don't feel kind of lazy too, from what I remember. I mean, I didn't like sear it into my mind, so I don't really know exactly what it all says. But you know, I feel like there's something there that they could work on for sure. And that's the thing. The chans are very spammy. Yeah, probably, right? Like, to keep up with a lot of these different things, you're gonna have to spam, which I don't necessarily mind. I like spamming the shouts on the warrior too. Like when I'm on World vs. World and I do like a heal shout warrior type, like a heal breaker, I guess you call it. You know, in World vs. World, like a shout healer or whatever it's called. You know, I don't mind that really too much, but it's just the weird delay, because now you have like, you can't just like pop it, but you have to, not only is there that was another thing that we saw in the video that was posted on Discord. It was like there's a cast time to them as well, so they're not instantaneous, right? So you have a cast time and you have a delay on it, so it's not just like I can't pop it, right? Like the shouts are really cool because I can just pop it, bam bam bam. I can just like, you know, Zerg is attacking, I'm like, shout all the things, it's fine, right? Like I can't do that with commands. So it's kind of lacking. All right. Amalgam. Amalgam looks really cool. I love the idea. There's something to be said about taking... So one of the things that a lot of people have been talking about, is having, you know, certain things. So the biggest example of this, for example, is the Necromancer, right? Necromancer is all green all the time. It's a different shade of green. It's a different shade of green. It's all green all the time, but a different shade, whatever, right? You go and shout, the whole screen is green. Or you go into Shroud, the whole screen is green. You go into a different Shroud, it's still green, but a different shade of green, right? So it's always there's something about that that's kind of like, I get it. I get that that's like the profession identity is like, it's all green all the time. I get that, right? Like the necromantic powers are like that. But what I love about the amalgam is that it doesn't care about that, right? Like the engineer is so cool in their flexibility of their flare and what they look like, right? It's like, oh, you have like these, you have this, right? You have like Holosmith, which is just like holograms, and they look like they're like, a lot of them are yellow, but then your figure becomes like blue and then it turns yellow right before it like overheats, right? And then we have the Mechanist, which is like very green, right? And then we have the you know, the different gyros that have like different colors. And then like I like that the engineer has the freedom of having different flair, where it is necessarily set into like one type of something, right? And I really think that the engineer really hits these different types of engineered like flavors, right? Where like the scrapper is really like, it fits so well with Heart of Thorns because the pact was attacked and it was destroyed, and now these engineers are scrappers because they're looking for scrap and they're building things out of that to survive in the jungle. And it was really cool, right? The Holosmith didn't really fit necessarily with Path of Fire, but the idea of having like your photon forge and like, you know, creating like your own like holograms that do damage, right? Like there's just something really cool. There's like this concept that works really well because the freedom, the malleability that engineer has as a profession is so cool, right? And I love where they're taking it with the amalgam, where it's just like, okay, now we're doing Quicksilver and everything is Quicksilver themed, right? And then the customization of it is so cool. I like, it's insane to me the amount of things that you can customize on that thing, right? Like all of your F abilities now have their own customizability, like customizable skills on them, where you can like pick and choose what you want to have in what skill slot on your tool belt. Like that's so, I'm like, oh my god, right? And they're all like very unique, right? You have the razor blades, and you have the spikes, and you have the hammer, and you have the sword, and you have the thing, and you have the da-da-da-da. It's so cool. It's really, really cool. I think, you know, it pumps out a ton of different boons. It looks really cool. It looks like it can fill different roles. It really feels like it's very flexible in any roles. I think the malleability of the mold, it's just so cool, right? Like, sorry, I'm so into talking that I like didn't even read. Yeah, but Paragon's Child feel like they also serve a very specific purpose. One of them grants might, the other one is healing, and the last one is stun break. And that's fine to have chants that do specific things. It's the same with shouts. I have certain shouts that do certain things, right? Like I have a stun break shout, I have a shout that heals, I have a shout that provides might, I have these different shouts, right? But it's nice that I can pop them right when I need them right there. There's no cast time, there's no delay on it. It has a 600 range and I can pop it right then and there, right? And if a Zerg is attacking me, I can pop all of them because I'm going to need all of them. I'm going to need the stun break because I know there's going to be some kind of stun coming, right? There's going to be some kind of CC coming my way. I know, you know, healing, obviously there's damage coming our way. I need the might because the might application, you know, like for Great Justice being the thing is a self-heal because of the might application through the trait, and it heals you and blah, 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 whatever, right? I'm healing around me because I'm using the shout, right? But I'm like also providing these other things that were mentioned. But I feel like the commands don't really, I don't know. I feel like they're not quite that level. So it kind of feels iffy on that. I feel like Ritual needs most work besides Luminary. Healing spirits should be ground targeted instead of being summoned on top of you. That makes your spirits linger should be a minor trade. We'll talk about Ritualists in a minute. I'll talk about Ritualists later. So we're gonna kind of continue with this. Amalgam and Invokers really stole the show for this batch of specs. As a main, Mesmer main, I'm not impressed with the Troubadour. It's fine, but it might be the first Mesmer spec that's not on top of the other, and the first spec that's not for me. So there's like a bittersweet to that, right? Like the idea of it's not on top, because I feel like many, like, I remember when Path of Fire came out, Mirage was like really like, it was big, right? A lot of people were playing Mirage. Like Staff Mirage for a long time was like one of the top builds that was like in PvE. Like a lot of people, I remember a lot of people were playing it. Virtuoso even now is like a big one that a lot of people play. Chronomancer, when that came out, right? Back then it was like Alacrity and Quickness weren't easily available, but we had them on the Chronomancer, right? A lot of people. So it's, I guess there's a bittersweet, because it's kind of nice that Mesmer for once isn't one of the crop of the cream, like the top of the whatever the term is, right? But that it isn't the top guy out of all of the other ones, right? Like it's kind of nice that it's not that. Like I understand it for Mesmer mains, but I feel like Mesmer mains have had really good specs over the years, where I'm kind of like, I think it's kind of time for other ones to kind of take a spotlight a little bit. So it's a bittersweet thing. It's not necessarily a good thing, obviously, right? So what is it? Alec for allies is generally only when you swap between chans. Why make chans that grant you these very specific situations when you force people to spam them? Yeah, that is weird, right? The alacrity definitely needs to be looked at, the way that you apply the alacrity. If they want alacrity gameplay on the Paragon, it needs to be different. It needs to not have to do spamming, and this has been reiterated throughout the community for a long time, and I 100% agree on it. Having a boon like Quickness and Alacrity be based off of spamming your skills to maintain it 100% of the time is not good design. It doesn't matter what the skills are. It shouldn't be like that. There needs to be a different way to apply the Alacrity. Right, so I think. So anyways, so I think it's S tier. I'm gonna say I think that it hits so many notes. It's really good. It looks really fun. The trades looked really good. The trades really, I feel like, again, this is just kind of my opinion, they feel like they work really well with the spec. There's the amount of skills that we got, the amount of animations, right? It really feels like it's also very unique, because the idea of having the Quicksilver effect isn't something that's ever used anywhere else. So in PvP, in World vs. World, you can immediately pick out what that player is, right? It's kind of like the Holosmith. The Holosmith is very, very unique in that way as well, where it kind of like you can immediately pick out like, oh, that's a Holosmith because, you know, they look blue and they're shooting light at me, right? So I like that though. I like that you can really pick out, like, it looks good. I feel like it's just fun. It looks really fun to play. Like, I haven't played it, but you know, I mean, Bard is still pretty good, especially on a visual perspective, but it's number 3 at best, since Evoker goes first for me and Amalgam second. Also interesting, I don't play Ranger, but Gale Shot really appeals to me. And I've seen that sentiment a lot. A lot of people have been saying Gale Shot is number 1, and once I get to Gale Shot, I might kind of shock you guys a little bit, because I don't know if I'm 100% with everyone else on it, but yeah, we'll talk about that. It's a code to be spammed if you want to spam that ability for its own effect anyways. Well, and that's fine, right? But I'm saying specifically, if you want to spam that effect, that's fine. If that's what you want to do, but to maintain a specific boon that you need for a group setup, it doesn't feel good. If you need to spam it just to maintain this thing that your role should be doing anyways, and you don't care about the other effects that it has, whether it provides might or fury or regeneration or healing in some way or whatever, right? Blocking or whatever it is, right? Whatever the case is, if you're just pressing that button to maintain alacrity or quickness or whatever, it doesn't really, there's a design flaw there, right? I think Bard's Crescendo with Alacrity would be perfect instead of F3. Gale Shot was number 1. I would rather have a total rework on it. I don't like its Alec, and I don't like the way it's applied. Well, make sure you give that feedback to ArenaNet, you guys. You know, it's all about that. It's all about that constructive criticism right now. Right now is the time. Right now is the time to come up with these with these things, right? And write about it and go to the, I know the forums are awful, but you know, it's just really the only place that we can reach them. So you can do Reddit, but who knows how much of the Reddit garbage they read. So and I like Troubadour more than most, at least for Condi DPS, and I've always loved Bards in D&D, but Gilshot, Evoker, Amalgam, and Conduit will be my 4 mains. Lackady, Quickness, Ultimate doesn't really matter that much in group play. I mean, doesn't it? Isn't that, like, they need to be provided 100% of the time, doesn't it? I mean, isn't that, like, the main thing in most of the setups? That supports need to have those, since you will get both? What do you mean? Since you will get both? What do you mean by that? 10 more days till beta as of tomorrow. Ooh, we're getting there. All right, let's talk about the Antiquary. Antiquary, the scripts, right? Scripts are fun, cute, hilarious, it's funny, right? He's riding the hammer as you're slamming it down. Oh my god, that's so cool, right? Like, you know, he's hanging off of the turret. I get it, right? There's like a cuteness factor, a comedy factor. I get it. It's like, oh, script, it's the be-all and all of comedy relief races in the world, right? Beside, of course, Choya and Quaggan, but, you know, we don't talk about them right now. Not against it. I just, you know, I know that everyone's like, oh, where do the cards come in, right? This is not a card symbol. Just so you guys understand, this is the collection icon from Guild Wars 2. I've talked about this. We've talked about. This isn't me coming up with this. Someone else pointed this out, but this is this icon right here is the collections icon from Guild Wars 2. Okay, and that's where that comes from. Yeah, but the thing is that there's something thematically that there's a big disconnect thematically, because the Antiquary deals with artifacts, right? And like having a hollow dancer of a script and an electric guitar, there's nothing artifact about that. There's nothing like I you know, there's really something that gets me where I'm like, I'm like, this doesn't feel like, you know, I get having the idea of having the shield, which was part of the shock organ or whatever the hell that was supposed to be. I get that part of it, right? Like the coin thing is interesting. I like the idea of coins, but it's like, where do the coins go where do the coins go fit into the theme of an Antiquary though? Like that's more of a gambler, and we've stepped away from the gambler, right? Like, but then you have a gambler there's so many different aspects of the Antiquary that don't connect to me, for me, right? Like it feels so disjointed, where every aspect of it, the utility skills, the animations, the concept behind all of it, the trades, it all feels so discombobulated. It's all these different aspects that people like it's like all of these different things, like there's 5 different people, and like one person came up with the concept, one person came up with the animation, one person came up with the trades, one person came up with the skills, one person came up with like whatever, right? And so they had all these people in different rooms working without communicating with each other, and then the boss was like, all right, I'm gonna need all 5 of you guys to give me your work, and we're gonna put it all together. And then they're like, the Antiquary has, and it's like, what it's weird. It's weird. It's weird to me. Oh, we have a big discussion going on about boonage. True, it doesn't really matter, but Mesmer already has 2 specs for Alacrity. We really didn't need a 3rd one. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, there will be another person giving you another boon anyways. With Alacrity, they said they will rework Chrono. I mean, they didn't say they will rework. Did they say specifically they will rework Chrono? Is that an actual statement made by ArenaNet? I'm also afraid of that. Yeah, I don't like it. If they nerf Chrono too hard, I will be bringing boycott that stupid part. The thing is, ArenaNet needs to figure out what they're doing with Chrono, right? Chrono initially was like really powerful because it provided like alacrity and quickness, and they were like they're the only ones that could have that like upkeep of those, right? And then they kind of took that away, and I feel like they kind of butchered Chronomancer for a while. I remember a lot of people that play Chronomancer were like, this sucks, this is not good. I've been playing other stuff because it's just not good. And then they kind of went back on that and then like made it better again. And it's just like they need to find a sweet spot with Chronomancer. Like what do you want Chronomancer to be, and kind of figure it out. Really, I just think it's weird. But aren't these items technically relics for how Tyria works? But when we but when we look at Tyria, right? Like when we look at artifacts and we look at what an antiquary is, and we deal with the history of Guild Wars, there's so many other things they could pull out of their ass that could feel more like an artifact than a fucking Holodancer script. Like, I'm sorry to say, that is not an artifact, okay? That is, like, a very recent addition to Tyria, first of all. And second of all, that's not, like, who would consider that an artifact in the world of Tyria? I don't consider that an artifact. Artifact, to me, have the connotation of being these old items from olden times, right? Like, and they really had the chance of, if they wanted to make it, all of these elite specializations kind of be a lot of them are callbacks, right, to Guild Wars 1 and stuff like that. They could have really taken inspiration from Guild Wars 1 and looked at older items. There's like these really cool items in Guild Wars 1 that they could have really taken. Armor, what is it called? Armor of Sanctity, for example. Like, who remembers Armor of Sanctity? Is that what it was called? Hold on. I'm mixing those up with Yu-Gi-Oh! No, it's actually called Armor of Sanctity. No, it's not called Armor of Sanctity. Is a skill. I'm looking for oh god, it's called Armor Hold on, you guys. I have a point to all of this. Certain consumables. So there's certain consumables. Yeah, list of consumables, please. Okay, there we go. This is one of them. That's what it's called. I got it. I'm gonna pull it up for you guys. Okay, there's a couple of items here. So I have oops, whoopsies. Okay. Oh no. This is the wrong, I have a different tab open. Sorry, you guys. So we have Essence of Celerity, for example. Okay, stream, hello? There we go. Okay, hold on, let me read everything. Oh my god, you guys are saying so much. If the current one's the quickness, only give some, basically saying, but one is for elegant and those are quickness. Yeah, but what could be interesting than choose your boon, no matter what they will do in place of seize the moment, it's going to be bad. Change Chrono and they will make it sure healer Chrono is also good, so it sounds like a rework to me. Oldest Surin technology, but it's not old. That is not some. I mean, that's not old. There's nothing old about a Holodancer. Like, holograms have only become like a huge thing in Tyria as of like recently, you know? Like, you know, I mean, I'm kind of thinking like, you know, Holodancers were like a thing in season 1. That's when they really became a thing, and holograms kind of became like a thing around that time. Really, like, I feel like was something that we started seeing in Guild, like even core Guild Wars 2 didn't really have like, had holograms, yes, but it didn't have like holodancers and stuff. If it's still good, I'm fine, but I'm seriously considering to boycott Bard if they change Chrono for the worse. I like my Chrono as it is right now. I don't want them to reinvent the wheel for something that's well-rounded already. Maybe they'll come up with something good. I don't know. I mean, I'm the benefit of the doubt kind of person, you know. So, but anyways, so let's kind of talk about some of the stuff. So, you know, if we're using stuff of this is like one of these like really like items that you would use in endgame, right? These were like Essence of Celerity, right? And you can see right here, faster movement and attack speeds, right? So there could be something that could give you quickness or something. This could be an item that you use, right? Then there's other ones. I have other ones pulled up. Armor of Salvation was another item that was just like this, right? It's this armor item that you would use that would give you party members immunity to critical hits, 10 armor, health regeneration, damage reduction, right? These are all like these endgame items. Grail of Might would give you 100% max health, 10% or 10 max energy, 1 to all your attributes for 30 minutes, right? These are all like, it would be so cool if your Scrit would find this Grail of Might and that would cause whatever boons. You get like, it heals you, it gives you like extra attributes for like whatever, for a little bit or something. I don't know, right? But I'm saying like, item wise, we have all of these other things. Power Stone of Courage was another one, right? There's actually like an actual 3D model of it, right? Where they pulled this out of their ass, right? Like, I don't, you know, I feel like, no, I want more strip dancers. Say that 10 times really fast. I just think that, again, I get the idea of like, oh, scrits are funny and cute and it's hilarious and blah, 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 blah. But we're dealing with an antiquary. We're dealing with someone that they specifically said it's a profession that deals with ancient artifacts, right? Now, they didn't use the word ancient. I've been trying to avoid using the word ancient, but even 250 years ago is not considered ancient, really, right? So they could be using older other things. Other items. Why does it have to be an electric guitar and a hollow dancer? Like, that's weird to me, right? Like, I get the exalted hammer. That doesn't feel too bad. I do think that that's fine. But I don't know. I feel like in the world of Guild Wars, especially if you want to do more callbacks to Guild Wars 1, there is other items that they could possibly do, right? So I think there's a lot of it's not bad overall, but I think if we're looking at the concept and the way that it's supposed to be, it feels very disconjointed in all the different things that it does, and that it, you know, in the end, I'm sure it'll work out fine, but right now it's a mid-tier for me. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't take Indiana Jones Thief serious. I can. I could 100%. If, like I said, if they had really gone with, like, let's say they completely took the Scrit out of the equation, completely got rid of that, and it was all about finding ancient artifacts that you use, maybe some cursed artifacts, have the risk factor be using this cursed artifact could cause you harm in some shape or form, right? Or finding an old machinery from long time ago, right? Like we're thinking like Forge Master from Guild Wars 1 and stuff like that, but using it could inflict damage upon you, right? Like you have this still this risk and reward factor, but you're only dealing with like ancient artifacts, with older artifacts from a long time ago that really like you recognize that, like, you know, using maybe you find a old Ascalonian scroll that was used by the Flaming Scepter mages, and you use the incantation, but because these were like, you know, olden times from like the Nolani Academy, these could backfire. They were like not used by a lot of mages because these scrolls maybe had like you know, had like could backfire on you, right? But you could incite having a firestorm come down or something. You know, there's like different things that they could have done, but then they kind of were like, we're gonna slap some Scrit right on there and it's gonna be comic relief, boom, and it's like, and we're gonna have an electric and a dancer and a da-da-da, and it's like, but that's not an antiquary. Like, then call it something else. Like, call it something else, because then that's not what that is anymore, right? Like, I feel like there's just a disconnect. This is, I don't know if I'm making my point, but there's this, in my head, there's a huge disconnect between the two things that are happening. I mean, you're right, yeah, but honestly, what can they do that's more interesting than the difference between Alec and Quickness? I played a lot of Heal Chrono, probably 3k hours by now, and don't see something that would appeal to me better than being able to choose my boon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you guys should sit down and come up with something. sit down and come up with something and like really write it down and figure it out and write to ArenaNet. Come up, like, make a really nice post on the forums and come up with a great concept, right? Because if they said they're gonna change it, you might be able to influence them to go in a way that you would rather see it go than just something that is out of left field that you don't like at all, right? Lingering light. Well, I'm just throwing in lingering light that competes with Alex, so no one in PvE will ever take lingering light on Druid. Yeah, Druid is interesting too. So, Revenant, Raza Legend, Conduit, Raza Legend, invoking the other legend, Cosmic Wisdom, the idea of kind of staying in one legend but still calling upon the second legend that you have. I like it. I like the concept of it. I think to really make a judgment on it, I would have to see the execution on some of these things, but I like the idea that we're still kind of we're not forgetting about the dervish. We're kind of saying, oh, we're gonna have some scythe gameplay in there. I like the animations. The voice are really good. The voice is really good. Like I said, I like that it calls on to the other legends rather than adding like a whole new thing. It's kind of like, no, we're gonna take some of the base legends and we're kind of doing something with those. I like that idea, right? It's like we're channeling the base legends in a second, like there's a second iteration of these base legends, and I like it because it gives it flexibility, right? You can have conditions, you can have like a more boon and supportive focus thing, or you can have a healing focus thing, or you can have a damage like a, you know, not condi damage but power damage, right? And so it gives it a flexibility. Again, I think this is one of those that I really need to see in action and really see how it flows in active combat and how it all works out. But right now, I really like the concept. I like the callback to the Raza. I like the idea of what it's trying to do. And I think it has potential to be really good. So it's A tier. It doesn't really blow me away like the Amalgam does. The Amalgam, I think, was like really well thought out. I think there was a lot of work put into the Amalgam over some of these other professions or elite specializations. So I'm really thinking like A tier is probably a good spot for it. I will complain hard as soon as we know more. My point of view is that Chrono should stay as it is right now in a really good spot. So maybe that should be your argument. Maybe make a really good post as to why you think it's in a good place the way it is right now and why there shouldn't be a rework to it, right? And maybe make the argument in your post or whatever about why you think that rather than doing a rework of Chrono and trying to make Alec work on Troubadour, why Troubadour maybe should be changed, where Troubadour hasn't even been released yet, and it should be changed now before it gets released, rather than being released as something that has alacrity on it and then forces them to change Chrono, right? And like give your reasonings as to why you think that is the way that it should be right now. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to like. Healing trade competes with Alec trade. Same with the trade that is solely responsible for any condi output on your CA. Right, which is the Druid thing, right? Druid is a healer I have set to learn, and I'm procrastinating a lot on it. I have set to learn. Got it. Okay, I'm procrastinating. Also, for Alec, you need to spam CA abilities. That again, and that goes back to the earlier argument that I had, right? Spamming any abilities to keep up with your alacrity sucks. It's not good, right? That's the same argument that I had with a Paragon. You should never have to spam abilities in order to keep up a boon that is necessary in group play. Okay, if your role is to provide that boon, and the only way for you to provide that boon at 100% upkeep is to spam the boons, it's not a good design. It needs to be something else. My opinion. Okay. All right. Ritualist. So Ritualist. So concept-wise, the idea, again, great, right? Like, I love the idea of bringing the Ritualist to Guild Wars 2 and bringing the different aspects of the Ritualist to Guild Wars 2, right? For those of you that didn't play Guild Wars 1, there was a lot of different aspects to the Ritualists. Ritualists could be healers. Ritualists could spam spirits. They could use weapon spells, right? There was a lot of really cool things. They had really unique like attack animations and stuff that I really liked. Like, if you guys didn't know, in Guild Wars 1, for example, was it the Ritualist? Who closed their eyes? Someone closed. I think it was the Dervish, right? Doesn't the Dervish close their eyes, or was it the Ritualist? One of them closes their eyes, but anyways, doesn't really matter. Doesn't have anything to do with what's going on right now. But I like the concept still, right? Like I like that we're getting the ability to do spirit spamming. I like the like I think a lot of the traits interact really well with the abilities that we're getting. The Shroud, I think, is a little iffy. There was something in the stream that kind of didn't make sense in my brain. And I'm not saying my brain is all powerful and super smart, because God knows it's not. It's letting me down a lot. But there was something on the stream where they had like the F abilities were like, what was it? The F abilities you could use to like blow up your spirit and make something happen, do like a specific effect, but they would still happen even if you didn't use them and the spirits expired. And I'm like, then what's the point of having those F abilities if they're not, if they're gonna automatically pop? I'm just gonna wait for them to automatically pop. I get that you can do them on command, but it's just kind of weird. Like it's kind of, it almost felt like they didn't know what to do with the F abilities. And so they kind of just like shoehorned those in a little bit. So in concept, the concept is great. Having weapon spells, having the spirit spammer. But there's a little bit of a disconnect in some of the things, I want to say. And also the weapon spells not really having like big animations and just having this weird orb float behind you. I don't know what that's about. That's weird to me. I'm like, the weapon spells, it's a weapon spell. So why does it not interact with my weapon? In Guild Wars 1, just so you guys understand, in Guild Wars 1, when you applied a weapon spell to an ally, it would transform their weapon into a different weapon. Why can't we have that? I want that. Why can't I have that? Why can't I have me applying, you know, someone is wielding the Sun Spear, right? The Sun Spear skin of the spear and the staff, right? Wielding that on a warrior, and I'm applying a weapon spell to it, and now becomes something else. It looks different. It becomes this spiritual weapon that they're holding in their hand, or whatever, right? Or it has green fumes coming off of it, or whatever, right? It's a weapon spell. It should interact with the weapons. The weird orb thing, I don't get that. It was kind of weird. I was like, this doesn't do anything. It was strange. So I know a lot of people really liked it. Again, the concept is good, but if I were to compare it to something like the Conduit, I feel like it's between an A and a B. It's like a lower A and a higher B. I'm gonna put it in an A because I don't think it's as bad as like Troubadour and Antiquary. But Ritualist is like lower A tier right now, I think, in my opinion. Let's see. Oh, now that you say it, the only point of critique I really have on Gale Shot is quickness. I see why it's quickness, very speedy spec, while I wish for alacrity. Ranger really needs an 8 DPS build, while it already has a really good Q DPS build with Untamed. I don't know. You guys would hate me if I were to tell you guys my thoughts on alacrity and quickness. Like, honestly, the way that they are in game, I'm like, they could just like slap it on anything, right? Like, pick one specific spec and just say that's what they're providing and just make it work somehow. Like, it's so weird that it's like they arbitrarily add them because that's how it's supposed to be on the thing. Like, it does. Like, alacrity on the Blades one makes no sense in my opinion, and it's just like they kind of put that in there, and it's just like, yeah, okay, we want, like, I don't know, it's weird. I just, that's why I don't talk about boons distribution and all that stuff, because it's weird. I don't know. They like about 5-6 years ago, they kind of lost me on the boon distribution thing. I kind of gave up on it. I was like, I don't understand this. Either that or Solby should have access to Alacrity. That's a very low effort change and would really make a difference. Swap Grace of Land for Verdant Edging with Verdant Edging or something. I was looking forward for Ritualist, but when I saw it, it was somewhat disappointed. Maybe it makes a good healer, but that's something we will see. We will have to see. At least Ritualist get quick. I'm sorry, I was scrolling around like a child and I lost where I was. Ritualist feels like lacking in terms of boons. Again, slapping a boon on something is such an easy fix, right? Like, I don't know, ArenaNet, I feel like they're so like, you get a boon, you get a boon, you get a boon. Like, just slap a boon on it. Like, I feel like it's such a weird criticism of specs to say that they're not providing a certain boon or they're providing a certain boon or whatever it is, because they can just like take a boon away from something and apply it to different things, right? It's so easy to make those changes. I think the bigger changes is when it comes to like animations and the way that things flow and the combat flow. But like, to me, I think they make, I think, and this is a criticism not towards the community, but it's a criticism towards ArenaNet, where I think they make such a big deal out of like the boons, but then they don't apply it correctly when it's not even that big of a deal. Like, you can just take a boon away from an ability and slap it on another ability, or take it away from one trade and put it on another trade. Like, it really isn't that hard to manage the way that boons get distributed on certain elite specs or whatever. I don't know. That's just my opinion. But again, I don't make games, so God knows. I could be completely wrong. Upkeeping quickness will be tight. Don't get me started on other boons. I mean, might, where protection. Might is not bad, actually. Never mind. Both Paragon and Invokers suffer the same issue. Evoker's might is terrible. On Heal Tempest, he can't do 25 might without Fire Overload. Evoker's might will be a problem, same as protection. Oh, Evoker's might, like might application, got it. I was like, what the hell is Evoker's might? An Evoker doesn't have anything to replace that. Oh, that's true. I'm totally fine by that. The only thing... Nothing against you guys at all, but you guys having your own conversation is really funny to me. Not that I'm against it at all, but it's just really funny because I'm like, as you guys can tell, I'm not at all versed in all the things that you guys are talking about. And I was like, I'm just a peanut gallery reading the stuff. I'm like, and it's just like, I'm like, I don't know what's happening. This is great though. I love this. Discussions are always good, especially when they're on like a good constructive, you know, base. Evoker. How do I feel about Evoker? In concept, it's really cool, right? The Norn, channeling spirits, sharing that with other people, right? The Elementalist kind of taking that and applying these like using the elemental powers of the different spirits or whatever, right? And just kind of like being like, okay, we're gonna channel the fox and the hare and the thing, right? The smaller, and I like it that it's the smaller spirits. These are small spirits, right? This foxes are, you know, they're not as big as wolves, right? We have hares that are like really small, right? We have toads that are really small. Otters are really small, right? We're not channeling, like, we have the big spirits of the wild, right? But we're kind of paying attention to smaller ones, and I kind of like that. It's a great concept. I like the animations of them. I think they're really cute. I think it looks really nice. I like the idea of them having like us interacting with them in different ways, right? Like and having different skills and stuff. It's kind of weird because I feel like there needs to be one thing when I was watching the stream. God, I was like, what's the word? The stream. When I was watching the stream, one thing that kind of bothered me was that you have to activate the spirit's abilities for them to do something, right? Other than that, they just float about. Feels kind of strange to me. I get that they're not directly pets or whatever, but they should like in my opinion, I feel like they should have their own auto attack where they're actively doing something. Like, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I feel like in concept somewhere they're not doing that much, right? Because I gotta pop their ability in order for them to do something, and it feels a lot more like the Catalyst, right? Where the Catalyst, we had to cast the things of the spirits, the celestial whatever, I forgot what they're called, but the celestial things, right? You had to cast that, right? In order for that to actually do something, right? You had to like cast it with the Jade Sphere and stuff. But it's just so weird because I feel like the Evoker is like, this is a living, breathing. It's a spirit of an animal, right? But it's not a living, breathing thing. But it's this thing that's supposed to support you, but it just kind of floats about unless I'm pressing that button and commanded to do something. It's kind of weird. I feel like it should either do its ability on its own every so often, still give me the ability to kind of pop it when I want it to, but you know, kind of have it maybe cast it on its own, or maybe have it give it some kind of auto attack that it casts that doesn't interact with the F5 skill. Like, there's something where I'm feeling like they're not. You can take the spirit part out and not even have any, like, you could take the spirit part out and put on F5 like you cast an extra ability that you cast yourself that's coming out of your third eye or whatever, right? And it would be the same thing, right? Like, I'm kind of missing the idea of how the spirit is supposed to help you if I'm needing to do the work for the spirit to do something. There is like this weird disconnect somewhere between all of those, right? Let's see. There's so much. You only need but low weapons. Actually, you don't really overload Earth as a support anymore. It's mostly about fire overload for might. Sometimes air and water when you need a lot of healing defense. Pet auto attacking would be annoying to manage. That okay. That's a valid point. So maybe have it be a toggle? How do we feel about a toggle? Where you can toggle your pet to auto attack. So if you wish to have it to auto attack, you can toggle that. And if you don't want it, you can turn that off. Then I might be out of the loop. I never really do air and water only in emergencies. Like you try to get out of combat. Agreed. I love it doesn't have an auto attack. You don't really need. What is this big? Oh, okay. I was like, I saw a big post coming in. I was thinking it was a bot or something, so I was like, oh god. You don't need Earth Overload because you have a trait that grants allies protection on auras, and you will, and you want to dip into Earth more often because there's another trait that grants allies stab when you enter Earth, and Overload doesn't grant this. Where does it come from? Waterline Earth. That does mean you need to drop Arcane. Yes. Need to drop Arcane though. Yeah, this is where the yearly budget expansion is very evident. I wish they went full hog on Evoker and the spirit was more like Ranger Pet Mechanist mechanic. I really want to name it and wish it was. Now you run one on Earth. They reworked Earth Space a couple patches ago. Slightly bigger and had more. Okay, and I wish it was slightly bigger and had more AI, more to do. Yeah, that's really interesting. You have to look into that. Two conversations going on at the same time. I was trying to keep up with everyone, with your guys' conversation, and then do my own conversation here. But yeah, I don't know. There's like, I don't know if it's necessarily something to do with like the yearly expansion thing, but the spirit doesn't really feel like it actively is doing anything, right? So I feel like there should be something. I mean, the naming part, I don't really give a shit. Because, like, let's be honest. If you want to name something, just name it something, right? If I want to call the fox spirit, like, Boogaloo, it's now Boogaloo. Okay, I don't need to have it typed out. Like, that's arbitrary to me. It's like, who cares? Just for other people to read the name Boogaloo, like, who cares, right? Like, I'm not trying to make, like, fun of the idea of that, but I just feel like, I don't know. I don't know why that's so funny to me. But the idea is just that, like, I'm like, I don't know if that really, but I get the idea of having it do more, right? Like, I'm in a laughing fit. I think I'm at the point where I'm like tired or something. Not that I'm leaving anytime soon. I'm really not, like, I'm not tired or anything. So, and I'm still staying up for a few hours anyways. So, but yeah, so I don't know. But I just feel like the spirit needs to do more, right? Like there's a part of it where I feel like it doesn't actively change the combat of it, right? So there's something there that I feel like they need to do more active. So I don't think it even gets like an A tier from me. I want to put it in B tier. The traits seem okay. I know that they seem very experimental. I feel like out of most of the elite specializations during all the streams, I think Evoker, I felt like I heard them say more often that they were these were like, oh, well, we can change it. It's still like in beta, right? Like, it's still in beta, we can change it. We're doing this random thing where you can specialize in one element, but it's still in beta, right? And I feel like they kept saying that, where it almost felt like, did you actually think through all of this? Or did you just like, let's slap something on and just see how this works? Which is fine to do, but I think what we need to get to is like, don't just leave it like if it's in beta and you might make changes, like make sure that you listen to the feedback and make the changes that you need to do. But for me right now, the way that it overall works, it's actually a B tier. I know a lot of people are like, Evoker is like the thing, but I'm kind of not getting the like oomph of the elite specialization. It's kind of missing that, where I'm really feeling the spirit is going to be this strong ally, that the spirit, right? It's a spirit of the wild, like that's supporting me. But I feel like, I don't know if it really, maybe I have to play it, but right now I feel like I'm not really getting the impact that the spirit has, right? And the utility skills didn't really feel like they were like this very impactful thing. Maybe I wasn't really paying attention, but they didn't really feel like, so the whole spec, while in concept it's great, I love it, but I'm kind of, the impact of it is kind of missing, right? It's already 5 a.m. I know, it's so like you're in such a different time zone. We're going to watch all of the stream. It's already 5 a.m. Aw, you're keeping me up at night again? I've been known to do that. Just kidding. I roleplay. I like it actually named in game, and hate when I see rangers out in the world with pets that have no name. I get the idea of that, right? Like I get that there is a part of the immersion, right? The fantasy, right? The fantasy of going in, it's like, it's my pet and I can name it and blah blah blah. But technically it's not a pet. We're channeling the spirit of the wild. So that's the spirit of hare, that's the spirit of fox, that's the spirit of otter, that's the spirit of toad, right? Should we get to name it? I don't know, because, you know, I mean, I guess you could say, well, there's other evokers out there and they all have the spirits too, but I don't know. I just feel like we're channeling that specific spirit, and it's like, unless that spirit has a name, it just kind of, I don't know. It's like, imagine you're channeling, like, you know, your grandparents or whoever, like a family member that's passed on, right? And let's say you're channeling them. So as an example, I'm going to use my mother, okay? My mother's name was Claudia. I'm channeling my mother, Claudia, right? It's a random example, but I'm like, okay, I'm channeling the spirit here but I'm gonna name it something else. I'm gonna name it Isabel now. That's it. Do you know what I mean? Like it's kind of there's this weird. I'm channeling this being that was already like I'm not raising a pet, right? The idea of the ranger that they're raising their pet so they get to name it, right? Because it's a pet, but it's not really. The evoker spirit aren't necessarily pets, so I don't know. There's a little bit there. I don't know. I wouldn't want the evoker companions to have autonomy. I'm happy it's not a pet class. I want it to be like a weird hybrid of a pet class. I want it to have its own autonomy and its own like, or at least give me the ability to do it, right? How would you guys feel if, for example, there was a trait in the evoker's line that lets your pet auto attack? Where, you know, it could be one of the adept traits or something where it says like your pet now does its F5 ability on its own automatically when you are in combat. Paragon looks boring. Hi, welcome. This is a new person. Looks boring and animations suck, but seems really good in group settings. It could potentially be good in group settings. I just think that the way that it's executed right now, the warrior has many other tools that are better or equal to what's already available, but it doesn't have the hassle of what is being brought with the Paragon, and the animations need some work. We need more golden wings. So the concept of the Paragon is fantastic. The execution is just really bad right now, I think. Evoker needs some improvements, so so it works perfect. But the way it's designed is so good. That's what she said. I think I'm finally going to sleep. Good night. Have a good evening. Thank you. Always a pleasure. Have a good night. And then you just saying, you know what, when I'll be gone. I kind of want to say it right now. Everyone's gonna name the Firefox Mozilla. So maybe you're right. I'd hate seeing that as well. Stupid as in meme names. I mean, you would see a ton of meme names, right? People would be like, Firefox! You know? They would be like, they would name their toad after their favorite, like, you know, Naruto toad. I'm sure they have names, the toads in Naruto, or they name it after, like, one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like Leonardo or something, right? Like, I don't know. I've really wanted to main warrior for years, and I hope Paragon would make that push, but I was mistaken. Guardian main I stay. Wish I liked Revenant more too. I can't stand the stand stuff. The thing is, like, I've been maining a warrior for a long time now, and I really enjoy Spellbreaker. I really enjoy Spellbreaker. Like, I just... Hi, thank you so much. Oh, thank you for following. I appreciate that. While we're talking about it, let me take a short intermission here and say this. So, ArenaNet partners. So if you guys are interested in supporting the channel, different ways that you can do it. Okay, you can subscribe, follow, right? Subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch. But there's also memberships on YouTube, and there's also subscriptions on Twitch that are available if you guys want to support. I also have referral links that are Twitch in the About section. You can see my referral links. So if you're new to the game, make sure you use that. There's a specific link there. Or if you are buying the expansion, make sure you use my referral link. It helps me out a ton, and I really appreciate anyone that's done it. There's been a bunch of people out there that have done it, and I really appreciate that. And also, we have a Discord if you guys are interested in joining the Discord. It's not very big. There's not a lot going on, but we do have like really fun discussions every day, and there's people doing stuff. So you guys can hang out there. So I just kind of wanted to take the time to say that. My referral links are sponsored by ArenaNet because I am finally an ArenaNet partner, which, yay, awesome. But yeah, so thank you everyone. Anyways, back to the subject at hand. I really enjoy Spellbreaker though. Spellbreaker is really cool. If you haven't tried out Spellbreaker, it's really fun to play. There's I dual wield daggers on it, and I really love the play style, but I think the main way to play Spellbreaker is with the hammer. Like that's like Hammer Breaker is like the thing or whatever. So try that out, maybe. That's really, really fun. Berserker can be really fun, too. Berserker has, like, really cool, like, very active. It's a very active game style. Like, anytime on Berserker, I'm like, yeah, all right, and I'm pumping, I'm doing all the things, and it's very active. It's really cool. Like, it gets me, like, going. I'm like, all right. So, forget to follow on Twitch. I appreciate that. I usually know your content from YouTube, but YouTube is having issues on my end right now. In terms of chat, my message seems to not go through anymore. Really? That's weird. I wonder if that has anything to do with the new update that they're doing in a couple of days. I don't know. That's weird. But yeah, I am on YouTube, on Twitch, and Kick, which God knows Kick is awful, but Spellbreaker is honestly is high A tier. It's cool and open world, and CPS is also good. Spellbreaker is really fun, right? And there's this like punishing gameplay for the enemy, right? Like, I love the full counter idea. I love the like interrupting, and like anytime you interrupt an enemy, you get like stronger from it and stuff. Like, the play style of it is really, really cool in my opinion. It's always something that I've enjoyed. I enjoyed that in Guild Wars 1, and the Mesmer had that kind of game style, right? Where it's like you punish the enemy for attacking or casting a spell or whatever, right? You had this like punishing thing. And I like that idea of like, haha, you want to attack me? Do it, right? Which kind of like, the way that it came into Guild Wars 2 was through confusion. So as the caster type, I do still like to use the Mesmer because a lot of confusion on Mirage and stuff is really fun. But like, I like just the way that Spellbreaker works is really, really fun. So, all right, Gale Shot. So Gale Shot is not bad. I like the concept of it, but if we go down to the nitty gritty of it, what it really feels like to me is it's kind of rooted in the place that it's a bow style spec, right? And it's all about using the bow, and then you have to manage your feathers, your arrows. What is it? Whatever it is, right? Whatever you have to like. That management, right? That extra resource, which resource management on the Ranger, like adding something like that isn't bad because it doesn't have any resource management as its core like thing, so that's fine. I'm okay with that, right? But I just, the idea of having, I think a lot of people are like, man, Gale Shot looks really cool, and it is cool, right? I think the concept of it is really, really cool, but when you break it down, it's just another bow. Like, you're just using another longbow that's now flashier. Like, you're using a flashier longbow, right? And in concept, I think it becomes boring really quickly. Like, I think a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, okay, cool. Like, it's going to be fun at first, but I think it's one of those toys that's going to get boring really quickly because it's going to feel very samey. Because it's just going to be about, like, it doesn't interact with your pet, which is like the main mechanic, so you're kind of losing that a little bit, right? And it's kind of, the gameplay is all about just the bow. It's just you get this bow, and you kind of like, so it's almost like the Blade Sworn in a sense, right? But with the Blade Sworn, the cool part about the Blade Sworn was that there was this really cool interaction between your F abilities now change, because now you have Dragon Trigger and you go into the stands, right, and you're like, yeah, ready to like do something. And I kind of feel like it changed like a fundamental part of the warrior in that in that sense, right? But now you're kind of getting the same idea of wielding this other weapon, this new weapon, this third weapon, but you don't really, I don't know how much we're gonna get out of using that wind bow thing or whatever, right? So my first few messages in YouTube sent through, but right now, before our Mesmer discussion started to have issues. Didn't reach anyone. Maybe it's due to me being on, maybe it is, I don't know, because I haven't, like, my connection is fine. I haven't lost any frames today at all. So it doesn't seem to be on my end, so yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Do wish Gale Shot was slightly different. A revamp of Longbow would have gone a longer way while making Gale Shot mechanic being something else, but keep the wind themed. Yeah, the wind theme is cool. I like the idea of like, right, the Tengu and having the feathers and the birds and the wind and the like, that concept of it is really cool. But when you break it down, it's just another longbow. Like, it's a better longbow, you know? And it's just like, I get that you jump and you shoot and oh cool, okay, it's like the ultimate longbow spec, but it's like we already have a longbow that's like you said, like could have just been updated. I don't know. I'm kind of, there's a little bit of a disconnect. It's actually a B tier for me. I'm gonna tell you guys, it's a B tier for me. I know people are shocked. I know a lot of people are like so sold on Gale Shot, but I just it kind of like the Evoker. I'm kind of missing the oomph. It's like, cool, it's another bow spec. Like I like it, right? Like I've been wanting a really cool, like I'm definitely gonna play it, I think. Like on my owl themed, like it's gonna be perfect because I have an owl themed ranger, right? Like it's gonna be perfect for that ranger, and I can't wait to play that because I'm like, yeah, okay, cool, right? I'm gonna try to see, like, you know, like how I can make all of that, you know, but it's just ultimately I'm kind of missing like the oomph of that, right? Like the mechanic of like managing your feathers and stuff. It's just kind of like, I'm like, it's like, it's just another bow in a weird way, right? Like, and I'm not trying to like ruin it for anyone, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. So I'm kind of leaning towards a B tier. Like that's kind of where I'm stuck at, just because of all of that, right? So they could make it again. Obviously, this is without having played any of these, you know. But it just, when I compare it to something like the Revenant Conduit that tries to like really do something new, the Ritualist that's trying to really incorporate the Ritualist, or even the Amalgam that takes it to like a whole nother level of having like all these customizations and stuff. Like, it would be kind of cool to have like some customization. Why is there no customization on my bow, for example, right? Like, we get customization on the Evoker, we get customization on the Amalgam, and we get a little bit of customization on the customization on the Conduit, being that whatever second legend you have kind of customizes what your skills do, right? Like, I feel like there is a part of it where the Gale Shot could have something like that, where it's like, let me customize this. Like, you know what'd be really cool? If we could customize the skills that we get from the bow. I think that would, for me, bring it into an A tier. If I could go in, and just like our utility skills, they give me different options of skills on the bow, on the wind bow. So you could have like Condi, different Condi ones, or something that is more AoE oriented, where you like have like AoEs that you place down, or where it's more of like single target damage or something, right? Like, give me the customization of having different skills on the bow. Like, that would be really cool to me. Like, I think that would kind of bring it up. Like, I think that's one idea that would really elevate that for me. Like, give me some customization. You gave the customization to all these other different specs, right? Like, why not, you know, have the Gale Shot, you know, it's just a third weapon, and I'm like, I just, like, give me the ability to customize it. That would be really cool. I think I like that. Ranger's getting longer bow, though I like the idea. For me, it would be somewhere between low and high A tier. Like low what tier and high A tier. So low S tier and high A tier. Funnily enough, it actually competes with Barge, which is funny if you consider Mesmer being my main and Ranger being the class I'm only playing for Hand Kite. That is funny. But yeah, I that would be really cool. That is my one piece of feedback that I have right now. Let me customize my skills on the bow. I think that would really be cool, because then it would be like, then would be it would take the staleness that would ensue within a month of playing the spec kind of away, right? Because you got to remember, all we're doing is, like, you're going to be on that bow and you're going to be just using the bow, and it's going to be the same 5 skills, and it's just going to feel like a new weapon, and it doesn't really have that deep of a mechanic to really make it feel like super fresh, in my opinion. So let me customize the skills on the between low A and high A tier. So just A tier. So just middle A tier. But I see what you're saying, right? Like I get it, where you're like it's kind of in between, almost getting to S, but kind of maybe also being maybe almost being B tier. I kind of get where you're going with that. I think I'm getting where you're going with that. So yeah, it's B. You can hate me, but that's how I feel. Luminary. Let's talk about the very last one. Luminary is really rough. Luminary is really rough. First of all, in concept again, we get this little forge behind us, this little lantern thing, whatever, right? It's the shroud, and we get like different weapons through the shroud. In my opinion, it's the same concept. It's the same concept as Amalgam, where you almost get in Amalgam, you almost get the shroud, right? It's the mold, right? It's the mercurial mold, as they called it, right? Which is really cool. I love that. Again, I love the concept because it fits so well with the engineer. It fits so well with that, right? So we're kind of doing the same thing here, but it's like it's a way worse execution in my opinion. It is honestly the worst spec of all of them. It just feels really rough. It feels like it doesn't bring anything new. Again, one thing that I did say in the video that I made that day, I talked about how I like that it doesn't necessarily interact with the virtues, which I still retain. I like that because all the other specs on the Guardian interact with the virtues. And that's fine, I get it, right? Because that's the main mechanic of the Guardian, so having a spec interact with that is fine. But it's kind of nice to have something that's different, right? Like it was nice on the Mesmer to get the Mirage, which left the Shatter skills the way they were, but just gave you a different way to play the class. So that was really good, right? But on Luminary, I feel like the Shroud just feels really rough, and the skills are just kind of like, they're kind of all over the place, and there's not like, the theme is weird, right? A lot of people are like, why is it not full fire, and why is it like this weird, I don't know, and the lantern doesn't really do anything, so it's like, why is it even there in the first place, right? Like, I don't know, conceptual, it's weird. It doesn't hit any of the points it's trying to get to for me, right? Like it really just like it loses me halfway across all of the points it's trying to get to, right? It gives me the concept of A and the execution is B on all these different levels, and halfway through it kind of just like, and all of them it fizzles out. There's nothing where I'm like, it does this really, really well, like in my opinion. So what makes Scale Shot really fun is the idea of it being a speedy spec with lots of mobility. This is an addition with the Gale Bow toolkit makes it interesting. And I think I think you hit on a good point with that. Because I think that a lot of people agree with you on that, and I think it's one of the reasons why a lot of people put it in S tier or A tier and have it be like the thing that they want to try out, because it feels like the speedy bow guy or whatever. And I can see that. I get it, right? Like the quickness and the whatever. It's fun. And it's, you know, I get it. But even that really doesn't... It's like now I'm just shooting my arrows faster. I don't know. And I'm just moving about the field faster. Like, I know that there's like traits that make you move faster and stuff like that. And, you know... but in concept, it's just a bow. You're just giving me a bow. You're just giving me another weapon. And it doesn't really feel like, I don't know, when I compare to, like I said, when I compare to something like the Amalgam, which I think is like the top one right now, and how the customization and the idea of like the different things you can do with it, and the mold is so malleable and flexible, and you can try different builds and different things you can do with it, and you can customize it, and your tool build is different, and the animations are really cool, really clean, and, you know, Gale Shot kind of just like comparatively to that, it's just like really mediocre, you know? Luminary looked really fun in the trailer. Once we got to see the gameplay, it really fell off. Luminary is definitely the weakest. It is. I think it definitely has the weakest. I think overall it's like the weakest of all the different specs. I think a lot of people kind of agree. But there you have it, guys. That is the the way that I have this organized. So on Discord, a lot of people on Discord, if you guys are interested on the Discord, a lot of people have been sharing theirs. I guess I'm gonna save mine. I'll share mine on the Discord too. So for those of you that missed it, Druid is fine, though I play myself around it as it scares me. Soulbeast is really cool with the merge mechanic. Untamed is really boring with it's either me or my pet. Yeah, Untamed I've never gotten on board with. I've always questioned what Untamed was trying to do, because the whole unleashing my pet or myself was just like, what? It's so weird. And I can do ambush when I'm angry. Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, it's like, why is that an ambush skill? Like, ambush was always about, like, I get where the ambush came from in the Mirage, but I don't get it where it comes from Untamed, because ambush was originally about coming out of stealth and then just ambushing your opponent. I get that. I guess once you go into your primal rage, there's a, you know, my first attack is like really, but it just doesn't connect. Untamed is really weird in its concepts and its ideas. I'm not talking about the way, like, as you guys can tell, I'm not talking about the way that it like applies boons, or, you know, or it plays, or, you know, or it, but just in concept. Like, I'm a guy that deals in concepts, and I'm a guy that kind of deals with that kind of stuff. So it's just, it kind of loses me on the concept, because I don't know what it's trying to be. There's like no fantasy trope that it really calls to. Like, is it supposed to be like an aggressive tamer guy? But then it's like, why are you getting aggressive? Like, why are you unleashing yourself? Like, what's the idea of unleashing? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. So Druid is fine. I think Druid has something to it. I like the idea that they've been wanting to go with the Condi. I wish they would kind of work on that a little bit more. I feel like it doesn't quite hit that yet. I like the idea of having like a Druid be like a DPS build, like the ability to be a DPS build. They should retheme Untamed skill. It's weird to me. Like, I just, you know, and then it's like they took the hammer, and I'm like, okay, I guess the hammer kind of fits in because we're like the berserker type, right? And it's like a hammer is a great weapon for that, but I don't know. It kind of feels like, it kind of feels a lot like the Antiquary in that sense to me, where it just kind of like conceptually had all these different items, and then they try to kind of make it work, because then they have the cantrips as the like utilities, and I'm like, how does that fit into anything? Like, it's weird. Like, it just, again, it has all these disconnected things that are just kind of like on the spec, and I feel like none of it really flows into the concept of what it's supposed to be. I don't know. So yeah, but there's that. I did save that, so I can just delete that. So I pulled up, if you guys want to do more of these, because I'm really liking this. This is like really fun. This is like a perfect like late night thing to kind of sit here. Also, Untamed is dead to me ever since they changed it into its current identity. Lush Forest was fun, and the thing that made it interesting. Lush Forest? What is Lush Forest? Isn't that a warrior thing? Isn't Lush Forest a warrior thing? I was like a warrior. I think I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, Lush Forest is Bladesworn. I was correct on that. I know my warrior stuff most of the time. So I don't know what you're talking about. Or is that what you're talking about? Does that have anything to do with anything? I don't know. Oh, it's a trade? What's the trade? Let's see. I don't know. None of those are anything Lush Forest related. Which one is it? Just tell me like the row and the thing, and I can look at it. Ferocious Symbiosis, Biorhythm, Vow of the Untamed, Let Loose, Corrupting Vines, Cleansing Unleash, Enhancing Impact, Natural Fortitude, Blinding Outburst, Nature's Shield, Finally just did IBS 5 in Cold War, so close to having... Yeah, they changed the name of the trade into Let Loose. Oh, Let Loose. Fervent Force is what you're talking about. Fervent Force. This trade replaces Fervent Force. They did that. Let Loose has been added to the game. Is that the one? I guess it's the one. Unleashed ambush skills grant boons to nearby allies. Refresh unleashed power. So because that makes it the quickness thing, is that why? It used to be something with Forest? I don't see it. It was Fervent Force before. Disabling a foe reduces the cooldowns of all of your equipped skills. Anyways. Yeah, so we have other tier lists as well. That's the thing, I don't play Ranger enough. The only Ranger that I've really played to an extent is Druid. I played a little bit of Soul Beast recently because there's a poison build that I did, which was super fun. So I played a little bit of that, and I like Soul Beast. I think Soul Beast is really, really cool. When it first came out, I wasn't a big fan of it. Because I think I was just being like a little child, and I was like, I want them to do something with the pet, and now I don't have a pet anymore. It was weird, but now that I've kind of gotten over that, I've tried it, and I like it. I like the idea of like fusing with your pet, and then you get the stances where you kind of channel these other spirits and stuff, these other animals or whatever, right? And I like it. I'm like, this is pretty cool. Like, this is a pretty cool like spec. I like it. I think it's cool. The cooldown reduction was really cool, and admittedly a bit broken too. I mean, now they have quickness, which is good for Ranger, but boring to me. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, so now we're doing a whole different tier list. We're gonna talk about more my area of expertise. We're going to be looking at the core map of Guild Wars 2. We're going to be ranking them on I don't know, on just overall. I don't know what we're ranking them on. Content, we're ranking them on events, we're ranking them on replayability, we're going to rank them on lore, meta events. We're going to rank them on execution, that type of stuff, right? So I kind of sorted these a little bit. I kind of gave up halfway through because I was like, fuck this, I'm over it, because I had to remember which map was which. So I kind of wanted to start with the racial cities, and then go to the low levels areas, and then go to high level areas, and then eventually I was just like, I don't remember what level what is. So some of these are a little all over the place, because I know this is like more down here, and then this is like way up here, and like this is definitely before these, right? Okay. Anyways, so I'm gonna kind of go through. So we're gonna have fun with that. I'm just trying to do random stuff today, you guys. If you guys really want me to go back in the game, just shout at me, and I'll just stop doing this. All right, so Lion's Arch. I know a lot of people are like not a fan of the like, you know, the aquarium theme park aesthetic. I like it because it makes the city feel very clean and very simple, right? It kind of screams Central City to me, right? Like when I go to LA, I know that old LA had a very, very cool, very awesome concept, right? Where the ships are being reused and they're built off of it and blah, 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 blah. But the problem that I always had with it, I feel like for people coming into the game, it didn't really scream like, this is the central hub of the world. Like, it just kind of felt like any other port town. And even, I remember even early on in Guild Wars 2, I kind of like, it was one of those things where I was like, I'm really not getting the like, LA is the place to be, right? Where New LA kind of has that, right? Like it has that feeling of like you're supposed to be here. This is where all the things are happening. This is where you can come and you can find the things, okay? Old LA felt like a temporary solution after the tidal wave, and that's kind of right, and that's the thing, right? It felt it had this air of like it almost felt like a nomad town, right? Like a you know, we talked about the scrapper. It's that same idea of like you said, right? Is the tidal wave destroyed the town, and then we're rebuilding, and we're just kind of using the boats, the ships that were destroyed, and we're using those to create a new town. But it didn't feel like a marble, like a stronghold of this is where all 5 races come together, the meeting place of all the races, of all the different orders and the different things coming together, right? It didn't have the symbol of like this is what the accumulation of all 5 races and all the different packs and all the different, or not packs, all the different orders and all the different things coming together. Really, New LA kind of screams it. The thing about it is that it's very it's too big. I think New LA has just like so much open space, and that was kind of cool about Old LA, right? It was just like you didn't have to like run across these open plazas and stuff. Like the open plazas and the like all this open space that they have, it's kind of like underutilized. There's like no reason for it. Like I wish they would kind of like do something with it in a way. So as a city, as a central hub, it's not bad, but I don't think it really quite. It's like A, B, somewhere around there for me. I'm gonna put it in B. I might change my mind. It might be an A. Like I said, it's good, but it doesn't. Yeah, I think it's A. I think as a map, as what it's supposed to do, right? Like it's still the central hub of all the things. It still has the like lore behind it. It still has like really cool corners, like Hooligan's Route is like really cool. And you still get the aspects of having the ship, the buildings made out of ships and stuff. You still get that. You know, you have the like the really cool garden area, like the wedding area or whatever, right? The celebration area is really cool, right? You could like throw parties there and stuff. You know, and it's still the hub for everything, and I don't think that part really changed. It's just, I think a little bit of the space kind of gets it. It's just too open in certain places. In terms of aesthetic, Old LA is A tier. In terms of does it make sense, it's rather low B tier. New LA is borderline A tier for me. They could improve upon it to make it feel more of a city, but it's fine the way it is. And that's true too. It doesn't feel like a city necessarily, right? Like there's not like buildings with people and stuff. It just feels like a gathering place of like merchants and adventurers and stuff like that. So yeah, so I think it's like it's low A tier, high B tier for me. Kind of like the same that you said. It's rather low B tier. New LA is borderline A tier. Yeah, so it's kind of like I'm kind of there with you, right? So then we have Divinity's Reach, and Divinity's Reach is really cool as a city. I like that the different parts of it are like based on the different like heritage, like the cultural backgrounds and stuff, right? You have the Austin Quarter, which is Alolan. Then you have the Rurik, which is Ascalonian, and it connects to Ebonhawk. You know, I like that concept of it, right? I like the garden in the middle with the palace. Like the structure of it is really cool with the different levels and stuff, and you know, having the carnival, and like there seems to be like things going on even if you run around the city. There's like NPCs, there's things going on. It's cool. I like it. It feels lively. It has like a lot of places where people like houses. It actually feels like a city because there's people moving around and there's houses that people live in. I always hate when I go into MMOs or the games and you're going into city and there's like, you know, 100 people in the city, but there's only 3 houses. I'm like, where do these people live? Like this, like there's a part of immersion that's kind of immersion breaking for me, where I'm like, I'm like, all of these people live in those houses? Because there's no fucking way. It's like, unless they're sleeping in bunk beds that are like 3 stacks high, this isn't gonna make any sense, right? Like, Sierra's high A tier, it really feels like a city. It is very visually nice. It really feels set in its place, right? It has different corners that explains to, like, you know, the gods, right? There's like a certain, you know, plazas of the gods, and it has like its own temple for the gods, and the garden is really cool, and it's just overall I really like, and it's definitely, it's higher A tier for me. Like, it's not quite S tier. I don't think it's like the coolest city ever, and there's a lot of flaws, and there's a lot, you know, now when you look at the, like, one thing that if I'm looking for specific flaws, for example, it's like, now you look at where the houses are on the outside, right, and you realize how like small in scale they are, right? Because they kind of had this, like, they wanted to make you feel like, oh, you know, it's far away, so it's really small, right? But it doesn't really work anymore as much. So it kind of makes it feel a little comical in a way, where it's just like, oh, people live in those? That kind of doesn't really, you know, it's just kind of, there are certain things that there are certain things that kind of take it from S tier for me. So, Holbrook is the next one. So Holbrook is interesting. Again, Holbrook kind of suffers the same thing that LA does, where it feels too large in certain places, right? There's like all this space everywhere, right? Like the lodges are so big, which I get, right? They're supposed to be the, you know, the big lodges of the spirits of the wild and stuff, right? And it's the Norn, so they build big, and, you know, whatever. But I think it's a little too big in some places. Like the Great Lodge is like too big, and the, like, everything has to be far apart because it's so big. So in order to make it like stand, like not have it be like, right, like they have to move it around. So it's like, it's just far apart in a lot of ways, right? Like I like the cave that's behind the bear lodge, right? Like that's really cool with the graveyard that's in there and stuff. That feels a little, I feel like there should be a little bit more happening in that cave. It feels kind of empty. It doesn't feel like yes, there's NPCs, but they kind of just stand around and there's nothing happening. I feel like there should be a little bit more happening. The lake area, unless it's Dragon Bash, kind of feels empty. Like I get it's supposed to be just like a lake, and there's like lore about it having been a glacier, and you know, there was this Norn that did the whole thing, and that's why there's the island and blah blah whatever, right? But it just kind of feels like there's not a lot happening there. So Holbrook goes into, you know, and it's so weird. Flaws of most cities, instances required for map completion. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that's really that big of a deal if I'm doing map completion. Like, it kind of feels nice to go. I mean, I kind of get it. Going through the map. Like, you're saying, like, you have to complete the city maps in order to get map completion. And that feels a little arbitrary, like, weird. Like, it doesn't really, like, what's the point in that? Maybe? Is that what you're saying? The size of the map is fine, but where do the people live there? Well, I kind of have a counter argument for that, because when you look around Holbrook, you will actually see that there's a lot of, like, the Norn don't care really. I think they're the type of people, they're very, like, communal. Like they when you go into, like, the lodges of like around, you know, for the Norn and stuff, they have like beds that are just like out and about, because I don't think the Norn really give a shit. Like, they're the type of people that just, like, they'll sleep with, like, just in a random bed somewhere. Like, they don't care. Like, to them, it's all communal. So when you go to, like, the big lodges and stuff, you'll find, like, I think there's, like, beds in, like, corners and stuff that they can just, like, sleep in. And I think it's really about that they don't really, some of them have homes, but maybe some of them don't have homes. And it's more about the ones that want homes make their lodges somewhere else outside of the city, but in the city they just don't care and they just like sleep wherever. Like I feel like maybe there's that idea. I get where you're coming from. I really do. I really understand it, and I think you have a point for sure. But I think they're trying to, I think Arena was trying to kind of portray that they don't really give a shit. They'll sleep in any of the lodges that is like their spirit animals and they don't care, right? They'll like get drunk and just pass out on one of the beds and they don't care. That's kind of the Norn lifestyle. Like in a way, maybe. Like Viking clan? Yeah, right? So it's kind of the same idea there, right? Like, I mean, I don't know much about Vikings, but I feel like that there is a concept that kind of works for that. So, but I agree with you. I think that Holbreg kind of is in a B tier. I don't think Holbreg is a very A tier. Like, it's not A tier of a city. I don't think as a city it doesn't really feel A tier. So I'm still sticking it to B, because even with that exclamation itself it doesn't really. It's a cool city. But like I said, for me, the space is like, there's so, like, it feels so arbitrary when I have to move from one lodge to the other lodge, because I just have to move so much. Like, even on mounts, like, it feels so, like, during Dragon Bash, I was like, oh my god, I gotta walk over here. It feels so far away. It's weird. It just feels kind of randomly placed in certain places. So, I don't know. It's a B tier. I hate when you have to enter an instant for a point of interest. Just give me the dang thing without 2 loading screens. That's a good point, though. Yeah, that's a good point when you're doing map completion. Yeah. The Grove. I might be a little biased on here, but I've always been in love with the Pale Tree. The lore behind the Pale Tree, the lore behind the Sylvari. I love the idea. I like the different levels feel really cool. Like how the bottom level is like, that's kind of where they live, you know, in a lot of ways. And again, they're kind of communal as well. The Sylvari, they don't necessarily have houses though. Again, if we're kind of going with the thing that there aren't a lot of beds around for the Sylvari, right? There's like hammocks and stuff like that around, like plant hammocks, I want to say. But again, there's not really houses. So I will kind of agree that as a city itself, the Pale Tree, like as an actual functioning city, the Pale Tree isn't that great. But I just love the like the aesthetic of it, right? Like it looks so beautiful, and the different levels feel really, really cool. And it's like one of those cities that you just kind of want to like look around everywhere. And there's all these little corners. Like I love the little cafe that they have, where they have like little bartenders and little stools around and stuff. It's really cool to me. This is the music in the background is from the new expansion. So if I hold on, if I do this, so this is my character. We're doing a specific, but this is the new login screen. So this is the login music of the new expansion. So that's where that song comes from. It's really, really good. It's very Viking inspired. We're just talking about Vikings, so it's very like there's a hurdy-gurdy and all these things that they used in the new expansion and stuff. It feels really cool. The new expansion is really, really fun. I think in terms of aesthetic and stuff. Grove S here, there's no discussion. I mean, Sylvari are plans, so beds to them are somewhat optional, I think. Well, but is that true? So do they not sleep? Do Sylvari not sleep? How do they sleep? Right? Like, you want to make the argument of like, well, there's no houses, where do they live in? There aren't really any houses in the Grove either. So the Grove is great. I love it. I think it's a fun, it's a you know, aesthetic wise, but it must be, it's an A tier for me. Just because I still feel like it's missing the idea of where do the Sylvari go at night, kind of thing. Like when they want to rest, like where do they go? What you know? I like that one thing that I really, really like about the Grove is like everything is really close by. right? You can have the bank over here and you have the trading post over here, and you know, different levels, really easy to access, right? Everything is small. There's not, right? Like I talked about Holbrag being like wasted space, and Lion's Arch as well, right? All just for the grandeur of it, right? But like the Grove has grandeur by having the giant tree above it, but it has the space itself is really small, and it has all these nooks and crannies so you can find really cool things. But I'm still kind of missing that part of it, right? They're like playing, they just sleep standing up. Salad heads, love them. But that's the thing, do they sleep stand? I mean, we don't really know. Do they just, I don't know. Their plants, they sleep standing up. Do they though? I don't know. They're humanoid plants. So I don't think, and that would be, just imagine how scary it would be. You walk into the Grove and you just, at night, right? You go to the Grove at night and the Sylvari are just all standing in spot, just like that's weird to me. It's a weird concept. Like I get that they wouldn't just be like in the middle of but just like even if they went into a corner somewhere, that's very like Blair Witch. Like imagine you go into like a Sylvari's house and you just see him standing in the corner, just like, that's like, are you okay? What's going on over here? Just, they fall asleep. I don't... It's just too weird. It's too weird of a concept. I can't accept it. But they do sleep, but do they need a bed where they can just grow one themselves? I mean, they could grow themselves one, but like, there are planned beds, like hammocks and stuff like that, and they have chairs. Like, if it's no effort for them to be standing up and sleeping, why do they need chairs? So why have any chairs in the Grove? You know what I mean? I don't know. Like I said, it's just, it's not quite S tier, because I'm kind of feeling like there's the thing that's kind of missing there. So, maybe they hang down like bats. Yeah, they just like, they hang like, yeah, well, that's even scarier. Imagine you walk into someone's house and they're just hanging upside down from the ceiling. Like, that's just weird. Oh god, this is awful. I thought the Grove home instance was lame for the longest time until I realized there's all kinds of little homes up higher, little nests and seed pods. It is. The home instance in the Grove is really cool because you have all these little platforms too that you can go around, and it's like a communal home. Like your home instance in the Grove is actually like a communal home for like a bunch of Sylvari. It's really cool. I like it. At least a high A, low S. I would say it's probably a low A tier for me, or just an A tier. I think it's just like an A tier. The Black Citadel. Now, the Black Citadel has this issue that we've already raised, right? It's a cool city, right? It has the grandeur of the Imperator's core that you can see. You see the statues of past heroes. Everything is built out of metal, right? Really showing that, like, they build it from the ground up, and they didn't build it like humans with stone, right? Or wood. They build it out of metal, right? Because they're char, right? The concept is really cool. But where do they, like, sleep? Like, there aren't really like houses around. There's like shops and bars and different like workshops and merchant quarters, and there's an arena to fight, and the Imperator's core has all of the functioning things. But where do they sleep? Where do Char sleep? You can't tell me that Char sleep standing up or hanging from ceilings, or that they grow themselves a bed. So Citadel would be a B for me. Thematically, it's nice, but it's lacking. And it does lack, right? I think there's... The idea of having Rin is really cool, and the Nolani Academy from Guild Wars 1 with the spirits is really cool, like having that its own section. I like that you can kind of see the process of how they build the machines with this, the furnace, right? Where they destroy all the old stuff in there, and you know, it feels very mechanical and stuff. But I'm kind of missing, if you guys look back, I recently did a video where I kind of compared the trailer to what the actual game was. if you look at the manifest, I think it was the manifesto trailer. I want to say it was either the racial trailer or the manifesto trailer. If you look at those, you can see that the Black Citadel was supposed to be like an actual city of like made out of metallic like houses, and there was all these houses and stuff that the Char was supposed to live in, and they made it a lot smaller. And they cut a lot of that, which is a shame, but it's B tier for me. It's really not, as a city, it's kind of like, it's there, you know? Also, the shield is not visible. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Jesus. Flip. There you go. Whoopsies. Thank you. I didn't see it. Char City equals industry. Norn equals communal. Savari equals hippies. I guess if you want to put, I don't know if I believe in the hippie idea. Have you ever seen a Savari get high? Can't have a hippie without getting high. And it's kind of cannibalism if they're smoking weed. Think about that. A Savari smoking weed. Alright. B tier. Radasum. So Radasum is really cool. Radasum actually, if we're talking about like living quarters and stuff, they have specific dorms set up for them that are not accessible. So it's interesting to think that there's a part of the cube, the lower half of the cube, actually is not accessible to us. So it's really cool to think that the living quarters of the Asura is actually in the bottom part of the cube, and we don't get access to it. So I like that. It's really, really cool because it makes the city feel bigger than it is. I like that it has these like really cool areas underground where there's like different like people doing presentations, and there's bars, and there's like a prison, and there's like all these different things. And then you have the like different corner, the different you know, the 3 different corners for the colleges. You know, and having the merch. I like the setup of it. It feels really cool having it all built on a cube like that. And the way that it is, I think it's really cool. They probably won't get high from it. That's probably true. They probably wouldn't get high from it. So I like Radasum the way that it is. Like I said, it feels like, again, it doesn't have a lot going on, and it doesn't feel necessarily, it feels more like a hub than a city. But I feel like that's done by design, and the Asura designed the cube to be that way, where it's like, no, you can only go to the things that are not like, you can't just go by someone's house or knock on someone's door, or, you know, go into the dormitories that they have, right? Like the dorms and stuff. Like you can only go to the places that the marketplaces and the different colleges and like that type of stuff where the inventions are, you know. And I think kind of like the Norn, the Asura are more about like not having a place to go back to, but more about spreading out and having their different labs all around the world, right? They're not really about like all sticking to the cube, right? So I don't know, it's canon that Savari consume mushrooms. Radasum A tier, visually nice, makes sense, and accessible for the post part, for the most part. There's some areas that are annoying to get to, but you can't play around that with mounts. Yeah, I don't know. Having the different areas like teleport you to the different areas is really cool. It kind of makes it feel like each branch of the, you know, there's more to it. There could be like more places that we could go to and stuff. So I like it. But it kind of falls. It's not. It's like low A tier, high B tier for me, I want to say, as a city. Yeah, I think as a city, it kind of gets a low A for me, I want to say. Yeah, so kind of, you know. All right, so then we go to the actual maps. These are all the core maps, right? So we go to Queensdale. So Queensdale as a map functions really well. I think has a lot of flow. The events are varied. There's a lot of them, and they all actually work. Not like I recently made a short about all the ones that don't work. I like the idea of it's our it's our start of our adventure. It's a very MMO-ish map, right? Where it's like, oh, we're helping farmers on the fields tend to their crops, right? It's very MMO, right? It's very like, hey, I'm a level 2 warrior and I'm helping out tending to your fucking corn or whatever, right? And I think it flows really well. I think it has like specific areas. The aesthetic of it is interesting. It gets a little boring. It's a little too much of the green hills for me. I feel like there should be a little bit more of that. But we do get the swamp later on, so that's kind of nice. But the swamp is kind of boring. There's like nothing to do in the swamp, beside the like the world boss. But beside that, the world boss is nice. I like the Shadow Behemoth. It was the very first world boss I ever did. But I don't know. I don't know. It's not a perfect map by any means, I don't think. But I don't know really how I feel about it. Do you guys have any thoughts on Queensdale? Shaymore is really cool. Being a city, but it's for me, as someone that's played a lot of Guild Wars 1, it's such a step away from what Guild Wars 1 aesthetic of Kryta was. It's such a common, like, any fantasy MMO has an area like Queensdale. Like, it doesn't feel unique enough to me, right? There's a forest and there's hills and there's a village and there's like, fields and whatever, right? It doesn't really feel like Guild Wars 2, right? Where it's like, it doesn't feel like it does anything special. So it's a B tier for me. I think it's like a high B tier. It's not a bad map by any means, but it doesn't blow me out of the water. It doesn't bother me either. It's not bad enough that I would put it lower than that. So, Wayfarer Foothills. Wait, this is Wayfarer Foothills. What is this? This is Snowden Drifts. Snowden Drifts, go away. You're going over here. This is Wayfarer Foothills, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Wayfarer Foothills. So Wayfarer Foothills. I really like Wayfarer Foothills because Wayfarer Foothills, the way that it flows, right? It's this long map, and you start in the valley part of it, and you make your way up the mountains. And as you make your way up the mountains, you're getting more of the like influence of Jormag and the Svanir become more common. Bigger, the camps get bigger and bigger and bigger, culminating in you going to the very peak of it. At the very north part where there's like a giant fortress of like, oh, this is Bad Ice and this is this is the Svanir headquarters kind of for the area and stuff. I like the flow of that, right? I like the music is really cool too. It doesn't feel too generic of a mountain map in my opinion. Because the early parts hit on a lot of like the valley. Like, I like that the valley part is very divided, right? Shaymore Fields doesn't feel too divided. It is divided by the river and by the cave from the other parts of the map. But the valley really is like, okay, the valley doesn't have snow, and you kind of meet all the spirits of the wild, and you kind of learn a lot about the Norn. And from that point on, you kind of go on your adventure up the mountains. And that's really cool to me. There's something really cool where the aesthetic kind of changes to like, oh, you're going up the snowy mountains, and then now you're going into forest, and you're kind of dealing with Jotun and Dredge a little bit, right? Like, and you're dealing with more with the Svanir, and you have a big lake, and then you go further north, and you start meeting like the Lion Guard and these other things, and going higher up into the mountains. Like, I really like that. So I kind of think that map, Wayfarer Foothills, it's a pretty good map. I really like it as an introductory map for the Norn. I feel like it really does a good job of, because you start out with the mood, right, and then you have the arena right next to it, and those things. It feels really like A tier. It's a good map. It's a solid map. It doesn't quite like, oh my god, like this is the best map ever, but it does really, really well in what it tries to do. Metrica Province. So Metrica Province being the initial, right, you have the Hinter Labs, which is the introductory, again, like area for the Asura. you kind of deal with the inquest a little bit there. You kind of learn about their lifestyle, and you know, you meet the Hylek and stuff. And then as you move on, you kind of deal with same of the more, and you get a little bit of the swampy aesthetic with some rivers around. It's a little bit more tropical feeling, but it's very kind of blah. It doesn't really, like, the Thermonova reactor area is kind of like weird. It feels kind of strange. It's never really felt. I don't know, the way, like, the thing is, it doesn't even look at all like what the fractal looks like. So it's like, why does it look the way it does? And because the fractal makes really sense to me, but then that part doesn't really make sense to me. So I don't know. And you have all these different, the thing is, you have all these different crews, and that's really cool, right? You have all these different crews that do different things, but it doesn't have like this flow to it. It doesn't have like, it's all the same kind of aesthetic as you go throughout. It doesn't really have, the events are not bad, but nothing really stands out to me. The fire elemental is cool, so it's probably a B tier for me. I want to say it's probably a lower B tier. Like it kind of introduces you to like the Asura in a way. And I like the early parts of it, but then later on it kind of just feels like there's just random places later on where I'm like, okay, I don't really like, there's a like in the later part of the map, there's like this empty spot in the middle of the map that doesn't really have anything going on in it. I'm like, there could be something going on here. And then still the idea of like, when you look at Guild Wars 1 and you look at what Guild Wars 1 did with that exact same area of the world, and you look at the Ullen River, and you look at the Stone Bridge, right? They didn't translate any of the lore or any of the aesthetic of what that was. Riven Earth being specifically that area that had Stone Bridge, right? Like, it didn't translate any of that over, really. It made it, the scale all of a sudden is like really weird. So it's a lower B tier for me. It's probably one of the less like one of the areas that I less like to go through when I level like a character and stuff. So then we have Plains of Ashford. So that's kind of thing. So we started Smokestead. We do the early part. It's divided by having this like kind of wall that they build there, and you can kind of like move out of it, and then we deal with like Beridan's estate, and we go around, and there's like different hearts to do, and we have the Ascalonian catacombs. We go into Ascalon City, then we kind of deal with the ogres at the end. So it has an interesting flow, and I think one thing that it really gives it is because it was an early map in Guild Wars 1 and a map that saw 2 iterations in Guild Wars 1, right? It feels really good. Like, I think it's a good map. It doesn't really, again, you kind of get the same like Ascalon aesthetic, so there's nothing with aesthetic. You get a little bit of water stuff later on, like underwater combat and stuff like that a little bit later on with the lakes and stuff. The events, there's no meta event. I really wish like Ascalon City had something that was like a real strong meta event. It doesn't have that. It really has there's a place for that, but they don't have that in there. So it kind of loses me there a little bit. So I'm thinking like Plains of Ashford is probably kind of close to Radasum, maybe like Radasum and Queensdale. It's not a bad map, and it introduces the Char and the Flame Legion really well. It gives you a lot of different. Another thing it really bothers me is all the events that don't work right now. There's so many really cool events that don't pop, and that kind of really bothers me a lot. So it's probably on par with like Metrica Province. So, Caledon Forest. So Caledon Forest is really fun. It's a great introduction to the Sylvari early on. You know, Sylvari kind of try and, like, the village of Astoria is really cool. You get, like, some farming stuff. You get the idea of, like, how they're trying to venture out into the world. You get a little bit of Nightmare Court. You get some fun jumping puzzles and stuff. And you move on from that. You go to, like, the beachy area. And you kind of deal with that. And you kind of help the Sylvari out. Then you get to Mabon Market, and it's really cool because then you get like the Tengu with the water, and there's like, so the aesthetic kind of changes from like a jungle to being more of like a beachy, watery, a little bit, right? Like a little bit more of that. It's kind of a mix of the two, and you get introduced to like all these different things, like the Hylic are there, and the Tengu with the wall, and that's kind of cool. And underwater you have the crate, and as you go on you kind of have like two different paths you can take, so that's really cool. And then you end up in the swamp, and it gets like really dark, and you see those stone faces, and there's a meta boss, and you really deal with like the Nightmare Court, and then you have the dungeon there, and you have the trolls, and it feels very swampy and very dark. Or you can stay on the beach and kind of deal with the like crate and stuff, right? And you kind of have like those two separate sides there. So again, it has like a really cool flow. The events are varied, and I think they're very interesting. And again, they introduced the Sylvari in a really good, so I think it's an A tier for me. I think that map is like an A tier for me, like a straight up A tier. I don't think it does anything like amazingly. It's not a map where I'm like, man, this is just like a really feel good map, right? Like this, where I go in and I'm like, this is really freaking good. I don't know if we're gonna have one of those maps. I'm kind of looking through. I don't know if there's any maps, because I know there's maps right now in the game, and I do have all of I'm not gonna do this tonight, but there is a spot where it has all of the and there are maps here that I would put an S tier, right? Like in this specific thing, right? Like Grothmar Valley, I think is like a really fun map, and just varied events, and the aesthetic is really cool, and the dialogue is really cool, and the lore on all of it is really cool, and that's an S tier map, I think. So but anyways, it's definitely a higher A. I think this is like, I think this beats like something like Wayfarer Foothills. I think it's I don't know, it competes very well. I think Wayfarer Foothills doesn't get enough credit. I think it's a really good map, so I don't know. Then we have the this is the what's it called, Diessa Plateau. So Diessa Plateau, Diessa Plateau is kind of lacking for me. There's no big meta. The events are kind of, they're interesting. There's certain, the thing is the events are kind of like stuck in like certain like when you go to the area where they do the Meetoberfest, I don't remember what it's called, but there's so many events that are just like kind of around that. And then again, the middle of the map has all this open, I know that's supposed to be like farms and stuff, but it feels very open with nothing happening. It's very flat. There's like barely, like there's some hills and stuff, but it's not like, it's very flat and very plain and very like not a lot going on. There's certain corners of the map that feel really good, like the Flame Legion, like having a little dungeon, like a little temple dungeon thing. There's the sawmill that they have. Some of the jumping puzzles are really cool. The wall area is kind of nice, but like the middle part, which is like the main middle part, like I like the outside of it, but like the middle part of it is just like really like So it's probably a C tier for me, because I don't think there's any like events that really stand out for me. There's nothing really where I'm like, man, I really want to go to like Diessa Plateau. I think it's one of those maps that could probably use some TLC, and kind of like, I don't know, a little bit, change some of that stuff there. So next is, what is that, Brisbane Wildlands. So Brisbane Wildlands is really cool because, and I talked about Brisbane Wildlands specifically in my regional introduction video series, where I made actually videos specifically about Brisbane Wildlands, because it's such a cool map, because it has this amalgamation of these three different aesthetics that kind of I put it in C2 though. DSL Plateau is really lackluster, right? There's really nothing. It doesn't really stand out in a big way, I think. So, it's kind of iffy. So, yeah, Brisbane Wildlands being like 3 different aesthetics that meet, right? You have the southwestern part that's Cern, and then you have the southeastern part, which is Silvari, and then you have the northwestern part, which is Human, and then you have the like western part being like going into the wastes, right? You have all of those aesthetics kind of meet, and then you have Skritsburg in the middle, right? A big mountain in the middle with a Skrit in it. It's really cool. Like, it doesn't have a flow to it because it has all these different, but it has these different little, it's what I call a theme park map. It's the first iteration of a theme park map, but it works because of the way that it's this meeting point. It's this convergence of different ideas and cultural ways and stuff that kind of meets, and the events even reflect that, right? Because you have the unholy trinity. What are they called? The sinister triad. The sinister triad that's fighting the Triforge, right? Like, really representing the 3 different areas that come together in a big way, right? And you deal with that throughout the whole map. So it's a great map. I think Brisbane Wildlands is a really great map. There are certain parts of it, I will say, that feel a little empty. There aren't some events in some areas that kind of maybe could use it, that like kind of feel like there could be something interesting happening, but there's just not. So I think that's what it kind of keeps it from being out at S tier. But if it like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, if it had more events happening in some of the empty areas, it would be an S tier map for me, because it is like, it's actually really cool map. But right now I think it's just like an even A tier for me. So Brisbane Rosario look cool. On the other hand though, it has one issue. It has multiple dead links, probably connectors to map that never meant to be. That's a bummer to me, since I do agree with that, right? Like the northern path, it would be really cool to go to the northern path, that, you know, there's a portal there already. And is there more? Is there another one that I'm not thinking of? What's another thing where it connects to something and it doesn't lead anywhere? They did a good job. They did a good job of using some of the parts that they did have originally and kind of using that to go, you know, to the other maps. I always forget the name of the sand. What is it called? Silverways. I always forget the name. I don't know why. You know, going to Dry Top and Silverways. Like, I think it's a great introduction into that area, because it introduces you, like I said, in the regional lore intro series. You know, it does a great job of like introducing you to the idea of the Maguma wastes, where it's like we're stepping away from the jungle part of the Maguma and we're going into the wastes part of it, where there maybe was a long time ago a jungle, but it's now a wasteland of sandiness and arid and dry and sandstorms and that kind of thing, right? So it's really cool in all these different ways, I think. So I do agree that it's a bummer that it has some portals that kind of go nowhere, but yeah. So then we have what is that? Snowdon Drifts. So Snowdon Drifts, again, it's kind of a weird thing. It has a lot of different things happening. There's no like meta event here. There's no you know, it's just dealing with like Jormag and the bad ice and the, you know, the ice brood and the Svanir. It has Owl's Abattoir, which is really, really cool. It introduces you to some Largo stuff, Quaggins moving through the map, right? Trying to settle in. It has the Coden, right? That's when you get introduced to the Coden. They're even on the art there, cover art, the loading screen or whatever. So it's a cool map in those aspects, but it fails in a little bit of like, again, all these different parts kind of feel a little disconnected from each other. There's no there's no overarching threat that kind of connects these different areas, right? You have like the Seraph working on one side, and then you have like the Centaurs being in their own camp. It feels very MMO-ish in the sense that you like have like your little hubs, like you go from one area into the next area into the next, and nothing really, there's no lore, there's no like events that go from like area to area. They're all like isolated in their own way, so it doesn't really create like a nice flow. So conceptually there's no flow, and then there's like in the actual like content part there's no flow to it, right? So it kind of feels very isolated in a lot of different ways. So it kind of gets like a B tier for me. It's not as bad as Diessa Plateau, because Diessa Plateau just has that really empty spot, and Snowden Drifts doesn't really have that. There's like, I feel like every part kind of has their own thing, but there's like all these different parts, right? You have like the bridge in the middle that has like its own events going on, and you have like the southern part, like I said, kind of deals with the Coden, and then you have Owl's Abattoir in one corner, and then you know, you have like the northern part kind of deals with like Jormag and the Svanir and stuff. The northwestern is like the Durman Priory has like an outpost out there with the Seraph underneath it and stuff. So it has all these different like, and then there's a Bodega Stedding, which is the you know, the that deals with the dredge a little bit. So it has things going on all around it, so it doesn't have really like that emptiness going on. Like anytime you venture for like a minute, you come to like a new area and something's going on, but it's all very isolated. It's all very isolated, which I guess kind of makes sense when you're in like a mountain range, like, you know, as you're traveling through a mountain range, like I feel like it would be like that. There wouldn't be like necessarily like a flow like that, but it just kind of gets like B tier for me. It's not as bad as Diessa Plateau, I want to say. I don't think it really gets that. Then we have Kessex Hill. So they use the old. This is the loading screen with the that they used during the yeah, I'm gonna just so you guys know, I'm gonna finish this tier list and I'm gonna head out. So once we're done with that tier list, because I'm gonna have to go to bed soon. Okay, so Kessex Hills. Kessex Hills, I don't know. The original loading screen had like these god statues and stuff, and I was like, oh my god. I remember like going in and seeing that loading screen and thinking like, oh my god, Kessex Peak in Guild Wars 1 was where the Wizard's Tower was. I'm like, oh my god, we're gonna see the Wizard's Tower, and you do see the Wizard's Tower, and it is there. But it doesn't do anything, right? Like in the core of Guild Wars 2, it just kind of sits there. It doesn't do anything. There's no quests around it. There's no hearts that have anything to do with it. In Guild Wars 1, at least you had some quests that dealt with it. In Guild Wars 2, you didn't, right? Just kind of sits there, doesn't do anything. You kind of deal with centaurs, and then now we have the toxic stuff going on. The tower ruins are kind of, they ruin the area for me. I feel like this should have been cleaned up a long time ago. I think they should revert Kessex Hills back to the original way that it was, in my opinion. I get that there is still like achievements and stuff that deal with like the Toxic Alliance and all of that, and Nightmare Tower and all that stuff, but in my opinion it should go back to the original. But even the original didn't really, there was a lot of like, it's kind of weird because now it tries to tackle all these different things, because you have the Toxic Alliance and you have bandits and you have the centaurs, so you're dealing with all of these different things, and it kind of, it feels all a little, again, kind of discombobulated. Then you have the Tengu that are dealing with like destroyers, and there's all these different issues happening, and there's no overall flow. The only flow that you get is on the far side where the Seraph are attacking the centaurs, right? And the Centaur War is like happening there with like the big camps and stuff, and that's really cool because you take over one camp, you take it over another camp, you attack another camp, and then the leader comes out and you kill the leader, right? Like there's something to that. I like that flow of it, but it feels disconnected from like when you deal with the toxic stuff, with the Toxic Alliance stuff. You know, that's a whole different slew of issues, and so it's really, I don't know, it kind of feels, if I compare it to something, it's comparable to something like Queensdale. Like, it doesn't elevate itself from Queensdale in any shape or form, in my opinion. It doesn't really have this, like, oh my god, this is really cool, and, like, I could see, in some universe and some world out there, I could see Keswick Hills actually being a really, really cool map. But right now, it just kind of feels very much like Snowden Drifts in the way that it has all these different areas going on. It has less events. I feel like that's something that it sets it lower, but it's not as bad as DSL Plateau. DSL Plateau is like kind of really bad for me in that sense, where it's like really has like a lot of empty spots to it and stuff. So all right, then we go to Fields of Ruin. Fields of Ruin is obviously, you know, with Ebon Hawk being part of it, is really, really cool. You get the first sight of the Dragon brand. It's one corner. You get the Char, the Ogre War, right? You get the deal with the Char delegation and stuff. Again, it's a theme parky map because it has different corners that deal with different things, and it has a little bit of like, again, there's a lot of emptiness in the middle of the map, right? There's like a lot of open space in the middle that doesn't have really like anything going on in it. Keswick Hills is half nice, half ruined. I don't like the aesthetic with all the chopped trees and the fallen tower. Yeah, they really, I think that, I don't know. Oh, there was one thought that came to my mind minutes ago. One kind of map I'm kind of missing is some kind of real mountain archetype. Something like Mount Belrior, but with more stuff around like Draconis Mons. This map could have a meta event where you reach a summit. And that was something. So if you watch my Janthia Wilds review video, I actually talked about that. I talked about how I would have liked to have seen Mount Belrior be an actual open world map. Okay, I think Mount Belrior could have been an open world map that would have been really, really cool, where you have a meta event that takes place on the summit. And you have all these things happening on the mountain. I do agree with you, like an actual like mountain, like a single mountain, even like a single mountain map, right? Like when I think of the loading screen for what is it, the raid for Mount Belrior, it looks so imposing and so like, oh my god, is this big mountain that we're climbing, right? Like the whole mountain, like climbing a single mountain, right? Like on the world map, there is a path that leads all the way around Mount Belrior, because, and it makes sense because like this mountain is so steep that you can't just like climb up the sides of it, so you have to like kind of like swirl your way around it, right? And it has that on the world map, and it would have been really cool to have that as a map. So I agree with you on that, so for sure. But yeah, so Fields of Ruin again has a little bit of the emptiness there, and it's just, again, I like the ideas of having these different like parts of the map and like introducing, you know, Ebon Hawk being huge on the lore and really having like true Ascalonians, right, that are just like, you know, they're just like, yeah, Ascalon, but there's also like no Ascalonian ghosts, which I feel like I'm like, well, this is Ascalon, why are there no like Ascalonian ghosts? How are they not part of this, right? So it's actually a C tier for me. I'm really like, beside Ebon Hawk and a little bit of the brand, and the thing is like we're gonna deal with a lot of the brand later on, right? And the brand is cool in a lot of different ways, but we're gonna talk about some maps that kind of fail on that as well. But it just kind of like, I'm like, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't really hit what I would want it to. Like, I feel like it doesn't do enough like Guild Wars 1 callbacks to Ascalon, which I feel like there was areas out there that they could have done something with. Like, they could have done something with the center of the map, change that a little bit or something. I don't know. It doesn't, it's also supposed to, like, the way they introduce it is like, it's supposed to be this war zone, but it doesn't really feel like a war zone. Like, it's just only 5 years ago that this war ended, but it really doesn't feel like, you don't see any like siege engines or anything left, or any like destructions, like ruins and stuff. There's not ruins anywhere, right? Like, it's kind of weird. So it doesn't really feel like what it's supposed to be. So Gandharan Fields. Gandharan Fields is an interesting map because it kind of tries to do these different things. You know, the far eastern part kind of giving you this like going up the mountain feel, which is actually kind of cool, leading into the Shiver Peak Mountains. I like that. It kind of gives you like a little bit of a transitional part, makes the biomes feel, you know, it's changing and there's things going on. The events are interesting. I feel like there aren't enough events on the map. I feel like there's like certain parts where you go through the map and there's like nothing going on. Like around the vigil, for example, there's like nothing going on. Like on the green part of the vigil, like, you know, not the mountain aside, there's like nothing happening. Like, it's just like, I feel like the vigil should have like training sessions, or they should be going out like hunting, or they should be like constructing weapons or siege engines or something. There should be like something happening, but the vigil feels like this, just like it just sits there, right? It's just kind of weird to me, being this big order that does all these different things. The pirates idea is really cool. I like that there's different pirates on the lake and they're kind of like trapped in there because of like what happened with you know, with Zaitan and the way that they like all got swept up in there from the tidal wave, from the tsunami and stuff. So that's really cool to me, aesthetic wise. You know, we have like a little swamp, but the swamp doesn't have anything going on. There's really like nothing. You know, it's kind of weird there. So I don't know. It's kind of tough on that one. It's probably a B tier for me, I think. It's definitely not A. It's definitely not C though. Yeah, it's definitely B. Because it's not bad. It's just kind of there. I think I missed on the review. Well, you can always go back and watch it. Mount Barrier is cool as a raid convergence story instance, but it's kind of lame if you take it out as an overworld map as well. I wish they'd made a flesh. Yeah, I think if they fleshed it out, obviously if they made an open world map of it, they would have to make it way bigger and they would have to add things to it. But if, like I said, if you go back to the review, you can kind of see it on the, I kind of like pointed out on the map, but you know, there's a part like you can really see on the world map that there's more to Mount Belrier than we ever see. Whereas like a path that goes along the like the water's edge, right? And I really think they could have done like really cool aesthetic with that, having like these rugged water edges that have like these steep cliffs maybe into the water, rather than having like beaches or something. And then having it lead up onto the mountain, like having this mountain path, and you could have like little like helping like caravans going up the mountain and stuff like that. Like there's ideas that they could have really done where it could have felt like we're slowly marching onto the area, the peak, the summit of where the Titans are hanging out at, right? So I think there's certainly that. So yeah, so that's there. So then we have what is this? This is Harathi Hinterlands. Harathi Hinterlands is really cool. I like Harathi Hinterlands because it's like Centaur War. It's Centaur War focus. It shows the Centaurs taking slaves, destroying the environment, right? Things are becoming arid because they're using all of the materials to just, you know, build their siege engines and build their prisons and stuff like that, right? The events kind of flow a little bit too, where you, if you kind of follow some of these events, there's not enough events. I think it's another map that could use some more events in it, but if you follow the events, it kind of leads to the big final battle against the world boss. And the world boss obviously, I think, needs some TLC, but the idea still is really great, right? That you're on the verge of going up these mountains into the homeland of the Centaurs, right? You're like on the verge of, like, that is the battle line where these things meet, right? But then you also have the part of like, oh, there's bandits around that are like hanging out in the caves, and you have like underground caves, and you have the lake, and so I like the ideas that they went with a lot of these things. But many of the, if you again, they have all these different things going on, and you have the group of like 5 adventurers that are all different races, and they're like doing their events, and they're going around, and by the end of it they're attacking the Centaur camp, and that's really cool to me. I like it. But there's a lot of empty places too. a lot of the parts of the maps, if you ever go through Harathi Hinterlands, you'll see there's a lot of parts that like don't have events that could use some events, that there could be something going on and they just didn't put anything there, and it kind of sucks in that way. That's the good stuff. I don't know what we're talking about. What's the good stuff? I really want some Fruit Loops right now. I just got like those random, I haven't had Fruit Loops in probably a decade, but I got random craving for the Fruit Loops. So just letting you guys know that. I'm not going to be eating Fruit Loops, but I have a craving for it. So there you go. So Harathi is not a bad map by any means, but I think it falls into like B tier for me. This is on the mountain map. Oh yeah, okay. So I you know, and that's the thing. Like I really, in my review. So just so you know, the idea came from that I wanted them to split the. I talked both about Seekers of the Obscure and Janthi Wilds, and in the review I talk about how I think both of them could have been split up into 2 separate expansions. And there's an expansion that deals with just the Titans, and it all culminates in killing them on Mount Belrior and having only 3 maps to the expansion, where it's Lowland Shore, Janthu Sentry, and then Mount Belrior, and then just kind of sprucing up Janthu Sentry and having Mount Belrior as an open world map, as well as Convergence, Raid, blah blah blah, and kind of ending that conflict there, and then having another expansion that deals with like the Mersad and going to Bava Nisos and all of these things, and kind of fleshing that out, because I really felt like there was a disconnect. Same with Seekers of the Obscure, there was a huge disconnect between the initial part and the later part. But yeah, you can watch that review. I think I did pretty well on it. I don't know how people, I don't know, I got pretty decent reception on it. I don't know how if people really agreed on a lot of things that I said, but those were kind of my thoughts on it. So yeah, I think it's a B tier for me. It's not as bad as like something like Diasa Plateau or Fields of Ruin, and you guys will see that a lot of the Ascalonian maps, even though I do love my Ascalon lore and I do love my Guild Wars 1 stuff, a lot of those are going to be landing there. I'm going to just tell you guys right now that yeah, I'm looking at one map specifically that I already know. It might actually be, I'm telling you guys right now, there's an Ascalonian map that's going to go into D tier, and I don't even, it's going to automatically go to D tier. So, Lornar's Pass. Seekers of the felt like 2 expansion crest into one single one. After first 3-month pad, the story didn't make any sense anymore. Janthi Wilds is better in storytelling, but they still need to improve their writing and yeah, I Seekers of the Obscure was Seekers of the Obscure was interesting in the sense that it felt like, and I've always said this, when Seekers of the Obscure came out, it felt like the initial part of Seekers of the Obscure was made by the A team, and then everything past that was made by the B team of the people that maybe aren't as talented and stuff. Like, it was like the A team was all of their main, like, good ass, you know, developers that know about the lore, that know about all the stuff going on, that know how to, like, make things work and feel good and whatever, right? Like, they were instructed to create this like really cool setup for an expansion, and then they had the B team where they were like, okay, this is what the A team is creating, so you guys like work off of that and create something else. And I think that they really failed with the later parts. And again, in the review, if you watch the Janthi Wilds review, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. But it feels so weird because they introduce all these characters in the early Seekers of the Obscure, and then didn't do anything with those same characters and introduced a whole slew of different characters for the Nyos part. And it's like, it really felt like it was 2 separate things that were happening, and it's just like none of the early parts mattered in the later parts, and vice versa, and it's just weird. It was weird. So yeah, but all right, Lornar's Pass. So Lornar's Pass is really cool. Dermot Priory in the middle. It has kind of a flow to it, almost. Again, it feels It feels a little bit like Wayfarer Foothills, where it's kind of this journey across the mountains, right? You kind of gotta go like up and down the slopes, and there's like hidden caves and ruins, and you're dealing with the dredge here, and you're dealing with like a little bit of the Svanir here, and then you have the steam creatures on the lake, and there's like all this little lore, and you have the Dermot Priory kind of like out and about, like studying all these different things. And then as you go, you slowly go down the mountain, right, and becomes greener. And now you're dealing with pirates that are kind of like hanging out, because we're close to like Lion's Arch now, right? And it's like, oh, okay, well, this is close to like the Sea of Sorrows, and it kind of has like, it feels really well placed in the world that it's in. It's a very long map, and there's a lot of like, it's a very big map in that sense. The events are a little, again, I don't know. I kind of feel like there should be more events, because sometimes I feel like there's just not enough events going on. And the thing also is like, I want the events, like when I look at something like Queensdale, or something like, what did I have as a good example earlier? I don't know. I felt like I had a good example of like where the events kind of create a flow of like, it takes you on a journey a little bit, right? Like, and it kind of feels really nice to have this little bit of a flow, and just kind of work really well. So it's not a bad map, Lorna's Pass. I actually like it. I want to say that with everything, like the only thing that really bugs me is maybe the density of events. Again, it has like some of the empty areas that it has, specifically the like southeast area. There's like a lot of spots that are just kind of open, and there's not anything really happening. There's some hearts out there, but there's really nothing like big events or anything. It doesn't have like a big meta. It doesn't really need it. So it's a B tier as well for me, for like different reasons. It's not quite A tier. I don't think it quite hits A tier for me. It's close to A tier. It's definitely one of the higher B tiers for me. Gotta be Iron Marches or Firehard Rise, which fall into D. You got it right. So Firehard Rise is hands down, and I'll you know, I think anyone can agree on that. Firehard Rise is the worst open world map, in my opinion, hands down, out of all of them, out of every single one of them. No, there's some that are not worse, but that fall equal. But it is one of the worst ones. Not just core, but I'm saying like throughout the whole game. I'm honest, B Team Soto story has got to be the worst writing they've ever had. Even late IVS was better. Yeah, and that was the thing, is like, what they did with the Cryptus really sucked, and it was just, yeah, it really felt like they had like, the A team created the initial Secrets of the Obscure, and then they had like all these new hires that just started like a week ago, and they're like, oh yeah, you guys are working, and they're like, wait, we're doing the other part of the expansion? They're like, yeah, because we're moving on to Janthe Wild, so you guys are gonna have to step up and get your shit ready and do the stuff. And they're like, oh my god, because it really felt like they didn't know what to do with the Cryptus, and then they like over-humanized the Cryptus, and like in a weird fucking way, because the Cryptus, like, just looking at the Cryptus, it was like Cryptus were, you know, Kanaxai introduces us to him, and it's about like, oh, feeding on the emotions, right? And it was like, oh, Petha is this cunning character, and Eparch is this like evil scheming demon, right? And we're like, oh wow, this is like, you know, like Deimos is like really like, was it not Deimos? What was his name? Ceres. I'm sorry, Ceres. Ceres was like this like really like felt like a big bad villain, where like I'm like, oh okay, like, you know, he hunts you down and he can like feel your emotions and he feeds off of it, right? And then we go to Nyos, and the Cryptas are whining, like they're like, oh my god, we're being killed, can you feed me an apple? It's like, oh, what? And this is supposed to be like because like, you know, they have a civil war going on, right? And all the weaklings have like, you know, this war has been going on for God knows how long. So we're going into Nyos, and all of a sudden it's like, isn't Eparch, like, hasn't Eparch already taken care of all the weakest Cryptus? Like, why are these guys still alive? They should have been the first ones to be picked off. Like, it just felt so weird. Intermeo. Firehard is really bad, to be frank. It is really bad. Firehard Red's really bad, and I'll give you guys my explanation for that. So, Intermeo sounds delicious. I need some Intermeo right now. All right. So we're on to, what is that? Timberline Falls. So Timberline Falls is really cool. I like Timberline Falls because it has like 2 separate paths you can take. You have the snowy mountain path that leads down into the like lake area, or you can take the more like tundra-ish, like colder climate, but like going down the mountain, like that kind of climate on the other side, and it leads to the swampy areas with the ruins at the end, right? Like you kind of have like 2 journeys that you can take with the mountain range in the middle, and it kind of is cool. I like the events there. The flow feels really good, right? Like it feels like a little journey that you're taking, and you get all these different biomes and these different things. And I feel like there's not a lot of wasted space. There's some wasted space where there's like nothing happening, but it's not as egregious as like some other areas. So I kind of like it. I don't know if it's quite A tier though. Timberline Falls, aesthetic wise, it feels really good. Is it like a lower A tier for me? Because we get like, I don't know. I really like it. I really want to like it, but I do see some of the flaws of some areas that don't get utilized, and there's some like ideas of I don't know. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. I would have loved to have the story be like all the cryptos are evil except Patha, and she would try to shift things around but start over. Kind of what we better flesh out. There's a whole thing there. I made a whole rant one day. There's 2 specific things that ArenaNet could have done to make Seekers of the Obscure, the Nios part, like the story, not necessarily the content, because I feel like it just needs a whole overhaul on the content part in Nios, but Patha as a character, like the whole time when we first get introduced to her, she gets told, or we get told, they're cunning and conniving in a way, right? And they're manipulative because they can read your emotions and they feed off of that, and they can manipulate you based on what emotions they feel from you, right? Like we kind of get that, right? And we don't know how to trust her. In the early parts of the story, we don't know if we can trust her, right? What I was waiting for, so there was 2 specific parts in the story where I was really, really waiting for them to do something really cool. So one part is when we go to Nios and we have taken Labrys. I like Labrys as a villain, right? The queen of the Cryptus. I liked her because she kind of embodied more what the Cryptus were than any of the other ones. Like Hator kind of was there as well. Ignatius was a little like lapdoggy to me. It was kind of weird how like he like wanted to suck Eparch's toes. Like that's what it felt like, right? He was like kind of one of those characters. But Hator and like Labrys, I like them. I thought they were really like, you know. So what I was waiting for was when we're in the, and this is like kind of the 2 easy changes that I would have loved to have seen in the story to kind of make it feel more impactful. So when we're in the Colosseum, in this little like arena place, right? And we have Labrys, and we kind of lure out Eparch out of, you know, Zakharos, out of the Citadel, right? And he comes out and whatever, right? And the way the story goes is we kill Labrys, and he gets mad. Or no, Labrys kills herself. That's what it is. Labrys kills herself, and was like, I won't have them use me. And then he's like, oh my god, you killed my wife, I'm gonna leave. Like, that's how it is. That's the story of it, right? Like, this king of the cryptus, this guy that's consuming other cryptus to become all powerful and that wants to take over like Tyria, right? Becomes a whiny bitch after his wife gets killed and leaves. Doesn't do anything. He stops us in place to the point where none of us can move or do anything. But without doing anything, he threatens us and just says, peace out, and goes. So the way that I would have liked to have seen the story, we're in the Mersad Cryptus. The Mersad were not Cryptus. The Mersad were absolutely not. The Mersad were the Mersad, and the Cryptus were the Cryptus. The Mersad used to live in Nyos, and then the Cryptus took over and kicked the Mersad out to the point where the Mersad had to come to Tyria. They had to escape to Tyria because the Cryptus were taken over, as far as we understand how that worked. Also, I dislike that we're friends at the end of the story. I would have loved for Petha to literally kick us out after we're done. Like, you served me well, get the fuck out. So let me get to that point. So what I would have liked to have seen, right? So I told you guys how the story goes. So what I would have liked to have seen, to really, because the whole time they talk about how cruel Eparch is and how he's like this evil guy and oh my god, he's eating other cryptids. Wouldn't have been something like this is how I would have imagined it went. And that's what I was waiting for to happen. Eparch appears and sees we've captured Labris. He paralyzes all of us. He immobilizes all of us. And he does his little speech or whatever. But instead of Labris offing herself and saying like, I don't want to be whatever, the whiny shit that they did, right? Have him look at her and be like, wow, you got captured that easily? You're not worthy of being my queen. And he consumes her himself and takes her power into herself. Like, really showing how cruel he is. That even his own queen isn't safe. If you show weakness, even his own queen isn't safe from the wrath that is Eparch, right? Like, that's what I wanted to see. Right, where we all just in horror stand there, immobilized, can't do anything while he is eating our hostage, our leverage. Our leverage disappears, and it shows us that we don't have any leverage against Eparch. There's no leverage against Eparch because he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. He's the king of the cryptids, and he couldn't care less about preserving some queen that's worthless to him now because she was captured. She was so easily captured. What? You're not worthy of being my queen. That's what I was waiting for. Okay, and then before he leaves, he downs all of us and just says, you guys aren't worth my time, showing that he could technically kill all of us, but he doesn't care. He's like, no, I just showed you guys that I don't give a shit what anyone does. I'm gonna down you guys, and you were all on the floor, and he leaves, and we just kind of and he disappears. Like, I was waiting for that, but none of that happened. I was like, okay, he kind of just leaves. Why? He had us all right there, and like, that's just weird, right? Like, than him outrage. Yeah, I don't know. I really, like, I think that like, I'm onto something with that. Like, I really would have, like, I feel like that would have really solidified him as this, like, it would have almost felt us, like, make us feel a little bit helpless, more helpless against him, right? Because I did get that feeling. By the end of that instance, I kind of was like, this is it? Like, this is it? Like, this is so weird to me, okay? And I don't know. It just didn't feel... Eparch didn't really feel like this powerful bad guy to me, like, at all. So that is the way that I would have made him appear. The first appear... And that's the thing. It's the first appearance of the bad guy of this expansion. The main bad guy that we've been hearing about. We've never seen him. And this is how you introduce him, right? So you really want to you really want to show that he's an asshole. Right? You really want to get that across. You really want to be like, this guy is a villain through and through. Like, he's a demon of the demon. He's the king of the demons of the demon realm. Like, that is his thing. And the way that he became king is by how cruel and like, you know, like almost like dismissive he is of anyone else. That, you know, as if you can't challenge me, if you don't have the power to challenge, I don't care. I don't care about you. Like, you were my queen because you were powerful, but now you got captured, so you're not even worthy of my time, right? So I would have loved to have seen that. And then the second part that I really wanted to see, and I think that would have been a really good twist, is the very last part, okay? And hear me out. The very last part, as we go into the Citadel and we approach the throne room, and we go into the throne room, and we have like the general is behind us. We have all these cryptas that are with us, right? And we go in, and we have it like, because so if we go with what I said earlier, right, we have this almost feeling of like helplessness. Like, Eparch is really powerful. He consumed one of the most powerful cryptas just now in front of our eyes, becoming even more powerful, right? He's this really powerful being, and we have no way to really tackle him. So we go into the throne room, and we walk in, and what I wanted to see was that the doors lock behind us, and all of a sudden Peitha turns around and says to us, or says to Eparch or whatever, says like, "Here, my king, the trap worked. I have trapped them in the throne room with you. I brought all of the main players that are fighting against you. They're in the, like, I would have liked to have seen this as Isgarin comes in, right? Because the whole idea is that he has this like feud with Isgarin. So having Isgarin, like, as Isgarin appears in the battle, all of a sudden Peitha turns on us. And she turns out that she was working for Eparch the whole time. That she was part of the instrument. That there was this manipulating, conniving the whole time. She was using us to make the cryptas stronger by having them battle each other. And like all of a sudden it turns out, no, there are no two sides. There's just the cryptas. There's no inner war. All we did was eliminate the weaker cryptas that we don't want among our ranks. And actually the two leaders are actually one, and she becomes the new queen. So all of a sudden she's like, I never wanted to be a king. I wanted to serve Eparch. I wanted to become his new queen. And like there's this whole thing where all of a sudden we now have to fight Eparch and Peitha because she backstabbed us or something like that, right? Or like maybe she takes the spot of Eparch or something and she becomes the evil queen. But that would have been like kind of a weird twist to me. I don't know if I would have liked that. But like I feel like I was waiting the whole time. I was waiting for this Peitha backstabbing, and it didn't happen. They had this like whole build up in the early parts where it's like, can we really trust Peitha? And the whole time she has this air about her where she kind of acts like we can trust her, but kind of not. And she like kind of alludes to different things, but then that never goes anywhere. So I really was waiting for it to be like the final reveal of like, no, all of the key players that we're trying to eliminate, the commander, Isgarin, the general that leads the forces of the cryptas that are against Eparch, right? Like all of these people are now trapped in the throne room, and they now have to face the empowered Eparch and Peitha, who are two of the highest leading, right, like cryptas, and they are super powerful, right? Like that's what I wanted to see. And like we're now backstabbed, and then we kill them both, and then the general takes over as the king. Like it doesn't matter because we're moving on from Nyos and we're not dealing with Nyos anymore, right? Like we haven't dealt with Nyos since Seekers of the Obscure, so it doesn't matter who took the throne afterwards. It doesn't fucking matter. It could have been fucking Fred from you know, storage or whatever that took the, like, it doesn't matter, right? We're moving on from it. But the point being that like I was waiting for like some twists and turns, because these are like conniving, manipulating, emotion reading demons feeding off of your emotions, and there was none of it. So anyways, that was kind of my thoughts. Let's move on. So so B tier, maybe A tier. Maybe I think it's an A tier. I think I can put that in A tier. Timberline Falls. I like it was really just like the aesthetic of it is really cool, and the flow of it, right? You're going down the mountains, and by the end of it you're kind of going into like the tropical part with the swamp and stuff. Like there's that. I like the events that are in the map. They're varied, and there's a lot of different things going on with it. And like I said, I like that there's like 2 different paths to it that you can kind of take. So it's an A tier. It's a lower A tier, probably. Blood Tide Coast. While this is one of my favorite art pieces in all of Guild Wars, I love it. Absolutely love it. So Blood Tide Coast is a lot of like underwater combat with Inquest and Crate and dealing with pirates. And then it kind of deals with like, this is when like the Ryzen kind of, you start really picking up on the Ryzen attacks. There's a lot of Ryzen stuff. We have the triple trouble going on. What I would have wanted, as Labrys dies, he frenzies, leading to something like the Balthazar fight where you die. We're not dying, but it's really close. Some miracle, Mabon returns as a non-corporeal being, throwing a shield, buying us just enough time to escape, or sacrifice with some character sacrifices themselves for the greater good. Though it has to be a side character, not someone important. Yeah, but then the problem is, if you're doing a side character, do we really feel the attachment? Do we feel the loss? Right? Like, we had one of those, we had that one Cryptus that ended up dying. Like, you know, we meet that Cryptus in one, and then Hator kills it in the next instance or whatever. Oh God, my shoulder's like twitching. I don't know. I don't know how impactful that would have been. I would have liked to have seen a main character die. Like, I could have seen that being a sacrifice. There wasn't enough really of that. So going into Frenzy is an interesting idea. And kind of like going crazy. I guess that could have been interesting in a way. I'm trying to think of like, so Labrys, but again, because, so the point is that he goes on a frenzy after Labrys kills herself, but it almost feels a little childish, because it feels like he's then going on a frenzy, on a rampage, because his wife was just killed, and it feels like an emotional 5-year-old. Like he just has the emotional depth of a 5-year-old. Like, he can't handle that, so now he's having an outburst, like throwing a tantrum, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying? So I like the idea of someone coming to shield us or defend us or something, because it kind of makes him seem that there was, the show of power wasn't there. There was no show of power. There was no, like, he immobilized us, but there's no show of power to really show us how powerful he is. So I like the idea of like someone having to sacrifice themselves, or someone having to shield us in some shape or form, where it really shows like, oh my God, like, we just lost someone because of how powerful Eparch is. So I like that idea for sure. Personally, I like your idea more, where he just consumes her, because I just think there's something so visceral and so like primal about that, where he just like, you know, the inner demon really comes out, the inner like evil really comes out, where he just, right in front of everyone, he doesn't even hide it, right? He doesn't even hide it. He just consumes her in front of everyone, right? Like the whole idea of all the Cryptus running away too out of the Colosseum when Eparch like does his thing or whatever, like that could have been the moment, right? That could have been the moment. Like he like goes to like just consume her, right? And like, you know, it doesn't have to be graphic or anything, but he like consumes her right in front, and everyone's just like in shock, and all these other Cryptos are like, oh, we're getting the fuck out of here. Like this is not happening. Like this shit is just, bye, we gotta go, you know? It would have been just like, it really would have made me feel like, oh my God, this is like a fucking crazy person. Like, get this guy out of here. Like, it kind of, there's a scare factor to it, you know? A great cutscene, right? Like, oh, great cutscene. Like, imagine the cutscene where, like, where Oreen swoops in and eats Joko, right? Like, but like have it be something like that, but be that Eparch eating Labrys. Like, oh my god, I just imagine that, and that's so cool to me. We already lost Mabon, which I still can't understand. And that would have been, if they wanted to get rid of Mabon, that would have been a good moment to do it. You know, have him carry on through the later part of the experience and have him die because of Eparch, right? Have him defend us from Eparch and then die, right? Like, maybe that would have been the good moment for Mabon to die, right? Like, having him die to some random whatever fucking shit that happened was really stupid, right? But like, there would have been a good moment for Mabon to die. Not saying that I would have wished for Mabon to die, but if we really need to press that part of the narrative where Mabon has to die in the larger, you know, cogwork of that is the Guild Wars 2 narrative, then it would have made sense to like have it right then and there, like against the, you know, have him die against the king of the demons and like block an attack right then. Like, that would have kind of been cool, you know? So yeah, but that would have been a really cool cutscene for sure. All right, so Blete Coast. So while I like it, again, it doesn't really flow all too well, and it kind of, again, feels a little disconnected in a lot of ways. So it's kind of a B tier for me. I'm gonna kind of try to go a little bit. It's probably like an upper B tier for me. I'm not gonna like sort them like that, but probably upper B tier. It's cool, you know. It does certain things really cool, but there's certain parts that are just kind of like feel kind of off. So imagine him holding out his hand and him consuming her. It looks like a black hole slowly disintegrating her, but in a non-graphic way. Well, that is cool, like where he absorbs her, but I really wanted him to like consume her. So like maybe have it where maybe instead of holding his hand out, he opens his mouth and that's where the black hole is, and he just kind of like it disintegrates inside of his mouth and he consumes her like that, and she just like screams like ah, as he like consumes her like that. Like, I don't know, that would have been kind of cool too. Like, I want, like I said, I want something visceral where he like, you know, you kind of see the action, like where he like really digs into, and everyone's like, wait, is he really consuming her? Oh my god, he's really consuming her. Like, he doesn't have to like eat her, like chomp her up or whatever, right? But like just kind of like maybe bite into her like Oreen did with Joko, and like have then the energy absorb in like the body turn into magic or whatever and just like absorb into him or something like that. I don't know. I can see again a parallel universe where the story of Nios was just like really cool, where the cryptas are like these really like demons, and we see that, and I'm like, I wish we had that, you know. All right, Blaze Ridge Steps. Blaze Ridge Steps is cool. I really like it. The first time I went in there, you see the dragon flying around. It's the one time that you see like a constant dragon presence. You know, obviously it's just a lieutenant. It's not an elder dragon, but it's just really cool. You have the brand going through. There's a lot of callbacks to Guild Wars 1 with Serenity Temple. There's a lot of different, the wall, right? There's like a crisscross where like, you know, there's the brand going and then there's the wall going through. So it's like again, a convergence of different ideas. You deal with like some of the ghosts in some areas. Some areas feel kind of empty again. There's certain areas that don't have a lot going on. And you know, certain parts of the brand just like there's nothing there, and it's kind of like, okay, you could have put just like, I don't know, some random stuff in there, like defeat these enemies or some, you know, kind of fill the space. So a lot of the outer parts are empty and a lot of the middle parts are empty. So it's actually, I like the map as the concept, and I like the Shatterer as the boss. Like I really like the Shatterer, but even then I feel like the areas around it don't feel impacted by the Shatterer enough. I feel like there should be a little bit more of like, more of a a presence of that going on, but it's just kind of like if the shadow isn't happening, there's just like these little outposts. Like there's like there's one outpost directly next to it that doesn't have anything in it. It's just like this building, and there's like nothing going on with it. It's just kind of, I'm like, you're right next to the shadower. Like, shouldn't you have like turrets and guns and people hanging out, like defending the position from creatures or something, you know? I don't know. So I don't know, I have the same issue with all the Ascalon maps, that they feel kind of empty and the events don't really feel like there's a lot going on. It's, if I compare it to the other ones, so it's probably a low B tier map for me. Low B tier for sure. I think. It's not quite C tier. It's not quite Diessa Plateau. It's not quite Fields of Ruin, empty. It has a little bit of a flow just because of the brand and the shadower kind of affecting the brand a little bit, and having like a cool meta boss, right? Like world boss there. So I think it gets a low B for me. Iron Marches. So Iron Marches was kind of changed during season 2 because of the thorns coming in. Felt very arbitrary. I hate that that's still a thing there. I don't know, it just feels weird to have it. Like they were trying to like show the reach that the jungle dragon has. I get that, right? But it just kind of feels arbitrary the way that they have it there. Again, it kind of feels like because they were trying to fill the space with emptiness. There was, or fill with the empty space with something, not fill it with emptiness. But a lot of areas are very empty. I like the early parts of the map. In the forest, we get like some cool lore there. I like some of the, like, you know, they're training like different the scales and stuff. They're training. There's that part, right? There's some Flame Legion stuff going on. Pike and Square is there. So it's not as bad. It's probably a B tier map too. I think it's a B tier map. The northern part feels very, very iffy. Specifically like the brand part of it. The brand part feels very just kind of, it's there, right? Like it doesn't really have, like, I'm even trying to remember, like it doesn't have any like events. There's like one champion that walks around there in that area, but other than that there's nothing going on, and it just feels so like the brand doesn't feel as threatening because there's just nothing going on in it, right? Like, and there's no reason to go there. So I get why they kind of did that in a way, because of how like the brand is supposed to be this like area that you don't go into, you know, because oh my god, you could be turned into a branded and you have to fight the branded and blah, all this shit, right? But it just, I'm like, I feel like there should have been more there. So it's probably on par with Blazeridge Steps. Blazeridge Steps I think is a little bit better overall. And then they have that area there too with the like the weird like Flame Legion camp that they have in the northern part, and it really doesn't make any sense. It's like they're kind of there, and they try to like create some kind. I think there's like events that were cut from the thing where there's supposed to be like a flow. I think there was the idea because you take over the initial part of that camp and then you stop there. But I think there was like cut part because then later on you deal with that like flame elemental thing, the champion thing, like further north. And I feel like there was some kind of idea where this becomes like a chain of different events and it turns into like a meta event, right? Like I feel like that's like leftover of a trial meta event that they had. So it's a little weird, and it's probably low in there. Firehard Rise I already talked about, so it's D tier 100%. It's the worst map, I think, in one of the worst maps in all of Guild Wars 2. It has tons of empty areas, tons of areas where there's no events happening, tons of areas where NPCs are just standing around not doing, like, just enemies standing in a field not doing anything. It's very MMO, but with nothing going on. A lot of empty areas, a lot of things that don't make sense. There's no dialogue. It's just there's no flow. The whole northern part going into the dungeon has nothing going on around it. Like all of these different, like the bridge area has something, but other than that, like all these other outlying areas have nothing going on. It's very empty. A lot of areas are very flat. It's awful. It's awful. It is one of the it's one of my least favorite maps in the entire game, and it's one of the maps that I implore ArenaNet to completely redo. Like if I were to look at any of the core maps, that is the one map I would want them to completely redo it, because it's just so bad. So bad. Then we have Tequatl, what's the area? Sparkfly Fen. Sparkfly Fen is interesting. You get like a lot of swamp, high leg, you get a little bit of the Nightmare Court, that kind of stuff. You have some ruins there. You get a little bit of Orion stuff, Orion ruins, Undead Risen, of course, a ton of those. You get some Crate, some Quaggan, some Sylvari stuff. Again, it feels a little... It actually has a nice spread of events. I like the High Lake Holy Grounds, kind of having all these different events that kind of deal with that. You know, it feels like the flow of the events kind of lead you to go to that area. It's kind of a center part, and then it has a cool meta boss, you know, world boss. I like that. You know, Tequatl, I think, is still one of the cooler bosses to do. And I enjoy it because it does take some coordination and stuff. It's still, you know, Power Creep has like taken it over. Power Creep has taken over all of these maps, so we can't really say that. But if I compare it to something like Timberline Falls or something like Brisbane Wildlands, I think it's on par with that. Like I think overall it has some interesting parts to it, and it's not quite as bad as like some of the other things. So it's like a lower A, I want to say, higher B, lower A kind of thing. Dredgeon Cliffs. Dredgeon Cliffs is cool. You get like all the dredge stuff there, right? Like, and Jotun stuff. You get all that lore. You can get all these different areas. Again, there are certain parts that feel kind of empty with not a lot going on. But when you actually go to the dredge part of it, it feels busy, and there's different events going on, you know, in all these different camps that are down there. You know, Granite Citadel has like a lot of events around it. So it feels like there's stuff going on in the map. You can find different things that you can do. There's no like big meta that happens on there, but I think that's okay. So it's probably like a mid, like a B. It's like a B. I think it's like a solid B. Like it's a mid tier. You know, it doesn't really, like, it kind of feels like you're just out in the mountains and kind of just doing whatever. So, Mount Maelstrom. I love Mount Maelstrom, man. Like, all the different biomes. Again, you know, you have the volcano in the middle with all the lava stuff around it, and then you have the like watery areas with the old dwarven ruins and Inquest Lab, and then you have the big Inquest, the Crucible, right? And then you have the rolling hills, and then there's a cave that goes to like more the jungly part with the like river flowing through it, and you have the old Asuran city in the cliffy part, and then you have like a swamp in the south. So you have all these different biomes that kind of meet, and it all makes sense. All makes sense the way that it is, right? Because of the way that it's all positioned and the way, like the climate wise, it makes all sense. So it flows really well. I like the events. There is a lot of really cool events on that map, and I think there's a lot of them too that really feel good. There's all these camps that have little events going on. You know, you have the Inquest areas have like events going on in them. You have the Sylvari have some of the events. The Vigil has some stuff going on when they go into the Crucible. So it's definitely an A tier. I think it's a higher A tier for me. It's not quite S tier. I don't think it's perfect. I don't think any of these really fit like S tier. I mean, I don't know. Like Mount Maelstrom is really, it's one of my favorite maps in all of Tyria. Does it really hit S tier mark though? maybe it could be like a lower S tier for me. As I'm thinking about it, I don't know. Something like that. Lower S, higher A, something like that. Malcor's Leap. No, wait. Is this? Yeah, that's my Malcor's Leap. This is Straits of Devastation. Is that what the map's called? And then this is Cursed Shore, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So Malcor's Leap. Malcor's Leap has the Zephyr, has the Radiance. There is a flow, like you can follow the enemies kind of through ore, or the pack through ore as they're fighting the enemies. There's a lot of like, there's some Inquest stuff in the northern part. You have like 2 different routes you can take through the map. You know, you have the temple things going on. I like the Duena stuff. I like the lore behind Malcor. You have a little bit of underwater stuff. Has a nice flow. I think it's a Malcor's Leap. For what it's trying to be, it's a pretty decent map. I'm trying to compare to like other maps. If I compare to other maps, is it like an A tier for me? It could be like a lower A tier as well. Like I think I kind of do it like that. No, you know what? I'm gonna put it in B. In B tier, because I'm thinking of like Straits of Devastation, right? And it's like it has like the 3 different paths you can take to attack the temple of Balthazar, right? And so you have like this really nice flow on the map, and the first introduction into ore, right, where like all these attacks are happening on Fort Trinity, and you know, you kind of have the tower, the Vizier's Tower in the middle, and you kind of have like different paths you can approach the thing, and there's a lot of events around and stuff. So that is an A tier map for me, I want to say. Like that's more A tier. Frostgorge Sound. I'm just trying to get through the rest of these. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Frostgorge Sound. So I can't even say it. Frostgorge Sound suffers from the space thing. It's a massive map, and there's all these like underwater parts that don't do anything. So I love many of the underwater parts. There's a lot of really cool parts that I could see, like if they were isolated in a different map, or there wasn't all this other space around it, it would be really, really cool, and that would feel really nice, right? Because there's this idea of these different tribes of Quagan like competing with each other, and they're like fighting each other and doing all this stuff, right? And you're doing like events in the different villages, and they kind of meet on this like arena part, and that's really cool to me. And then right next to it, you have like a trench that goes through it and stuff, and it's cool. Like I love that part. But then there's like all this other underwater part that like doesn't do anything. And then yes, we have the claw of Jormag is there, right? And it's like, that's a cool fight. I like the claw fight. And the events around it. I like the icy labyrinth, and you know, again, it's like 2 different parts to the map. So if it wasn't for the water part, I think this would be like an A map. But I think like having all that emptiness and all that empty space there, and there's certain parts in the middle too, like specifically with the water, I feel like they didn't really know what to do with it. And it's just kind of there, and I'm like, well, what's the point of having all of that? You have the sanctuaries and stuff, and the Codan, you get like heavy Codan lore, and you have a dungeon there and stuff, so it's cool. But I think because of all that empty water part, that they could have done something with, it kind of feels like a B tier, like probably an upper B tier, but a B tier. Cursed Shore, I like Cursed Shore. Cursed Shore is really good. You get different temple events. You have like a nice flow. Again, you can kind of follow the events as you go down the map. The aesthetic is really, you know, this is where like everything culminates going onto the promenade. You have like different jumping puzzles. You have some underwater stuff. A lot of different events that are happening like all the time. There's events going on. Some cool lore stuff. So it's probably an A tier map for me. So that's kind of the layout that I have. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna download that. But yeah, so that's kind of my layout. how I feel about this. So yeah, so you guys can look at that and tell me how you feel. So as we're heading out, you know, this is the end of the stream. I'm sorry I didn't do a lot of the Survivor Challenge thing. It was just kind of like, I wanted to do random. I never stream on Saturday nights, but like I said, I'm gonna try to kind of find different times of the day that I can just do random streams. So we're gonna be doing that because I don't really have a schedule. So but yeah, so as I'm leaving here, I just want to remind you guys, I am an ArenaNet partner, so if you guys want to support the channel, make sure to use my referral links. They're down below. They're either in the About section if you're on Twitch, or they're on in the description on YouTube. So if you're creating a new account, make sure to use that link to create a new account. Or if you're looking to purchase any of the expansions or any of the complete packs and different whatever, right, make sure to use that link. There's 2 different links, sponsored by ArenaNet. So huge thanks out to them. For providing those and stuff. We also, if you guys want to support on YouTube or Twitch, obviously liking and watching and commenting is always appreciated and helps a lot. If you guys want to help any further, there are memberships available on YouTube, which gives you badges for my chat and also emojis that are available. And on Twitch, you get extra emojis that you can use. And you know, it helps me out a ton when you guys do that type of stuff. And if you guys want to hang out, we do have a Discord, so I'm gonna point it out. We do have a Discord where we kind of talk about random stuff, and I want to utilize eventually I want to get to the point, like right now I'm in no position right now to do this, but eventually I want to do some giveaways, and they will be centered probably around Discord. I don't know how much I'm gonna do like live stream giveaways, because my channel isn't super popular and I feel like people would miss out on it, so I'd rather do it on a platform where I can do it over a longer period of time, and make it easier for myself to have access to people and stuff like that, and just kind of doing the drawings. And I'll probably do the drawings on stream, but you know, and I'll notify the people on Discord. But so if you guys are interested in that, yeah, make sure to join the Discord, which is also in the About section on Twitch and in the description on YouTube, so you guys can join those and hang out and just kind of talk. We just kind of chat all day. We kind of discuss Guild Wars stuff, and obviously there's other things you can discuss and other games, and you know, voice channels that eventually I'm gonna get into using. So but yeah, that's gonna be it. So thank you, Cold Mystery, for being here. I appreciate it. Mish King, Barra Cohen, thank you so much. I appreciate it. My sister was here, Dragona. Make sure to check her out. She streams on TikTok. If you guys are interested in watching tarot readings and get insights on tarot readings and that type of stuff, she does it on TikTok. I think it's like Dragona something. Hold on, let me pull it up. Something doesn't really help. Oh my god, what is happening? Why is my sound on? Turn my sound off. Jesus, it was so loud. I got scared, you guys. Just stop. So it's Dragona M period 1988. If you look Dragona 1988, you will see it. So that's kind of that's her. I'll kind of just show it on here. I'm not showing the link, but you'll see it. It's tarot readings and stuff like that. So that's my sister, if you guys want to check her out. So thanks for being here. There was other people. Who was all here earlier? I don't even remember. I don't even remember who was all here. Zatko was here, and we had, was Emily here today? Emily wasn't here today. Jacob was here earlier. That was good to see Jacob. Everyone else that was here, I'm sorry if I forgot you. I always like to point out, but I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours, so I forgot some people. But I appreciate you guys very much, and I'll probably be back. I don't think I'll be back tomorrow night, but I'll probably be back Monday. So Monday we'll hang out. I might do Survivor Challenge. I might do Guild Wars 1 maybe. I don't know. I've been wanting to do some other stuff, so you guys might see me stream random